Hello, my name is Argy Fisher. My therapist advised me to write down what I've been through, so I suppose I will. It's been a week, and I typically have bad memory, but I still remember everything vividly. So damn vividly. I'll try my best to recount the details, but after all I've been through, I can't promise it will be good. Now, where to begin? It started with the trip I decided to take. I was getting exhausted and tired with people and society, and really just life in general. I decided I'd go camping in some deep woods. I'd rather not state the location, however. Apologies for that. There were beautiful, lush trees. I could hear the birds singing and animals moving about. The bugs were a bit annoying, but it was worth it. The way the light filtered beneath the gently moving leaves, the soft breeze coming in from the west, the light rustling of foliage as small animals moved. It was a beautiful sight. I took the camping supplies I packed out of the back of my truck, double-checked I had everything, and decided to head north, since I came from the south. There weren't really many paths here. It was just wilderness, and some back road dead end I decided I'd go to. I wandered for a while in the woods, making sure to keep a map on hand, and a compass, tracing where I went. Eventually, I came across a nice-looking clearing. I cleared the area of rocks, debris, pieces of wood, and anything that would make sleeping rough. Then, I set up my tent. A nice, deep, green, small tent, just large enough for me, and my travel pack. I checked the distance and time I'd hiked, and saw it was only about 1 kilometer and around 10 minutes. Just after, I looked at the sky to get a rough estimate of the time, and noticed the sun was beginning to set. On the other side of the horizon, I noticed a large amount of clouds rolling in. Just my luck. No matter what it is, I always seem to forget something. It's usually just one thing, whether it's a spice in a recipe or, in this case, checking the weather. I decided I'd take a walk around, where I set up before going to bed. I spent around 30 minutes or an hour or so. I'm bad at keeping track of time. Just slowly walking around, admiring nature, before I decided to return to my tent. As I approached, I felt like something was off. The closer I got, the more the feeling grew and grew. I was having trouble figuring out exactly what it was, but then I noticed. The tarp on my tent was slightly damp. I felt a little nervous, since I'm generally a bit of a paranoid person. So I quietly walked around the perimeter of my tent. I didn't see anything odd. Finally, I ended at the entrance and noticed that the door was slightly ajar. I cautiously approached, listening carefully. As I got close, my nerves started acting up. Stupid anxiety. I told myself to just shrug it off, but I couldn't. I don't know why, but I froze. I was scared something would be in there. I managed, after about a minute of standing still with one hand reaching towards the door, to open the front of the tent. Everything was normal inside. I let out a long sigh of relief and felt around. Everything was dry, apart from a small damp patch near the door. The sun was almost down, and it was getting darker. I decided I'd go to bed now, as the sounds of wildlife were shifting from diurnal to nocturnal creatures. I laid down in my cozy little snug sleeping bag, making sure everything was neatly organized, still in my bed, and went to bed. I awoke to the sound of rain falling. I'd reckon a few hours later, and felt a little groggy. I realized I had to go to the bathroom, which would mean having to leave the tent. I sighed deeply, part of me regretting my choice to camp. I turned to go get my raincoat out of my bag. I always come prepared, even if I forget things. I paused as I shifted. Something didn't feel quite right. I listened to the sound of the rain falling for a while before I noticed what it was. There was a wet splash, coming from outside. I paused and listened carefully. I noticed it was following a pattern and sounded like large raindrops splashing in puddles. It was circling my tent, keeping the same pace while doing so. It was at that moment something else occurred to me. The raindrops on my tent were much lighter here and less frequent than those on the ground, coming from the direction of whatever was circling my tent. The rain was very light, apart from in that one specific area. Slowly, I reached over my bag. I always stored a small pocket knife in the side pouch of my bag for self-defense. I wanted to make sure I was protected when I was confronted, whoever or whatever it was. Maybe it was just a really wet raccoon or something sloshing up the water. I slowly crept to the edge of my tent and paused. I waited for the footsteps to go behind my tent before I slowly zipped a small crack in the zipper so I could see out, as quietly and slowly as I could. I waited for what felt like forever. But, as cliche as this is, was likely just a few seconds. I know that's something that's said a lot, but you really don't realize how accurate it is until you've experienced it yourself. I heard the footsteps approaching where I was peeking, and to my horror, I saw some strange-looking thing. It was about the size of a human, but appeared to be made entirely of water. I couldn't make out too much of its features due to the darkness of night and clouds, but I did notice the shine of water and the dripping. I felt like I was being watched, like it knew I was here, like it was going to come for me sooner or later, or it was waiting for me to make a move. I slowly shifted back inside and started to breathe to calm my nerves. In, hold, out, pause. In, hold, out, pause. I started to focus again, and still listening to sounds, slowly and quietly made sure to get myself in order. Putting on my raincoat, getting my bag ready, and putting it on. I made sure I was holding my keys in a way that I could easily unlock my car when I got there. I waited for the thing to move in front of my tent. I watched as it walked by, and as soon as I was sure it wouldn't see me, carefully and quietly but swiftly, opened the door. I took a deep breath, and as I heard it was on the opposite side, I thanked past it for facing the tent towards the car and started sprinting. Immediately I heard whatever it was start chasing, and I heard the splashing of its footsteps. I heard my tent tear as it ran through it. I'd estimate at the same pace as me, or ever so slightly slower. I couldn't slow down. I couldn't mess up. I ran through the trees, weaving my way through, and I heard several loud slaps of water against the trees, seeming like It didn't need to navigate through the trees. I was almost to where my car was when I tripped on a root and landed with a hard thump, catching myself with my hands on a rock. This was it. I was done for. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and I heard its weight shift, and I felt a massive amount of pain on my side, and I passed out. I woke up a few hours later, in a lot of pain. The sun was out, and I could hear the wildlife. It took me a few seconds to realize I wasn't dead, and I immediately shifted over to check my bag, and to no longer be face down on a muddy rock. As soon as I did, a searing pain shot through my right side. I looked down and noticed I was wounded. My bag was torn apart, my shirt with a large gash, and bleeding. The wound was deep, but not too deep. I'm lucky it didn't kill me, but I felt lightheaded and hazy. The bleeding seemed to have stopped due to my shirt being slightly displaced, and the wetness causing it to cling to my body. I used my torn and broken backpack to cover the wound, grabbed as much of the contents as I could, and quickly headed to my truck. The windows of my truck were cracked, and a lot of the paint seemed to be damaged. I quickly found my keys. Luckily, they hadn't slipped out of my hand, and opened the door. I then dropped everything in the passenger seat. I was about to go retrieve the last of my items and equipment when I heard a soft splash, splash. I immediately got into the truck, started the engine, and drove out of there, returning home. Before I was gone, however, I noticed a blurry silhouette in the rearview mirror. I decided I didn't want to see it more clearly. I relayed all of this to my therapist, and he suggested I say what happened. So, I guess writing it down did help a bit. I still worry that it's out there, but I know for damn sure I'll never get near it. And I'll never camp again. I never thought it would end like this. My truck's window smashed, blood all over the interior, the frigid wind and snow blowing in on me, as those two empty eyes stared in at me like a predator sizing up a helpless animal for the kill. It didn't start out like that, of course. When I started out for my morning run, it wasn't snowing. There was snow on the ground. There had been a quick storm with some squalls that left half a foot of the white stuff on the roads just a few days earlier. The state took care of it pretty quickly, and travel was barely interrupted. Everyone went about their merry way, even me. The fact that I hated winter even more than driving a truck never entered my mind. Okay, that was a lie. As I drove down the road, I found myself looking at the small piles of snow along the roadside and cursing them for not being big enough to cancel my run. I had to drive my truck through some pretty empty places. The kind that made you long for anything to break up the monotony of 2 lanes of asphalt surrounded by endless trees. I had to drive that route quite often, and it never got any easier to stay awake. I would even imagine seeing odd things looking out of the trees as I flew by. I knew it was my mind playing tricks on me, trying to scare me into staying alert and not crashing the truck. If it had been a deer, or bear, or something like that, I would have just laughed it off, but this thing looked like it was out of some nightmare. That's how I knew it wasn't real. There was no way it could exist. So I put it out of my mind and kept on driving. Fortunately, with it being a 2-day run, I was able to pick where I wanted to stay after I got my load. Hotels were nice, but if needed, I had the sleeper in my cab, which I called home away from home. It wasn't bad as cramped spaces go. There was lots of shelf space above the bunk. I had a TV mounted on the wall hooked up to a GameCube. There was a DVD player with an assortment of movies that I rotated out on a weekly basis. And there were some paperback books. Lord of the Rings, Frankenstein, This Present Darkness, along with all the indie author books I had on my phone. I didn't have to worry about being bored. There was always my laptop that held the novels I'd started writing and never finished. The only thing I really needed was food and a bathroom. I had snacks stashed around, sometimes in places even I didn't find for months. But it couldn't compare to a nice hot meal. I had my favorite stops on the road, and they all had two things in common: good food and a quiet place to park and sleep. I didn't like having my truck squashed up against other trucks, wondering if I would be able to get my door open if they parked like an idiot. I liked parking near the outskirts of a parking lot. It was more private, and I didn't feel as hemmed in. Of course, there was a trade-off. More privacy meant walking further to get to the truck stop, sometimes a lot further. But I used that to my advantage. Nothing like a nice long walk to get the blood flowing to all those muscles I didn't use when driving. Unfortunately, the place was a local mom and pop operation, which meant they didn't have the money to stay open 24 hours a day. Usually I would pull my truck into the spot in the evening, go get supper at the lunch counter, then grab supplies for the night. I'd always go inside one last time to use the restroom just before they closed at midnight. That evening, I followed the same pattern. Pulled in, walked to the store, got some supper, and went back in around 11:30 for restroom and supplies, before going back to my truck and falling asleep. Normally, I try to keep a good watch on upcoming weather. For whatever reason, I hadn't that day. I woke up around 8 a.m. and looked out to a sea of white. It had snowed, and it had snowed hard. It looked like someone wanted to make up for the snow quota this year, and did it all in 8 hours. I dressed in my cold weather gear and went out to see how bad it was and if my truck would be going anywhere today. When I jumped out of the cab, my legs disappeared. There was at least 2 feet of snow on the ground, and it was still putting it down. I trudged around the truck to make sure everything was okay, then got back in, brushing off as much snow as I could first. I climbed in the bunk and turned on the news to the announcement that a major blizzard had hit the area. Wow, I thought. That's some great investigative reporting right there. They were calling for another foot before the snow stopped. Great. Time to call the boss and get my ear chewed off. "Why can't you get here?" he growled. "There's this stuff called snow," I said. "It lands on the ground and it piles up until it begins to impede travel." "Alright, smartass, when do you think you can be here?" "Well, seeing that I haven't even seen a snowplow go by, and I'm sitting in a parking lot that probably won't get plowed out until much later than the highways, on top of the fact that my tires are nearly bald, even though I've been telling you for months they needed to be changed, I'll say I have no earthly clue when you'll see your precious cargo." He was silent for a long moment. "Do you like your job?" he said through barely restrained fury. Not particularly, I said, then added, when the weather's like this, you might be tempted to update your resume. With that, the line went dead. Thank you for your support, I said to the dial tone. I settled back in, turned off the TV, and went back to sleep. When I first started out in trucking, a fellow driver gave me a tip that I never forgot. Anytime you have the chance to get some rest, take it. That little tidbit helped me tremendously over the years. A little extra sleep means a lot less coffee. When I woke a few hours later and peeked outside, it was still snowing. I looked out my driver's side window, and even my tracks were gone. I was feeling the call of nature and decided to brave the elements to take the trek to the truck stop for some relief. I felt a little silly for putting on all my cold weather gear, including gloves and goggles. That feeling didn't last long. It was snowing so hard, I couldn't even see the truck stop. I drew an invisible line with the side of my truck, aimed in that direction, and started walking. I never read Call of the Wild. I never saw Alive. Maybe if I had, I wouldn't have been so eager to throw myself out into the blizzard just to go pee. Trudging through the snow and the driving wind was growing old quickly. I felt like I should have reached the truck stop by now. I paused and looked around. Two realizations hit me at the same time. First, I couldn't see the truck stop. Second, I could no longer see the truck. As a lovely addition, my tracks were quickly disappearing. I tried to focus on my path towards the truck stop and began trudging again. 15 minutes later, I believe by sheer luck, I saw the store appear off to my right. My track hadn't been dead on, but I was close enough to find the place. My winter gear was starting to fail me, especially with the wind finding all the little places it could inject frigid air. As I approached, I breathed a sigh of relief at getting in out of the cold, not to mention a massive cup of steaming hot coffee. I reached for the door, but it refused to open. Maybe it was frozen shut. I pulled harder, but nothing happened. I looked in through the glass and saw no lights on. It struck me how the walkway wasn't shoveled either. Oh no, I thought. The storm has them stuck at home. My hopes for a nice warm toilet and a steaming hot cup of coffee plummeted. I took one last forlorn look at the dark store and turned back toward my truck. My disappointment grew as I realized my tracks were gone. I was now snow-blind and navigating without a compass or any means of direction. I tried to draw an invisible line with the outer wall of the store and hoped it would lead me back to the truck. I felt my cold, wet feet protest as I headed back towards the warmth of my truck. I hugged my jacket, attempting to keep the wind out. The snow was up past my knees now, and it seemed like trudging through mud. In retrospect, it wouldn't have been better for me to wait in the truck until I saw a snowplow in the parking lot. I had plenty of empty tea bottles for bathroom emergencies. But there was no use chiding myself now. I had to get back to the truck to keep this mistake from becoming a fatal one. If I got lost and couldn't find the truck, no one would come looking for me. They might not find my frozen body until spring thaw. That was a cheery thought. As if my journey hadn't been hard enough, after a while, something caught my foot and sent me sprawling, face first into the snow. I struggled to right myself and quickly wiped the snow from my face, silently thanking God that I had worn the goggles. I tried to get my bearings again, but curiosity nagged at me. What had I tripped on in the middle of a parking lot? I dug down and discovered the offending object. It was a parking space barrier. I chuckled for a moment until I realized, to my horror, that I should never have come near any of these in the middle of the lot. In fact, a straight trail from the store to the truck, the barrier I had tripped on would be a couple of dozen yards to the right. I scraped the rest of it off and saw it was running nearly parallel to my path. I had veered off course badly. The bright side was I now had a point of reference and hopefully could correct my course. I looked around and found myself adrift in a sea of white. The store had disappeared, and the truck nowhere to be found. I took a deep breath and used the barrier to aim toward where the truck should be. I remembered one key fact in the process. These barriers lined the edge of the parking lot, and just past them was a drop-off. In retrospect, it was lucky I had tripped on it instead of stepping over it and rolling down a hill that I might never make it back up again. I turned to aim myself where I thought my truck was when, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a shadow of a figure walk by. I couldn't be sure because the blowing snow made visibility nearly impossible more than a few yards away. It could have just been my imagination. I'd been out in the cold for much longer than I'd planned, and it was time to get back to the truck. I was suddenly reminded why I got out of the truck to begin with. I had to pee so badly. I did a quick look and saw nothing but snow, so I whipped it out and let it go. I think whipped it out was a bit of an oversimplification, and I fought to unzip my frozen zipper as my bladder screamed, a full red alert that it was about to release the floodgates whether I was ready or not. Finally got it out and started the yellow stream when the wind shifted direction, sending it spraying all over my pants. I quickly turned so that the stream was downwind. When I finished, I looked down at the front of my now wet pants and swore internally. Yet another reason to find the truck quickly. Wet pants turned to frozen pants, turned to dangerous pants. I looked down now at the barrier now covered in flecks of yellow snow and started on my new course. The snow had not let up one bit. My energy started to wane even though I had just been standing around for the last 10 minutes. Trudging through nearly waist-high snow was making me more tired than I had been in a long time. The wind rushing in my ears tore away my hearing. There wasn't anything out there to listen to, and yet I thought I heard something. I looked around but only saw white. Was this my mind starting to play tricks on me, like it did when I was driving and thought I saw the creature that doesn't exist peeking at me from the trees? I turned back to my imagined destination, wondering if delusions were the first step in freezing to death. As if to answer, the wind hit me with a solid gust, knocking me down. If I didn't know better, I swear I felt a giant hand in the middle of my back before I fell. I looked up and saw nothing but snow, swirling around, making mini tornadoes. I chuckled at the irony of them being called snow devils. I guess my own personal snow devil was pushing me around. I got up and started for the truck again. Every step felt like my feet were encased in concrete. I plodded on, trying to pull from whatever reserve energy I had to keep going. I couldn't die in the middle of a parking lot, just yards away from my nice, warm truck. That would be the ultimate irony. I walked on, barely conscious, wanting only my 18-wheeled safe harbor from this merciless storm. My head was down. I wasn't even looking anymore. It didn't make any difference. I knew I would never find it. I knew it was like looking for a needle in a field of haystacks. There was no way I would ever get back. I slammed into something and fell back. The snow was so deep, I just lay there like a turtle, unable to get off my back. I looked up and saw the thing that had hit me was the back corner of my truck. 2 feet to the right, and I would have missed it. I smiled, but it took a lot of energy. I focused everything I had into getting up. Adrenaline took care of the rest. I marched up to the driver's side door and reached into my pocket for the key to unlock it. I couldn't find the key. I ripped off my glove and searched again. No key. Despair smothered my mind. If I had dropped it one of the times I fell in the snow, it was lost forever. And so was I. I leaned against the truck door, so close, and yet so far. I could almost feel the heat through it. I smashed my fist into my leg in frustration, but felt more pain than I should have. I patted the other pocket and felt a lump. I tore off my other glove and reached in the pocket, pulling out the holiest of holies, the key. Tears streamed down my face and quickly froze as I stuck the key in the lock and opened the door. It took every ounce of energy I had to climb up into the cab and collapse into the driver's seat. A wave of heat washed over me. For the longest time, I just sat there until I mustered the courage to start pulling off my cold weather gear. One piece at a time, I threw them into the passenger seat until I sat in my underwear only. I leaned my seat back and basked in the warmth that flowed over me like an ocean wave. I imagined sitting on a beach with the sun shining down on me and the water beckoning. I fell asleep like this. I woke to a sore back and stretched as best as I could in my seat and looked out the windshield. The snow seemed to have let up a little bit, and the wind wasn't nearly as fierce as before. There was still no sign of a plow, and there was no way I was getting anywhere without one. Off in the distance, I could almost see the outline of the store. And I wasn't going there again until the parking lot was plowed. But looking around, I couldn't imagine how long that might be. There was at least 3 feet of snow already on the ground, and it was still putting some down. I crawled into the bunk and covered up for a serious nap. Hours later, I was starting to feel refreshed. I rolled over and turned on the TV, trying to see how bad things were. I couldn't even pick up the local station, so I stuck in a movie. After it was done, I decided I should probably take stock of my supplies, since I might be here for a while. I had plenty of snacks, chips, pretzels, and jerky, among other things. As long as I didn't binge, I should be fine. I had drinks in the mini fridge, but water wasn't a concern. All I had to do was bring some snow inside and melt it. I only needed to check one last thing to make sure I could outlast the storm. I looked at the fuel gauge. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the fuel gauge again. I only had a quarter tank left. That might last and might not, depending on how long it took to get plowed out. Obviously, once the plow freed me, I could drive 100 yards or so to a gas pump. As I was looking at the fuel gauge, my eyes drifted to my windshield and the field of white that stretched out in front of me. The snow had finally stopped. How long that would last, I had no idea. I could finally see the store clearly, but I could also clearly see that it remained closed. It was hard to believe anyone would be plowing that amount of snow anywhere. I guess that's why they had the drop-off along the edges of the parking lot. As I softly chuckled at my realization, my eyes caught movement. There was some kind of animal walking around in the parking lot. At first, I thought it was a deer because of the wide horns on its head. But the longer I looked, the more I realized this creature was something else. It seemed bigger than any deer I'd ever seen. The torso rode above the snow like it was a ship. Its face looked like it had wasted away to the bare skull, and it had massive teeth that went far beyond its jaw. It was rather haunting to look at. It was sniffing around in the snow, and the more I thought about it, I began to realize that it was probably the spot where I had taken a leak. I was mesmerized and horrified by this thing at the same time. I was nearly convinced that my mind was playing a trick on me when it looked right at me, and my blood turned to ice. Its look pierced my soul and made me wish I'd never come to this place. When it took its first step in my direction, I dove back into the sleeper and drew the curtain. I shook for reasons that had nothing to do with the temperature and was breathing in panic gasps. What was that thing? Did I really see what I thought I saw? How could a creature like that exist? I tried to settle down and get my breathing back to normal, but my mind refused to let go of the image of that thing. It's just my imagination, I told myself. It's just a deer roaming around out there. I told myself that same thing over and over until my mind finally believed it. However, I didn't look through the curtain to confirm it. I didn't call it denial, I called it not pushing my luck. I pulled out a pack of cheese crackers and turned on the first Die Hard movie to try and forget about the deer outside. I was 15 minutes into the movie when I felt the first nudge. I didn't know what else to call it. It felt like something just nudged my truck. It was almost like when a strong wind gust pushed the cab, but I didn't hear any wind outside. The two sides of my mind engaged in a shouting match over whether I should check it out or ignore it. Fear threw its 2 cents in, and ignore it won out. Until the second nudge. Actually, it was like the 5th or 6th nudge, until curiosity took over, and it made me go take a look. I peeked through the curtain and didn't see anything but snow through the windshield. I climbed out and looked through the passenger's window, but saw nothing. I chided myself for my skittishness when I looked through the driver's side window and saw a set of horns. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but they were gone. There were tracks in the snow that looked like deer tracks, only bigger. Or was that my imagination carrying me away again? I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the creature poking at my tires with its horns. I was fairly sure it couldn't puncture one with just horns, but I didn't want to chance it. I reached down, grabbed my club, and opened the door to scare it away. But again, it was gone. I was beginning to question my sanity. Was this thing real? Was it my mind playing tricks on me, or was the creature toying with me, trying to draw me out of the truck? I closed the door and went back to my movie, but I couldn't get that creature out of my head. I was on pins and needles, waiting, listening, anticipating the next nudge. Before the movie was over, I fell into a fitful sleep. I was in a tall building, and there were bad guys everywhere. I had a machine gun, but had been better served hiding and picking them off one by one. I was sneaking up on one who was standing guard on an isolated floor when I turned the corner, and there stood the deer creature. It was massive, standing on its hind legs, and its horns scraped the ceiling. It looked at me with those empty eye sockets from its bare skull face. It made a sound that was half grunt, half growl, then started towards me. I backed around the corner, trying to get back to my hiding space, but as I turned to run, suddenly the creature was in front of me. I pulled up my machine gun and started firing short bursts. I hit it in the chest, but it kept coming. As I backed away, I shot it several times in the head. I watched as chunks of bone flew, but it kept coming, as if it didn't care. I shot at its legs, hoping to throw it off balance, but it had no effect. As if it had enough, it charged, pinning me to the wall with its horns. I looked down as the blood began to seep from my belly around its horns. It pulled back and charged me again and again, sending shockwaves of pain through my body and crushing my spine. It pulled back and allowed me to fall to the floor. Blood pooled around me as I tried to crawl away from the creature. I could only use my arms. I couldn't feel anything below my waist, which was a partial blessing because it cut my pain in half. After I had crawled a few feet, I suppose it had enough of toying with me. It stomped its foot down on my neck so hard, I heard a snap, and my arms went dead. I could feel it tear into my back, ripping away pieces of meat. I could hear the sickening, chewing, and slurping as I was eaten alive. I woke with a start, sweat pouring from my forehead, and looked around the sleeper cab looking for the creature that was tearing me to pieces. After a few seconds, I came to a realization that it had been a nightmare. I turned off my DVD player and stuck my head out through the curtain to check on my fuel situation. The needle was well below the quarter mark, almost down to an eighth. I looked out through the windshield and the snow had not magically melted. In fact, the wind had picked up and now it was starting to drift. Where there was once an even field of snow, now there was peaks and valleys forming, like dunes in the desert. The store was still dark and there was no traffic moving on the road. The sun was riding low in the sky and I had yet to see another living soul. I wondered if my fuel would last until a plow could rescue me. Soon I would have to give some serious thought to conserving. It wasn't ideal. The thought of bundling up in blankets in the dark with no heater and no TV to watch wasn't exciting me, but it was better than waiting until my fuel ran out and I froze to death. As I killed the engine, I chided myself for not coming up with this plan sooner. I would have conserved fuel when the sun was out and the temperatures were higher. Now, I was going to pay for my lack of foresight. I dug out every blanket I had, stored in my closets, and laid them over the bed, then tucked in for a long nap. When I woke, I was drowning in utter darkness. I panicked for a moment before I remembered where I was. Looked at my watch, and it was 4 a.m. I pulled the covers off me and was immediately assaulted by cold air. I grabbed a flashlight, found my way into the cab. I turned the key on and waited with bated breath that billowed out in clouds that filled the cab until the engine turned over. As it roared to life, I felt even colder. I looked to my left and froze. My driver's side window lay in pieces on the seat and floor. I slowly turned to look at the passenger's side window when fear grabbed me. There was a face looking in at me, but it wasn't a human face. It was the ungodly face of the deer creature that had gored me to death in my dream. A river ran down my leg, forming a yellow puddle on the floor as I stared into the dark, hollow eyes of this thing sent straight from hell. It reared its head back, then smashed into my passenger's window, splintering it. It reared back again, and this time shattered the window, reaching in for me with its fierce, long teeth. I jumped back and landed in the driver's seat full of glass. I knew I was dead. There was nothing I could do. I sat there as it entered the cab, coming for me. Its head was halfway inside when it suddenly stopped. I moved around a little bit, then roared in frustration. Its horns were too wide to fit in the window. It tried over and over to get in, but there was no way it could fit with the horns. As suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. I looked around to see where it had gone, but the darkness of night covered it like a shroud. As I was looking, it silently reached in behind me and would have had me if I hadn't breathed out, warning me of its approach. I dove into the center console as its deadly jaw snapped shut right where my spine had been. It continued its assault on this window, gaining ferocity as it frustrated itself by not being able to get a hold of me. I stood in between the two windows, hoping I was safe from either direction. It was then I decided to go back into my bunk and close the curtain. I covered up and reached underneath the bunk to reveal a secret compartment and pulled out my .40 caliber automatic handgun. I took the magazine out and made sure it was loaded with all 10 rounds, then put it back in, pulled back the slide and flicked on the safety. It made me feel a little better, but not much. I didn't know how true my dream was, or if bullets would do anything to this monster. I no longer had any illusions that this was a deer. It was something much more dangerous and terrifying, and it was after me. I covered up with my blanket again, holding my gun close. The heater wasn't doing much good with 2 windows broken out. I would try to do something about them in the morning when it was light. There's no way I was doing anything in the dark. That thing lurking out there. I lay there for an hour watching every second of the clock tick by, eyes wide open, ears listening for any sound, but there was none. Just the wind howling in between the 2 broken windows, making my curtains flutter. Eventually, I recognized the futility of having a truck running and the warm air just escaping before it could even get to me. So I got out of my bunk, keeping my new best friend with me. Slowly made my way out to the cab, my head darting left and right to see if the creature was about to launch itself through either of the windows. I turned the key off, and before I could pull it out of the ignition, a set of horns smacked against the frame of the window, and the deadly teeth came in and snapped just inches short of my face. I whipped around and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. It snapped at me again, and I panicked until I realized the safety was on. I flicked it off and aimed, but the monster was gone. I didn't dare make a move towards the window, for fear it would launch itself back in at me. I stood still as a statue and stared at the window it had come through, then slowly turned to the other side. I kept looking back and forth between the two, trying to keep my peripheral vision on both at the same time. I was shaking, not only from the cold, but also from the sheer terror of not knowing where or when this thing was going to show itself. I decided my cold weather gear would be my best option, so I climbed back into the bunk and put on as many layers of clothes as I could find. When I popped my head back out, I was met with the most terrifying sight imaginable. The monster had climbed down the hood of my truck and was now bashing its head against the windshield, trying to make its way inside. I knew the windshield was wide enough that it would be able to get its antlers inside and I would be done. I pulled the gun up, aimed at its head, and fired. The explosion was massive. I instantly lost my hearing except for the ringing in my ears. I staggered back, but the monster kept coming. Not only had my bullet done nothing to the monster, it weakened the windshield, making it easier to get inside. The monster shook its head in surprise when the bullet ricocheted off the bone, and then continued its assault on the windshield. It hammered on the glass until it shattered into a million pieces. I was already aiming at its face and fired 2 shots before the glass even hit the floor. They both ricocheted off its skull, causing it to rear up just enough for me to fire 2 shots into its chest. It didn't collapse, screaming in agony like I wanted, but I could tell it didn't like it either. It jumped down off the hood and disappeared. I stared out into the inky blackness, trying in vain to pick up any glimpse of it. I whipped around from one side window to the other and back again, waiting for it to show its horrid face. After what seemed like forever, I saw horns rising through the passenger side window. I fired a shot into its face, and it disappeared. I threw myself back into the passenger seat when suddenly I saw its head rising in the driver's side window. I fired a shot, making it disappear again. I jumped up and threw myself to the other seat, knowing it would be on the passenger side soon. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, it appeared, and I fired another shot. It was toying with me. It disappeared and I threw myself over into the passenger seat, waiting, aiming at the empty driver's window, but instead, I felt teeth clamp down on my neck. It had fooled me. I shoved my gun up under its skull and fired a shot. If I hadn't been deaf from the first shot, this one right next to my ear would have done it. And yet somehow, I heard it squeal in pain as it released me. I knew I had been inches from death. I reached up and touched the wound on my neck and came away with a handful of blood. I went back into my bunk, tore away a piece of sheet, and pressed it through my wound. Then I tore some more of the sheet and tied it around my neck to hold the bandage in place. I went back out to the cab, only to see it crouching on the hood waiting for me. I never thought it would end like this. My truck's window smashed, blood all over the interior, the frigid wind and snow blowing in as those 2 empty eyes stared in at me like a predator sizing up a helpless animal for the kill. I crawled in through the remains of the windshield. I knew I was dead. In desperation, I shoved the gun into one of its eye holes and squeezed the trigger. The sound it made was something I'd never heard before and never wanted to hear again. The scream was both a low guttural sound and a high-pitched shriek. It sounded like someone had unleashed a demon from the pits of hell. My mind screamed at me, "Get out of there!" I fumbled with the driver's door and ended up falling out when it opened. On a clear day with no snow, I would have gotten a concussion or a broken bone falling on the bare asphalt. With 3 feet of snow on the ground, I landed on a soft, cold pillow. It was the only time in the last 24 hours that the snow had helped me. I immediately jumped up and looked around for any place to hide, but there was nowhere. Everything was covered in snow. I glanced back to the trailer and realized the snow was so high that it reached the bottom of the trailer. I couldn't see underneath at all. I quickly dove under it, then turned around and tried to pile snow into the opening to hide where I had gone. I shone my light around at the beautiful sight of bare asphalt. I lay there, on my belly, looking all around trying to see in every direction at once to see where the monster would attack from. My breath blew out in billows of desperate smoke as I came up empty. There was nothing. The monster wasn't there. Yet. I didn't dare hope to imagine that my shot had killed it. If anything, it made it even angrier. It was probably destroying the inside of my truck at that very moment. What I didn't trust was that the monster wouldn't find me underneath the trailer. I looked around for anywhere I could use as a better hiding place. My eyes fell on the wheels of the truck. It looked like there was just enough room between the tires and the differential. It'd be a tight squeeze, but it was better than that thing finding me. I turned around and slid my feet in first. The further I slid, the tighter it got. Ironically, the grease and oil from the differential helped me slide through a little easier. When I almost had my shoulders through it, it suddenly felt too tight. I was stuck. I couldn't move forward or backward. Panic flooded my mind, and I struggled frantically like I couldn't breathe. After the longest minute of my life, I finally managed to maneuver my shoulders through and into my hiding spot. The hood of my coat did double duty of keeping me warm and completing my hiding spot. I lowered it to the level of the asphalt and would raise it just an inch when I wanted to look out. The first half hour was the worst. The ringing in my ears had begun to subside, and I still didn't hear anything outside of my own breathing. The cold slowly leaked through my clothes. Still no sign of the monster. Another hour's passed, my muscles started to cramp up. Still no sign of the monster. Another hour. I felt like my bladder would burst. Still no monster. During the long boredom in between, I pulled the magazine out of the gun and counted how many bullets I had left. No matter how many times I counted, it always came out to be the same number. 1. I knew one bullet wouldn't save me from the monster. There was only one thing I could do with one bullet. End my suffering if it found me. I took it out of the magazine and stared at it. I used my coat to shine it up, then stared at my reflection in the gleaming metal. The edges of the snow around the trailer began to glow. I knew the sun was coming up. Darkness was no longer my friend. I was about to give up and crawl out of my hiding spot when I heard it. A soft, sniffing sound. I lifted my hood an inch, just enough to peek out. And there it was. Its head had broken through the wall of snow close to where I dove under the trailer. There were a few drops of blood from my neck wound, and it was sniffing them. Those drops would lead it right to me. Sure enough, it took a turn toward the front of the trailer and looked in my direction. I lay there, still as a stone as it inched its way towards me. It was having trouble squeezing its massive body onto the trailer. I could hear it growling with frustration. It came closer, crawling right towards me. There was no doubt it knew I was there. I closed my eyes and stuck the barrel of the gun under my chin. I felt its hot breath and smelled the stench of death as I squeezed the trigger. Suddenly, it shrieked, and I could feel the truck bucking above me. I opened my eyes to the most amazing sight. Its horns had gotten caught in the chains hanging down underneath the trailer, and it was tangled. It screamed and bucked and fought to be free from its metal captors. It yanked backwards so hard I felt the truck move sideways an inch. The differential was pressing on me now, and I had to shimmy over to avoid being crushed. I watched as the change broke away one by one, and then it was free. I took the opportunity to crawl out from under the truck. It was useless as a hiding place now. It had already tracked me here. I was almost out when I heard another sound and saw a shadow pass by the other side of the truck. It was coming back, but it was trying from the other side. I crawled out as quickly as I could. This was my chance. If it searched from the other side, it might not know I had left. I had no idea where I would go, but it was better to be out of a useless hiding spot. Besides, I desperately needed to stretch and pee. As I stood next to the truck, I saw a large patch of red in the snow. I guess shooting it wasn't as useless as I thought. I took care of business first, peeing before I ruined another pair of pants. I finished and thought about where to hide. I looked up at the ruined cab of my truck when the nightmare crept around the corner. I stood there helpless. It had caught me, flat-footed. I had nowhere to go. It stared at me as I limped around the corner, its empty eyes seeming to exude rage. I pulled up the gun and aimed, when it disappeared in a moving mountain of snow. The snowplow had finally arrived. I watched as the plow pushed its mound of snow past my truck and over the edge of the parking lot. The driver backed up and stopped beside me. "You been here all night?" the driver said. "Since before the storm." "What happened to your truck?" he said, looking at my shattered windows. I followed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Someone tried to rob me," I lied, knowing the truth was unbelievable. "I see you took care of it," he said, looking at the gun in my hand. I looked down at the gun and stuck it in my waistband. "It's been a hell of a night," I said. "Well, don't worry. The roads are getting cleared. I'll get you plowed out of here." "Thanks," I said. He nodded and backed up to continue plowing. I looked at where he had just plowed beside my truck and saw a long smear of red. Followed it to the edge of the parking lot and looked over the side with my hand on my gun. The drop-off was a good 10 feet or more, and the snow had already started to pile up. I followed the path of red down the hill with my eyes and saw antlers poking out of the snow. I stared at them, looking for any movement. For 10 minutes I watched, and they didn't move. I was interrupted when the snow plow pushed another pile of snow over the side, covering the antlers. I watched for another 5 minutes, just to be sure. The plow guy pulled up beside me. "You okay?" he said. I pulled my eyes away from the snow pile. "Yeah, I'm good." "You sure?" he said, pointing at my neck. "Yeah, I just got nicked by some glass," I said, remembering the teeth of the monster clamping down on my neck. "Well, I think someone just pulled into the store," he said. "Maybe you should get something for that." "I will. Thanks," I said, knowing I would do no such thing. I wanted to avoid as many questions as possible. I climbed in the cab, brushing the glass off my seat, and drove over to the fuel pumps. After filling up, I started the long trip home. I kept my cold weather gear and mask on, having no windows or windshield made for a frigid trip. The heater was on max and aimed at my feet, keeping the bottom half of me warm. I didn't call for a tow truck because I wanted to get away from there. I never went back to that truck stop again. I didn't want to take the chance of that thing being alive. I never told anyone else about the harrowing encounter. I wish I could erase it from my mind. As I drove towards my home terminal through the endless stretch of trees, I saw one of the creatures peeking out at me that I used to think was my imagination. Now, I know better. I shouldn't have been so foolish as to take a walk in the woods at such an hour. I feel even more foolish to have brought my little brother along with me. A good idea is what I thought, me and my brother just hanging out, shooting the shit, and afterwards we would grab some grub. Once arriving, the sky seemed a little gray, but we agreed to at least hurdle ourselves a small way through the woods. Before we knew it, we were a little further in than we had planned. The night swallowed the forest quickly, so we decided to hightail out. On our walk back, it got dark, really dark. Thus, I plopped out my flashlight and let the light cast over our desired direction. I joked about what could be hiding in the woods to my little brother, hoping our not-so-subtle gap in age would allow me to give him the willies. It worked, but unfortunately what I didn't account for was for his fear to become slightly contagious. I was just waiting for the snapping of a branch to whip my consciousness into a slight panic. I felt nervous of what may lay beyond the circumference of the light, so much so that I almost couldn't pull the beam into another direction. Our voices went silent, both of us unconsciously fearing that something may hear us. Each step taken by the two of us was amplified and seemingly impossible to muffle. I was scared. I was consumed in thought. My brother pulled my sleeve and silently spoke. "What's that? Over there." I saw another beam of light ahead of us. The beam stayed constant and bright. As we ventured further, the beam became closer and closer and closer. At one point, I could see what was causing this beam of light. Two figures in the distance were walking ahead of us. I felt a little relieved and told my brother, "There's nothing to worry about, just some guys that had the same idea as us most likely." The static feeling throughout my body slowly settled, and I felt more comfortable walking back. Soon, something about the individuals in front of us caught my eye. The clothes they were wearing, they were the same as I and my brother's. I nudged my brother, but before I spoke, I saw the person ahead of me do the same thing. It's the way he did it that caught my eye. The arm didn't smoothly move over to the person beside them as I had done to my brother. Instead, the arm jerked in a quite quick, unnatural whip, like a puppet. I was taken back by the sight. Not acknowledging my brother, kept pestering me in a whisper. What? What is it?" he kept saying under his breath. I replied nervously, "Nothing." My brother caught on quicker than the flick of a switch. He too acknowledged that the fact the clothes they wore were familiar to us. My brother grabbed my arm and assertively choked out, "Stop." I did, and the people in front of us did the same. My brother looked at me and spoke in a quick pace. "Something's wrong here. This isn't normal, I know. But we have to be calm and keep going, okay?" I said. My brother nodded. That was my only solution at the moment. Be quiet. Try not to say anything. No sudden movements. And keep going until we find our way out. I'm not smart, but I have been in a few dangerous situations, and have picked up this method from them. My brother, on the other hand, has never been confronted with the such, and was starting to panic. I was just as guilty as him in that aspect. Whatever was ahead of us got closer and closer, even when we slowed down our pace. what was ahead of us slowed down even more so. Then we noticed it from behind, a beam of light. I was shivering. We were very close to them now, and their footsteps were louder than before. My brother spoke in a squeamish tone. "We have to do some..." He stopped speaking, as something else started to, in its hellish garbled tone, repeating my brother's words. It came from the thing in front of us and behind us. I didn't want to turn around and confirm that there were two more, but I knew. I knew that the further we would get, the closer they would become. Even if we were to close to the entrance, it would be too late by then. I had to think fast. I grabbed my brother's arm, turned off the flashlight, and leaped as quickly as I could into the bushes. We ran for a bit, not wanting to be too far off from the path. We ducked as far down as we could and huddled together. Looking back, we saw them. 6 pairs, to be exact. I was guessing we were in the middle of them before we ran. The beams of light were pointed in our direction, but not on us, thankfully. Soon, the beams of light turned away and continued to walk along the path. We followed, not closely whatsoever, but enough so that we could keep track of where the trail was. Those people came to the fork in the road which we had come across on our way through, and by miracle, they took another way than the one we had come from. I instructed my brother to sprint down the trail we had taken on 3, and we did. It was not much farther from there, I thought, car keys already in hand. We were huffing our lungs out, trying desperately to make it to the car quick. My brother screamed. I turned and was met with a murder of eyes. This point in time was something I would never forget, yet never be able to describe thoroughly. The only thing I could accurately remember is how they ran. It was identical to something wild, fiercely about to pounce its prey. They were so close. I saw the end of the trail and attempted to press the button on my keys to unlock the car. They fumbled out of my left hand, but by a mere stroke of luck, my right hand caught it while my body was in the process of propelling itself forward towards the car. I pressed the unlock button. The headlights flickered. We came to the car, my brother opening and closing the door as fast as he could, and I following in his mannerisms. I shoved the keys in and jerked the vehicle into motion. However, before I could start moving, my brother simply said, "Look." There they were, all 12 in pairs of 6, looking at us, beams almost blinding, yet you could see the horrible image that scarred their faces. Silence bewitched the woods and caressed our voices. Reality soon whipped me back into motion as my instincts waited. Go! Like that, we were off. At home, with burgers in our mouths, my brother wouldn't stop talking about it. I always hear about people going silently stiff after such circumstances, but my brother would not shut up about it. This may sound weird, but I didn't want him to. His voice kept me comfortable, and I entertained his ramblings of what could have been. I'm so glad he's safe. I hope you to stay safe as well. To assure that, I must urge you this. It's not a very good sign if you're not the only one with a flashlight on in the woods. There's a story I've been wanting to tell for a while now that happened to me some years ago. Thinking back, it gives me the chills. For the sake of anonymity for those involved, I've changed our names, but the dates are accurate. For clarity's sake, I'm not a believer in the paranormal, or the supernatural, or any myths and legends. I'm still not sold on what happened, but it's creepy enough when I consider all the facts. I do apologize for the length, but I want to get this all out in one fell swoop. You see, my cousins live back in northern Wisconsin, the rural part, where houses are surrounded by miles of woods and the roads are dirt and gravel. Not that they're out in the boonies or anything. The main town, though small, is only about 5 miles down the highway from where they live. My uncle, let's call him Kurt, he's the local sheriff of the area, and so he has lots of interesting stories to tell. My cousins, having grown up in these woods, are expert hunters and fishermen. They've hunted at all hours of the day, in all kinds of weather, and have tracked anything from deer and pheasants to bears. What I'm trying to say is, they don't scare easy. Neither do their hunting dogs, 2 black Labradors named Magic and DJ. I've never been easy to scare either, nor has my brother, but what we experienced was enough to give us all the heebie-jeebies. Even 10 years later, remembering these events is enough to give me the chills. There had been strange occurrences over the years, none of which my brother nor I were aware of until we visited them one summer, back in 2006. Now, my mom, my brother, and I usually visited them for at least a week or 2 every year up until Rob, who was 3 years older than my brother, left for college. We never experienced anything out of the ordinary until that year, and haven't experienced anything since. What happened, though, has stayed with us all. My brother Mike and I weren't made aware of these happenings until we'd experienced enough to convince Uncle Kurt to share what he knew. Rob and Sam, who was 1 year older than me and a year younger than Mike, also chipped in with their own experiences. I'm chronicling our tales here, in order, as best as I can remember. 1998. Rob was about 7 years old at this time. One night, he snuck in the backyard to play on the old swing set they had set up. My cousin's backyard is surrounded by an 8-foot-high chain-link fence to keep bears and other predators out and to keep the kids in. After swinging for a few minutes, Rob said he remembered hearing the most horrible noise he's ever heard, like something out of a horror movie. It was a distant roar, like some kind of huge beast, deep and brassy, with an animalistic rumble, but at the same time, screechy, like fingernails on a blackboard. Terrified, Rob fled back inside, screaming for his parents. They, apparently, had slept through the noise and had only awoken when they heard Rob scream. Approximately 2005. Kurt was finishing his patrol one night when he received a call from dispatch. Apparently, a local man had left his home early that morning to go fishing at one of the many lakes around town, promising his wife to be back around lunchtime. When he still hadn't returned by evening, his wife worriedly called the police. Once informed of which lake he had gone to, Kurt and a couple squad cars headed to the narrow dirt trail that led off from the highway. It was a small turnoff, easy to miss if you didn't know it was there, surrounded on both sides by dense foliage and trees. It took maybe 10 minutes to get from the highway to the lake, as you had to drive very slowly on the dirt path to avoid potholes, branches, and occasionally animals that may be in the road. After a few minutes on the trail, the officers came upon the man's car, spun out from the trail, and smashed against a tree several feet into the woods. The entire passenger side was caved in, as if something had rammed into the car at high speed and shoved it into the tree. There was blood and tufts of hair all over the inside of the car, and the driver's seatbelt was ripped out of the buckle, and the windshield was completely gone. It was as if the man had been wrenched through the windshield and dragged away, but the police couldn't find any trail, even after bringing in canines. The only evidence pointing towards an animal attack rather than a murder was a set of claw marks gouged into the metal hood of the car. Experts determined it must have been a very angry bear, but no bears had been sighted, let alone reported during that season. The man's body never turned up. August 9th, 2006. Sam and Mike, on the second night we were visiting, decided to try out camping in the backyard. Despite the fence, our aunt insisted they take at least one of the dogs into the tent with them, just to be safe. So they took Magic, the older lab. Magic had been very well trained and was usually very quiet. But sometime in the middle of the night, she became incredibly agitated. She began barking, quietly at first, but soon much louder. This is when Sam and Mike woke up. They told me that Magic would bark for several seconds, then fall quiet, not even growling, then start barking again. After repeating this several times, the two of them started hearing rustling from somewhere beyond the fence. They were camped somewhat near the house, so whatever was capable of making that much noise had to be huge. They stayed quiet, Sam warning Mike that if it was indeed a bear, any sudden movement may cause it to charge, and that fence wouldn't keep it out for long. However, despite Magic's ferocious barking, the rustling kept getting louder. Just as Sam was about to take his flashlight to try and see anything, our Aunt Kelly opened the side door and bellowed at Magic to shut up. Kelly, despite being a relatively frail woman, was incredibly loud and forceful, to the point that even Magic was somewhat scared of her. Apparently, whatever was in the woods was too, because the rustling soon faded and Magic fell quiet. Neither Sam nor Mike were able to fall asleep again, because a couple hours later the rustling started again. Magic didn't make any more noise, but she stayed on high alert, standing stiff with her tail between her legs, staring at the front of the tent. Sam said the rustling would die down occasionally, but then start up from a different direction, as if whatever was out there was circling the house and trying to bait someone to come out. Around 4 a.m, completely exhausted, Sam and Mike finally drifted off. When Kurt came outside around 7 to wake them, he sounded strange, as Sam put it. When the two of them climbed out of the tent, they saw why. A section of the fence had been bent to the top, peeled outward, as if something had grabbed it and tried to pull it down. Not even a bear would have been tall or brave enough to do this. Needless to say, they packed up the tent and slept inside for the rest of the visit. August 10th, 2006. After the initial scare of the previous night had passed, and Kurt spent the day patrolling the woods around the house for several hundred yards in all directions with both Magic and DJ, he determined whatever had visited the night before was gone. That evening, Mike and I were invited to paintball with Kurt, Sam, and Rob for a few hours. Being hunters, the three of them were very good at this, and Mike and I both had minimal experience. I declined, preferring to stay on the balcony and do some target practice with my other cousin Claire, who was 2 years younger than me. The four of them disappeared into the woods, and soon all we heard was the popping of the paintball guns and the occasional shout of joy or pain whenever one of them pegged another. Now, I heard and saw nothing, but when Kelly cut the game short a couple hours later, when she called for Kurt to help her clean up after DJ threw up all over the carpet, Mike went directly up to me and told me something that chilled me to the bone. At one point in the game, he'd and trying to circle behind Rob to peg him a good one, when he saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Thinking it had been Sam or Kurt, Mike had crouched down in a bush as the thing approached. As it got closer, he decided it was Kurt, because the shape appeared to be very tall. Kurt is 6'4". He took aim. However, as it continued to approach him, Mike noticed it appeared to be wearing something shaggy, akin to a ghillie suit, and it took him a second to realize that none of them were wearing anything that resembled that. For those of you who don't know, ghillie suits are those shaggy camouflage uniforms soldiers wear to disguise themselves among bushes. Unnerved, Mike was debating on whether to shoot at it or not when he heard Kelly calling. As Sam, Rob, and Kurt began making their noisy way back towards the house, the shape disappeared back into the darkness. He didn't bring this up with the others until we sat down and talked about all of this, and it seriously freaked out Rob, Sam, and Kurt, since they hadn't seen or heard anything that night. August 11th, 2006. Kurt decided to take us fishing at, you guessed it, the same lake. He was not superstitious in the least, and neither were any of us, so despite the creepy encounters over the past couple days, we were willing to chalk it up to wild animals and Mike and me not being used to the woods. So the six of us hitched up the boat trailer, piled into Kurt's truck, and headed out. The lake was maybe a 20-minute drive from the highway, not including the time it took to meander from the house to the highway and highway to the lake. When we finally made it to the turnoff, Kurt drove very slowly as the rain from the past few weeks had made the path very treacherous and full of hidden bumps and ditches. Even going as slow as 10 miles an hour, the car bumped and jostled us enough to make our butts sore. Rob and Sam, ever the trackers, were leaning out of the side windows to try and spot any tracks in case they wanted to come back sometime later for hunting. They noted, but didn't mention until later, that all the tracks they saw seemed to be heading away from the lake. When we finally arrived, we split up. Rob, Sam, and Mike climbed in the smaller rowboat and headed off towards the other end of the lake. The lake itself was shaped like an uneven U, the main part being quite large, with the smaller part disappearing around a bend and ending at a natural beaver dam. All in all, it takes maybe a half an hour to row from one end to the other. While the boys were off doing their thing, Kurt, Claire, and me jumped into the slightly larger motorboat and hung around the main section of the lake. Fishing was relatively good, as between the three of us, over the course of several hours, we managed to catch 7 or 8 decent-sized fish. Nothing strange had happened up until the sun was just starting to set. We were casting our last few lines. At this time, I caught something truly massive on my line and attempted to reel it in with all I had. Being 12 at the time, I had very little arm strength, but I was determined to at least see what I'd caught. Kurt stepped in to help haul it up, thinking I'd either hooked a log or even a muskie, which is like a freshwater barracuda, quite strong and with nasty needle teeth. Google it if you want, which were known to be in the lakes around the area. As a precaution in case this happened, all of our rods were strung with dragon line, made especially for fishing in musky territory, as it was strong enough that they wouldn't snap the line while struggling on the hook. With Kurt's help, I managed to haul whatever was hooked almost to the surface. The lake water was relatively murky, so visibility faded after the first foot or so, but even then, the three of us saw something very, very big rising to the surface. At this point, Kurt was convinced it was a muskie, as the line was jerking back and forth and a log wouldn't be able to do that. When the shape was maybe 4 feet from the surface, the line suddenly pulled so sharply, I nearly lost my grip on my pole. The top foot of the pole dipped into the water almost straight down as the thing dove, and Then, before the rod had a chance to break or be ripped from my hands, the line snapped. That's right. It snapped. The ricochet was almost enough to send me over the other side of the boat, but luckily, Claire was there to catch me. Unnerved, but not wanting to end the day just yet, Kurt trimmed the line and gave me a new setup. The next thing that happened was soon after, when Kurt hooked a particularly large bass on a 5-hook lure. While attempting to remove the hooks, the fish was flopping so much that one of the stray hanging hooks caught Kurt's thumb and gave it a pretty nasty slice. Luckily, he packed first aid supplies in the tackle box for accidents just like this. But when he dripped antiseptic on the cut, he held his hand over the side of the boat, letting the blood dribble into the water. After a few minutes, Claire pointed out a trail of bubbles and ripples on the surface of the water some yards out. It circled our boat slowly a couple times, but soon disappeared. As the sun was now setting enough that Kurt decided to call it a day, he motored us back to the shore and we hitched up the boat to the trailer. While Kurt packed the fishing rods and strung the fish on a line to keep them from flopping out of the truck bed, Claire and I went back down the shallows to look for frogs as we waited for the boys to return from the other side of the lake. Suddenly, we heard frantic shouting from the other side of the lake. Claire and I looked up to see the boys' boat quite literally skimming the water as they blew around the bend and gunning it straight for the shore. I remember thinking, since when did they have a motor on that boat? Because Rob was rowing so fast. Sam was shouting at us to get away from the water so they could land the boat, and moderately freaked out at their desperation. Claire and I promptly complied. In doing so, however, I tripped over an old campfire and ended up with a giant log pinning my foot down. Claire wasn't strong enough to lift the log, and by this time the boys' boat had reached the shore in record time. Now, my brother wasn't exactly the strong type either, being only 14. But as soon as the boat hit the sand, he leapt out and dragged it up the embankment single-handedly, with Rob and Sam still sitting in it. Once the boat was entirely out of the water, Sam jumped out and managed to lift the log clear off my foot, while Rob helped Mike and Kurt hitch up their boat. I've honestly never seen any of them more frantic and unnerved, and it scared me. Even Kurt, who didn't fully understand their panic, got the message enough to book it out from the lake. Normally calm and collected, he took the trail much too fast, and at several points we were afraid he'd break the hitch and we'd lose the boats. At this time, the sun had fully set behind the tree line, and it was unsettlingly dark inside the dense foliage. Rob kept turning to look behind us to make sure the boats were still hooked up, but it wasn't until later that I realized he was also keeping an eye out for anything else. The rest of us were looking forward, trying to spot the highway, so Rob was the only one to attest to this. But he swears, up and down, that right as the trail opened onto the highway shoulder and we exited the woods, he saw a huge and hairy arm swing out towards the boat, as if trying to grab the fish we'd left in the bottom with the tackle gear. He said it was thick and heavy like a bear's arm, but the elbow was all wrong, and it was much too long and high off the ground. He didn't mention this to any of us until several days later when Mike and I were packing up to head back home. When questioned later, as we were preparing the fish for dinner, Sam explained that they'd been exploring the lake for a while, and at the very end of the inlet was a huge beaver dam that had been there for quite some time, and they wanted to show Mike what it looked like. When they arrived, however, the dam was demolished. It looked like something very large and very strong had decided to use the logs as scratching posts. Weirded out, they decided not to get any closer and headed back towards the bend before dropping anchor. As the sun began to set and they were finishing up with their last few catches, Mike had hooked a bass right in the eye. It bled all the way up to the surface and all over the boat as they took the hook out. They washed the blood out as best as they could and prepared to pack up when they noticed the same bubbles and ripple trail Claire and I had seen heading straight for them. Now, seriously freaked, Rob had grabbed the oars without another word and booked it back to shore. Between that day and the day we left, the three of them had slowly told Mike and me the previous incidents and encounters. But at this point, I had been sure that they were just trying to freak us out as a going-away present. Kurt finished off our trip by telling us a local urban legend, one he had convinced we'd encountered for real. Keep in mind, what I'm writing here is from memory and what Kurt told us, so if there are any inaccuracies with geography or historical evidence, that's on him. In his words, the story begins over 200 years ago. A wagon full of settlers headed west got lost and turned around in the winter snowstorms. Instead of following their path, the settlers ended up going north. They came upon a small lake in the middle of northern Wisconsin and decided to make camp there, hoping to ride out the rest of the winter storms rather than risking continuing and getting more lost. They didn't make it, and their story was forgotten for a century before prospective hunters and fishermen came upon the lake, hoping for a good place to stake out for the season. After exploring and doing some digging into what appeared to be an old abandoned campsite, they found the remains. The majority of what they found were animal bones, oxen and horses and other livestock that the settlers would have had with them. However, out of the 150 people estimated to have been part of the wagon train, only about 20-something remains were found. Theories abounded about what could have happened. Some speculated the settlers suffered a similar fate to the Donner Party, forced into cannibalism to survive the brutal winter before moving on once the snow abated. Others wanted to blame a hostile Native American tribe for slaughtering the settlers and taking the bodies back to their lands, but no evidence of this was found either. The local tribe, the Ojibwe, keep in mind these are Kurt's words, so I have no accurate how this may be, offered another scenario. They told of a terrible creature, half man and half bear, that stood over 10 feet tall and could swim underwater for hours at a time. It can scent blood from miles away and is incredibly territorial. The tribes had stories about how they sent their strongest and bravest warriors to kill the creature, but none of them ever returned. Most of the older tribesmen refused to speak of it or even name it. The creature's territory is apparently centered around the lake and radiates for several miles in all directions. The disappearance of the wagon train in the 1800s was the first instance of a large-scale attack. The slaughter of the Ojibwe warriors was the second. Essentially, it's a local native version of Bigfoot, except moderately more terrifying. The natives had a name for it, and I'm probably butchering the spelling, but I tried spelling it out phonetically since I've never seen it written anywhere, and unfortunately this seems to be a small enough legend that Google is no help. They called it the Ash-wannabe Mukwa. Mike and I laughed it off, and all of us parted in good spirits. Still not convinced of anything, but a little wary, if only subconsciously. August 16th, 2006. Kurt and Rob were hunting in the woods, shortly after we'd left, and happened upon something truly terrifying. They emailed us the next day with the story, and this time, pictures. Now, the email began. Bears usually mark their territory by clawing trees at the edges of their territory, leaving distinctive markings. However, these markings are rarely seen higher than 6 or 7 feet from the ground. The mark Kurt found? 10 feet off the ground. Remember, he's 6'4". This was the only marking they found in the area, but decided against searching for too long. Clearly, whatever had made a marking that high off the ground was incredibly big and tall, and neither of them were willing to risk running into it. They'd only been in the area for about an hour or so, having driven in and parked their car on a dirt road before heading off to hunt. While they returned to the car, they saw something that scared them so much that, to this day, they have not returned to that hunting spot. Over the tracks of their tire were two humongous footprints. One of the photos shows Kurt's foot next to the print for a size comparison. And it's important to note that he was a size 12. Even more disturbing was that to achieve that stride, the thing had to be at least 9 feet tall and walking on 2 legs, something a bear is not capable of. The depth of the holes the claws left behind was enough to scare the daylights out of them. I'm still a skeptic about urban legends and otherworldly, supernatural occurrences, but I know my cousins well enough to know that they would never fake something like this. So, either someone is playing a very elaborate hoax on them, or there's indeed something out there. I'm not saying one or the other. June 2007. A couple outside of Lac du Flambeau, outside the supposed creature's usual roaming area, reported of vandalism to local authorities. What baffled the couple and confused the police was their story. Over the course of several days, the couple had attempted to set up elaborate bird feeders, hoping to attract birds to photograph. They set up the birdhouse, left for the day for work, and returned in the evening to find the birdhouse demolished. Thinking they hadn't set it up correctly, they bought a new one and set it out the next morning. Rinse and repeat for over a week. Finally, fed up with whatever could be doing it, they suspected vandalism and decided to stay home one day, hoping to catch the culprit in the act. They set up one last bird feeder, spent the day lounging around the house, but nothing happened. Finally, as dusk settled and they prepared dinner, the husband heard a noise coming from the backyard. Grabbing flashlights, the two of them ran outside to confront whoever it was destroying the birdhouse. What they described was what confused the police. Both the husband and the wife claimed to see what resembled a bear standing on 2 legs, ripping the birdhouse apart with its front paws. When they turned on their flashlights and directed the beams at the creature, it turned and lumbered away, still on 2 legs, before disappearing into the woods. Things to keep in mind. Bear paws don't have the dexterity to pick up and rip apart a birdhouse. And they certainly can't actually run away on 2. At most, they can only take a few steps before dropping back to all 4s, as their legs are too stumpy to allow them to reach a substantial speed. They didn't gallop in the way bears usually move. The couple described its movements as a lumbering walk, more akin to the way a monkey walks on 2 legs. Police investigated the area with canines, but were unable to turn up anything. The couple didn't report any further vandalism. July 2007. We were visiting the cousins again. Nothing much happened over the 2 weeks we were there except for one instance. Sam and Mike were walking down to a lake, more like an overly large pond, near the house one afternoon when they heard what sounded like a bear moving through the foliage to their side. The 2 of them were on the dirt road, so they turned to see if they could make out whatever it was making the noise. They both claimed to have seen something tall, large, and incredibly shaggy in the distance lumbering off into the shadows. Needless to say, they turned around and came straight back to the house. Nothing else happened that year. July 2008. The whole family, sans Kurt, was visiting us in California for 2 weeks. Kurt stayed home because he couldn't get any time off from his job. He'd been home alone before, with just Magic and DJ for company. And being both a police officer and a seasoned hunter, he was not scared of being alone. However, one day, he calls us to talk about an incident that occurred the night before. When he spoke, his voice actually shook a bit. I don't think he cried or anything, but he was certainly shaken. Apparently, around 11 at night, right as Kurt was about to go to bed, DJ and Magic started barking like crazy. staring out the side window towards the backyard with their tails up and their hair raised. Normally, they only get like that when they scent bears or other predators while hunting, and are otherwise very calm and quiet. When Kurt approached the sliding doors to try and see what could have been making them so agitated, they felt quiet, except for whining very quietly, their tails tucked tightly between their legs. Kurt told us he had heard what sounded to be something incredibly large moving around, right outside the fence. But the house had no exterior lights that pointed in the direction, so he couldn't see anything. The dogs refused to budge from their position, so he moved to close the curtains just in case something moved into their sight, and set them off again. Right as he did so, he said he heard a noise he could only describe as horrific. A deep, brassy growl with a screech overlaying it. Just like Rob had heard so many years ago, that night he'd snuck out. This time, however, it sounded as if the creature was just outside the fence, hidden by the shadows. Kurt proceeded to lock every single window and door, switch on every light in the house, and then take both dogs into the master bedroom, the only room in the house with no windows, and lock the door, staying there until morning. Luckily, nothing else happened that summer. It's been many years since this, and unfortunately I have not kept in close contact with my cousins. Rob moved out sometime around 2011, when he enrolled in college and hasn't been home since. Sam joined the Marines in 2012 and hasn't been home either. Claire hasn't been in contact with me, and Aunt Kelly had a sort of falling out with my mom, so they haven't been speaking either. I don't know if anything else has happened over these past few years, and this little local legend seems to be low-key enough that Googling anything about it doesn't yield many results. So again, I'm not a believer in aliens or Bigfoot or ghosts or anything else. Really. I don't want to say I'm a skeptic. I like to keep an open mind, but I haven't seen much to give me definitive proof either. These encounters have been the closest I've come to anything of the sort, and I'm still not quite sure what to think. I'm just glad to have written all this down somewhere. Hi, my name is Tony. I'm a collector of vintage arcade and amusement park attractions. My basement is filled to the brim with coin-operated memorabilia, along with old ride vehicles and fiberglass figures. I get these old attractions from all over. eBay, garage sales, auctions, you name it. So when I heard that my local Chuck E. Cheese was auctioning off their old animatronics, I knew I couldn't miss out. Before buying Chucky, the only animatronic I had was a crappy pop-up skeleton from an old dark ride that didn't even work. Owning a fully functioning animatronic was a dream of mine, and I finally had the chance to get one. The auction was at a warehouse at the edge of town. They were selling 5 animatronics, a bird, a dog, a Barney-looking dude, a chef, and Chuck E. Cheese. Forgive me, I don't know the names of all the characters. My bid was on Chucky, of course, who was the first character to be held up for auction. I ended up winning, surprisingly, with a total bid of $2,000. Since Chucky didn't have a box, me and a few other men carried the hefty rodent outside to my pickup truck. Luckily, I came prepared with bungee cords, so I was able to secure Chucky in the truck with his head leaning on top of my car. To be honest, it was cool driving around with a giant animatronic strapped to the back of my car. I imagine my car got a lot of pictures taken of it while driving back to my house. When I got home, I slid Chucky onto a hand truck and carefully rolled him into my house. I knew I couldn't bring Chucky into the basement, so I decided to keep him on the main floor.
That's when I decided to get a good look at him. He was in fairly good shape, except for a few red stains near his neck and his armpits. To be honest, I was sort of creeped out by him. He had a big, gaping mouth and big green glossy eyes that stared right into my soul. He was something right out of the uncanny valley. I figured once I hooked him up and got him to move, he would be a bit less creepy. Of course, the animatronic didn't come with all the pneumatic stuff, so it would be a while before I got him to move. It was getting late in the night, so I turned off all the lights in the house. Old Chucky looked very scary in the dark. For some reason, I could only see his eyes, and the rest of him was a black silhouette. I tried not to look at him too much. It was around 11 p.m., and I woke up to a startling sound. It sounded like two rusty gears grinding together. I got out of bed to investigate the noise. I turned on the light in the hallway, which lit up the kitchen and the living room, where Chucky was standing. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first. There were no machines turned on except for the generator. And then I looked over at Chucky. At first, I didn't see anything off about him until I looked at his eyes. They were rolled over to the left, staring in my direction. I would be lying if I said I wasn't unsettled, but I figured it wasn't anything strange. Maybe the servos in his eyes were loose or something. I tried not to look at Chucky when I turned the lights back off, but his bulging green pupils still managed to catch the corner of my eye. That night, I had a nightmare. I was in a strange facility, a factory of some sort, and I was being chased by Chucky. In the dream, Chucky had razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes. I ducked under a desk to hide from him, and then I heard footsteps coming in my direction. That's when I woke up. I sighed with relief while flashes of the nightmarish Chucky entered my mind, and the sound of the footsteps kept looping through my ears. I tried to think of something else to make the footsteps go away, but the footsteps were still persistent. Then I realized that the footsteps were getting louder and appeared to be heading towards my room. That's when I realized the footsteps I was hearing were real. Someone was walking inside of my house. I quickly rushed out of my bed and out into the hallway. When I turned on my lights, my eyes widened in shock. Chucky's head was gone, and his body was ripped open. Pieces of gray fabric and mechanical parts rested at his feet. It was like something had crawled out of him. Then I heard heavy, muffled breathing behind me. I slowly turned around, scared out of my mind. In the dark, I saw two glossy green eyes stare at me from the dining room. They were bobbing up and down with each breath. The scream that came out of my mouth probably woke up the entire neighborhood. The two eyes started to expand. It was walking towards me. I caught a glimpse of the slim, mutilated legs coming out of the abyss before running to the garage and locking the door. My body was pressed against the door, scared out of my mind. After what felt like forever, I heard sirens from the other side of my house. Someone probably called the police when they heard me scream. I quickly opened the garage door and ran out in my bare feet to the front of the house. A police car and an ambulance were parked outside of my house. When I came to the front of my house, I was questioned by one of the officers. Once I told him everything I knew, he asked me for permission to enter my house. I nodded, and he cautiously trotted to the front door and opened it. I tagged along, hiding behind the officer in a defensive manner. The officer blindly patted the wall until he found a light switch. When the lights turned on, there was a bloody trail leading to a broken window in my kitchen. Pieces of tan-colored muck, along with the blood, were all over the floor and the furniture. Now, I don't know where that thing is or where it is headed to, so I advise anyone in the southwestern area of the U.S., especially in Utah, to be cautious. Make sure that all of your doors are locked and that all of your windows are closed. Make sure any possible entrance to your house is blocked off. An investigation is currently in pursuit by the local police department, and hopefully, this entire thing will be resolved soon.
It has taken me some time to process this and be comfortable even speaking about it. What happened was so strange and traumatic that I still have trouble believing that it was real. But I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't good. This creature took my best friend and left me a scared wreck, afraid to look out the window at night or go into town. I know that in time I will heal, and perhaps sharing this story is the first step. My husband and I moved to the Four Corners region several years ago from a mid-sized Midwest city. We have a beautiful, small home that's surrounded by scrubland. Our closest neighbors are more than a mile away. Since I spent my whole life before this point living in the urban Midwest, it has been quite an adjustment. There is simply a different culture here, especially because we live near the Navajo reservation, which is practically a whole society in and of itself. While I did some reading about what to expect moving here, I have been constantly surprised by just how novel everything is. From the landscape to the very humidity in the air. It has been a learning curve, but I have really enjoyed getting to know this unique and beautiful region. One thing that I was very shocked by when moving here, and still am, is how differently dogs are treated from what I'm used to. On the Navajo reservation, dogs aren't brought inside. It's considered bad luck. So people will have dogs, but they will be strictly outside. More than that, there are packs of wild dogs that can be dangerous to run into at night. I have heard of people being mauled by these dogs, and it's never pretty. This was very strange to me because I come from a much more urban region, where dogs are treated as special members of the family and are pampered like children. People in my hometown are crazy about their dogs, and there are huge dog parks, boutique pet shops, and groomers that are basically doggy salons. My family has always had dogs, and I grew up having more dogs as playmates than people. It goes without saying that I, of course, have dogs as an adult. The most recent one being the main character in this horrible saga. My dog Ranger was 4 years old, a large and burly mutt with a heart of gold. He was a dark, brindle color, with gorgeous chocolate eyes, huge paws, and floppy ears like a Labrador. I have no idea what breed he was, but he was very distinctive looking, especially when compared to the dusty-colored semi-feral dogs here in my new home. When I moved here, my neighbors were surprised and concerned that I brought my dog inside with me every night, and that he spent most of his time inside. While no one was ever rude about it, some people gently suggested that Ranger should be an outside dog and that it would be better for us if he didn't come inside. At first, I was offended by this, and had no idea why they felt they could question how I run my household. As I learned more from the locals, though, I found out that, as I said before, bringing dogs inside is kind of a taboo in Navajo culture, and it's basically unthinkable. I think that what happened to me might explain why. My husband works nights as a security guard, and I work from home most of the time, except for some occasional travel. This means that I spend a lot of my time home alone, but I have always been very introverted, so I don't mind at all. Ranger always kept me company, and with that, and my job and hobbies, I never felt bored or trapped, even when my husband had the car in the evenings. I like to take walks with Ranger out in the brush, taking pictures and looking for unique stones. I think I've learned more about this region by simply walking around and exploring than I ever could have from a travel guide. And over time, I have come to recognize many of the animal calls in some of the tracks too. I never felt in danger when I was out in the brush with just Ranger for company, because I was always cautious and looked carefully where I was walking. One night, my husband had just left for work, and I was settling in front of the TV with Ranger to catch up on my favorite shows before bed. About 10 minutes into the second episode, I heard a scratching noise coming from close by the house. I assumed that it was probably just some sort of animal hunting for its favorite food, and went back to my show. However, I noticed that Ranger was tensing up next to me. After a few minutes of the scratching, Ranger started to softly growl and look at the door, even though the noise wasn't coming from that direction. It was almost as if he expected someone to knock at any minute. I thought this was weird, because Ranger had never been a particularly nervous dog. He didn't alert to sudden noises unless he seemed to think it was a real danger. Even though Ranger was on high alert and seemed to know something was going on, I was still shocked when there was a sudden, fierce knocking at the door. We were too far away from our neighbors to have random visits, and anyone who wanted to come see us would always call first, so I couldn't understand why someone was knocking at the door. I looked out the window, trying to see if there were flashing lights from a police car or ambulance. Maybe they were responding to something and got mixed up on the address? But there was nothing. It was pitch black outside. It gets very dark here at night because, like I said, we're a bit isolated. What was strange and unsettling was that even though the knocks were coming from a typical human height on a door, they were somehow too fast. There's a difference between a firm, full-weight knock and light, quick knocks. No one I know can do a hard knock really fast. It's just not possible. But these knocks were both firm and fast. It was like a really fast drum solo, but it definitely sounded like a fist, and not an instrument. I had heard about some of the superstitions of this area, but even if I hadn't, I knew that answering the door would be a very bad idea. I turned the TV up higher and tried to ignore the noises, which went on for about 10 minutes before they went away. I was getting nervous at this point, so I texted my husband to let him know something was up. He offered to come home, but I told him that it was okay, and not to worry about it. After a little while, I settled back into my binge watching, and started to feel safer. Ranger, too, settled in, tucking his nose in the crook of my knee, and falling into a light doze. This lasted for about another half hour before Ranger woke up and sprang off the couch, going to the door and waiting expectantly for me to let him out. I usually went out with him with a flashlight, but that night I was feeling a little lazy, and I remembered how creepy that knock sounded. So instead of going out with him, I stood at the front door and waited for him. He was usually pretty fast with his business, and wasn't the kind of dog that would go wandering off. Even though I couldn't see him because he'd headed towards the side of the house, I figured he was just slightly outside the radius of the front porch light, and didn't worry too much about it. I pulled out my phone again and was casually texting a friend, when I'd realized that it had been at least 5 minutes, and I hadn't heard Ranger at all. He was usually coming back up to the door by this point, maybe sniffing a little along the ground, but definitely not wandering beyond a few feet from the house. This was weird, and I started to grow worried. I called his name several times. There was no response. Now I was really worried, because Ranger always came to his name, or at least made movements towards me. Like I said, he wasn't the type to wander off. I went back inside and grabbed the flashlight that I had neglected to bring with me, and slipping on some shoes, I went out to look for him. I kept calling his name, but I heard absolutely nothing. It was very quiet, almost too quiet, and I couldn't even hear the scuffle of his paws or the rattling of his collar. Now, I was really freaking out, and I texted my husband again, telling him that Ranger had disappeared. Again, I told him not to come home, but to be extra careful driving home if I hadn't found him by the time he got off work, because it was possible Ranger would run up to the car if he saw it, and he might be run over. I kept looking for him for nearly an hour, getting increasingly panicked. This whole time I was calling for him with no response. Then came the first freaky thing. As I finally decided to give up and hope for the best, I heard very distantly what sounded like my own voice calling, "Ranger, where are you? Come home." The whole time I was calling, I hadn't really heard any echo. And even if it was an echo, it wouldn't be that distant. It literally sounded like I was standing somewhere else and calling back to myself. I was really scared now, and I went back inside, but not before leaving some food and water out for Ranger if he came back. The next day was terrible, and the next, and the next. Ranger hadn't come home, but the food and water bowls outside were empty. I couldn't focus on anything at all and barely got any work done. I just wanted to curl up and cry all day. Every hour or so, I would leave my work and walk around outside again, calling for him, but there was no sign of him whatsoever. My husband stayed home the first evening and ended up going out with a friend in his truck, calling for Ranger across the deserted land, but there was nothing. I kept refilling the food and water bowls outside, and every few times I came out, they would be empty again. I just kept hoping that if I left food out, Ranger would eventually get hungry and come back. It came to the evening of the third night since Ranger disappeared, and my husband was leaving again for work. He was hesitant about leaving me alone, but I didn't want him to get in trouble, and I told him to go ahead. He told me to call if I heard anything about Ranger, and not to hesitate to ask for anything I needed. I thanked him, and I watched him pull out of the driveway into growing darkness. Just like this evening, this all began. I settled down on the couch for TV, but without Ranger's comforting weight next to me, I was still in shock that he was gone, especially that he'd run off. He'd never done anything like that before, and I was afraid something bad had happened to him. At every noise, I looked around, expecting to see him standing by his food bowl, or stretching out on the rug, but he wasn't there. Around the same time I heard all the noises the first night, I heard barking outside. It sounded like Ranger, desperately demanding inside. I was overjoyed at this and ran to the door, expecting to see him barreling towards me with all paws flying. But that's not what happened at all. Instead, I opened the door, and just near the end of the porch light's reach, I saw Ranger, but it didn't quite look like him. It had his distinctive brindle coat, but the legs looked all wrong, like they were broken and twisted. They seemed a little too long as well. The most disturbing thing was the eyes. Those were not Ranger's eyes. They didn't even look like dog eyes, but cat eyes. Yellow, piercing eyes. I called hesitantly. Ranger? The creature didn't respond, but kept looking at me. I called again. Ranger, come here. Then the very worst thing happened. The creature, still looking at me, suddenly opened its mouth and mimicked me. It was guttural and certainly not human, but I distinctly heard, Ranger, come here, come from that thing's mouth. I turned white as a sheet and started backing away slowly. The last thing I saw of it was it grinning at me. Not like a happy dog, but a predator facing down its favorite prey. All that night, I heard that fast knocking again, all around the house. We have a small home, and from pretty much anywhere you can hear what's going on in the other rooms. This knocking seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I swear I even heard knocking on the roof. When I settled in bed for the night, the knocking seemed to lock onto me and was echoing all around the bedroom. I was crying silently and praying that whatever it was wouldn't get to me. I tried to tell myself that maybe Ranger was just sick and scared and didn't want to come in because of that. I tried to tell myself I had just imagined what I heard and saw. But I know I hadn't. Ranger, at least, my Ranger, never came back. The next day, my husband found his body lying by a fence near the end of our property. He said that it looked like Ranger had been attacked by another animal, and that he'd clearly been dead for at least a few days, and that he probably had died the first night he was gone. He certainly couldn't have been alive the night before when I saw him. Whatever that thing was, it took my best friend and used his body to mock and terrify me. I still haven't gotten another dog, and it is much lonelier in this house now. To be honest, I'm afraid to bring another dog in the house. Maybe the Navajo superstitions about dogs has truth to it. At least here, in this desolate land.
All volunteers must keep the emergency responder decal on their windshield. If you pass an accident in your marked vehicle, you must stop to help and call it in. No exceptions. "Charles, did you hear me?" Captain Holloway asked, as I stared at the piece of paper in my hands. "Yeah, I got it," I said while scoffing at the absurdity of the situation. How can the list of rules for volunteer emergency responders only have one rule, and why did they bother to waste an entire piece of paper to print it? Captain Holloway narrowed his eyes as he handed me the decal, holding it in his grip when I tried to take it from him. He leaned in. "I can't stress enough how important it is to always stop. No matter where you're going or what your plans are, stop at any accidents you see while driving." I put on my most confident grin and hoped my voice wouldn't betray how unnerved I actually was. "Of course, Captain Holloway, I understand." While I understood the need for rule in such a large, sparsely populated county, I didn't understand why it would be the only rule. I walked out to my car with my new decal and put it on the windshield right then. I didn't want him to see me shirking the rule before I had even left the parking lot. Once it was on, I called my mom to tell her that I was done and on my way home. She had become a worrier ever since my dad passed. That's actually why I agreed to move in with her when I had trouble finding a job after college. I didn't expect my prospects to be much better in a small town, but I could keep an eye on my mom while I sent in applications. Plus, I had found a way to do some good while I was out here. It didn't have anything to do with the kind of job I was looking for, but it made me feel useful, and that was a nice change. As a volunteer, I didn't get dispatched to calls. I was just supposed to help if I saw an accident. It was a cheap solution for the issues caused by a large county having a limited number of ambulances. I saw a few accidents while out running errands, and I stopped at each of them. Only one required medical assistance. The passenger had broken her nose when the airbag deployed. There wasn't much I could do to help her nose other than hold an ice pack on it, but I did call it in. I waited with the two of them for about an hour until the tow truck and ambulance arrived. It was a slight inconvenience, but not the end of the world. I was heading home pretty late one night after attending a friend's wedding. I was exhausted from the events of the day and looking forward to crashing into my bed at home. I exited the freeway and turned on the winding 2-lane highway that would take me the rest of the way home. I saw the sign for the upcoming rest stop. Rest stop, 1 mile. I smiled, knowing that it meant I was halfway there, and the very thought of getting home seemed to make me more tired. I yawned and turned up the radio to help me stay awake, and then I saw it. A truck crashed into a tree near the entrance of the rest stop. I was still at least 15 minutes from my house, and the thought of having to wait an hour or longer for an ambulance to arrive was too much. I slowed down and turned on my high beams as I approached the site of the crash. The driver's side door was open, but there were no people anywhere in sight. I decided that some drunk had probably wrecked and then bailed before the authorities were notified. I didn't see a point in stopping if there was nobody to help, so I just kept driving. In my hurry to get home, I had forgotten the rule. My exhausted brain quickly forgot about the wreck as it faded from view in my rearview mirror. I was singing along with my radio when I saw the sign again. Rest stop, 1 mile. I was confused because I knew there was only one rest stop between the highway and my mom's house on this road. I thought for a moment that I possibly had fallen asleep and missed the turn for the house, but that was impossible. There was no way I could have successfully navigated the turns in the road while asleep. My confusion turned to dread as I approached the rest stop and saw the accident again. That same red truck was there, the front end smashed up against the trunk of a tree and the driver's door still open. I glanced at it as I drove on, still seeing nobody in the truck or rest stop. I tried to shake it off, blame the whole strange scenario on my need for sleep. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, just wanting to get away from the situation as fast as possible. Rest stop, 1 mile. You have got to be kidding me, I said aloud to the empty seat next to me. I didn't even bother to slow down when I saw the wreck this time. All the hairs on the back of my neck were standing straight up, and I just knew that I needed to get away from this place. I watched the wreck in my rearview mirror as I drove away until it was out of sight. I started to feel silly when I went another mile and didn't see the sign. Maybe I really had imagined the whole thing. Then I saw her, a woman, walking along the side of the highway in a gray, tattered dress. I slowed down as I approached her, not wanting to accidentally clip her on the narrow highway. She stopped walking and began to point at my car as I drove by. I was about to stop the car and see if she needed help, but when I looked in my rearview mirror, she was gone. Adrenaline surged through my body, ridding me of the exhaustion that had plagued the earlier part of my drive home. I didn't have much time to think about her, because I saw the sign again. Rest stop, 1 mile. Before I even got to the rest stop, I saw several more people walking along both sides of the road. All of them were in tattered gray clothes, and every single one of them was pointing at my car. Without realizing, I had slowed my car until I was barely moving. I rolled down my window to ask the man closest to my car if he needed help. When he didn't answer immediately, I assumed he hadn't heard me over the radio. I stopped the car, turned down the music, and asked him loudly, "Sir, do you need any help? You can use my phone to call you and your friends a ride if you need." His answer, if you could call it that, was a shrill scream that echoed in my car. Soon after, all the others walking along the roads also started screeching with him, all the while pointing at my car. I decided it was probably not safe to sit there with my window down while these people were screaming like that, so I rolled my window up and drove away. Once again, I drove past the wreck, this time while dialing 911 on my phone. I was far too creeped out to stop at this point, but I could call in the wreck and strange people on the side of the highway. It rang and rang, but nobody answered. I knew that it was unusual because Captain Holloway said somebody was always on duty to answer the dispatch calls in Grimes County. The wreck was still in sight from my rearview mirror when I started passing by people on the side of the road again. This time they seemed angry. Instead of just pointing at my car, they charged at it. I slammed on my brakes to avoid hitting one of them. Within seconds, they had surrounded my car, beating on the windows and shrieking, "What do you want from me?" I screamed at them, not expecting an answer. I just wanted to curl into a ball and hide, but I was terrified of what would happen if they managed to break through one of the windows. "Screw it," I muttered as I slammed my foot on the gas pedal. They all seemed to move quickly to get out of the way,
once the car was moving again. Rest stop. 1 mile. I let out a frustrated scream. I felt like I was trapped in a never-ending nightmare. The shrieking people I had just left behind were now approaching my car from the front. It looked as though their group had doubled in size. I tried to drive through the crowd like I had done earlier, but this time, they didn't move out of the way. I started crying as I ran over several of them. My conscience wouldn't allow me to just keep driving, so after getting ahead of the group a bit, I stopped. Against every instinct I had, I opened my door to get out and check on those I had hit. Before I could step all the way out, a lone person, separated from the group, slammed my door shut. He was the only one not screaming in unison with the others. His face was different than I remembered, more drawn, and there were dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in years, but the way those eyes looked at me was unmistakable. I rolled down the window. "Dad? How are you here? What's going on?" He might have been dead, but he was still my dad, and I yearned to reach out and hug him. He shook his head. "Charlie, you weren't supposed to be here. You have to leave." I've been trying, Dad. I can't get out of here. The road just keeps bringing me back. Please, get in. Help me find the way out. You can come with me." Tears rolled down my cheeks as I begged him. I could see the answer in his eyes before he even opened his mouth. "I can't, bud. That's not how it works." The others in the group were screaming louder now, making their way to the car. "Remember the rule, Charlie. You've got the decal on your car. You have to follow the rule. Go. Now, before they catch up to you." "Dad, I just can't leave you." "You have to, bud. I'm already gone." A sad smile crept across his face. "I love you, Charlie. Now go. Hurry." The others in the group had caught up to us. I slammed on the gas and took off, sobbing as I watched them surround my dad in the rearview mirror. Rest stop. 1 mile. I turned on my hazard lights before the truck even came into view. I didn't see the group of people this time, but I was convinced they might arrive any minute. I pulled up behind the truck and tried calling the dispatch line again. This time, it went through. Making an effort to keep the terror out of my voice, I told the dispatcher about the truck. "You didn't stop, did you?" she asked. "I'm pulled up behind the truck right now." I didn't want to try and explain the situation. "Yeah," she sighed, "but this isn't the first time you passed the accident, is it?" She didn't wait for me to answer. "Don't worry, you're not the first. I'll send a deputy and an ambulance to your location right away. Captain Holloway will want to talk with you tomorrow. You can give him back the decal then, if you want." I sat in my car, waiting for the deputy. The only thing I could think of was the rule. The one rule so important, they printed it out on a separate piece of paper from all the other paperwork. All volunteers must keep the emergency responder decal on their windshield. If you pass an accident in your marked vehicle, you must stop to help and call it in. No exceptions. It was a warm summer day, about 2 or 3 years ago, when me and my friend, we will name him Tom, for the sake of keeping his name private. He doesn't want anything to do with this. We were sent to a call from an elderly woman, thinking there was somebody in our house. We get calls like these all the time, and it's often something as simple as the house settling or the water systems, and the woman reported that she hadn't in fact seen anybody, but we went to check it out nonetheless. There was
one slight problem, however. The address we were given didn't exist. I asked the operator to repeat the address after hearing it the first time, and she told me that the woman had specifically stated that address. Again, this stuff happens all the time with people because they forget their own address, or in a panic, they say it wrong on the phone. Tom and I were told to just go to the next closest address and look for a little pink house, because that's how the elderly woman had described it. Tom and I considered the possibility of it being a prank call, and along the way there, and decided that if it was, we should track down the call and talk to the kids' parents. As we got close to the given address, to our surprise, there was a little pink 2-story house. It was something straight out of the 50s, with a white picket fence up front, a little rocking chair on the front porch, and a mini garden hanging from the awning. But it wasn't what we expected when we were told to look for a pink house. It was ancient. The paint looked like it had been washed off by hard weather over many years to where the light brown of the wood was showing through. It was chipped off in so many places, and the walls were in so much disrepair, it looked like it was going to topple over any second. Tom and I quickly got out of the car after spending probably a little too long looking at the house, and walked up to the door to knock. As my knuckles hit against the wood, it creaked open. It was already unlocked and open. I called out in the house as to not alarm the woman with a simple, "This is the police. Come out with your arms up." This was also to get any possible house invaders out in the open. Something wasn't right, though. There was an indescribable feeling as soon as we stepped foot inside of the house, almost as if walking into a party without knowing anyone there. Almost as if we didn't belong. The inside of the house was just what you would expect after seeing the outside. It was a scene, straight out of the 50s, but it was all in so much disrepair, like all the furniture and paintings had been left to rot and fall apart in the house. The lights didn't work, so we brought our own flashlights and walked around to investigate. Tom searched the ground floor, and I decided to go up the stairs. This is truly when something really felt wrong. With each step, the stairs felt heavier and heavier to climb, as if the whole house was leaning up against me. Each step creaked its little tune, and the walls seemed to bend and arch over my head as I got closer to the top of the stairs. I was sweating, and my vision was fading, and as soon as it had all started, it stopped when I reached the top. It felt like I had walked multiple miles to get up the staircase, and at this point I was heaving and leaning against the top of the railing. The top floor was very simple and had only one room. The stairs led up to a landing which curved right into a little hallway with that single room. I'll never forget what I saw in there. As I walked down the hallway, still catching my breath, I slowly walked towards the room and turned into the doorway. Standing in the middle of the room was nothing. And I mean nothing. It was a void. That nothing turned to me, and the saying, "Stare into the abyss long enough, and the abyss will stare into you," was given a whole new meaning. It didn't look at me, it looked through me. And suddenly, I didn't feel right. For a moment, I didn't feel like I was supposed to exist, that this house was right, and I was wrong. For a very brief moment, I felt like walking into that nothing. That was until Tom grabbed me and pulled me out of the room. He shut the door as fast as possible, and I looked at him, and he gave me a look I could only recognize as
I saw it too. Nothing phases me. After all the work I've done and all the calls I've been to, there is never a surprise. But that terrified both of us. We got back into the car and reported back to the station, asking for backup in case of an emergency. But the next second we looked out the window, the house was gone. It was as if it never existed. The others arrived at the scene and looked at us as if we each had 3 eyes. It became a running joke at the office each and every time we got a call, but it was soon forgotten by everyone but Tom and I. I don't care what the hell that report says. According to it, there was never an elderly woman and there was never a pink house. But we know what we saw, and I believe someone is trying to cover it all up. That little pink house is somewhere. The sound of autumn leaves crunched beneath the soles of my worn Doc Martens. Hues of red and gold surrounded me and the leaves as they quietly snapped and drifted to the ground. A cool breeze whipped my hair around me. Using my spare hand, I brushed the hair from my face and walked up the porch steps to my home. I'm in my 2nd year of college. I'm studying to be an architect. I'm still living with my mother, who works as a nurse at St. Francis South. Every day when I get home from school, she is always in the kitchen, preparing something delicious for me to eat. My mother is a blessing. I push the heavy door open, and my nose is instantly taken with the aroma of Italian seasonings and sausage. Maybe? Mom, I yell as I set my books down on the table near the front door. I bend down and pull the laces from my Docs and kick my boots off, tuck them neatly against the wall next to my mother's Crocs. I poke my head into the doorway and look into the kitchen. On the stove is a large metal pot with a lid on. Next to it is a small skillet with already cooked Italian sausage. Looks like spaghetti tonight, I thought to myself. Mom, I yelled again, only louder this time. Ava, honey, I'm upstairs. My mom's voice carried down the stairs. I walked up the stairs in search of my mother. I was starving. My mom and I always ate dinner together. She hates when I start without her. She has always been one for a proper family meal. I walked up to her bedroom and knocked softly on the door. When she didn't respond, I turned the knob and pushed the door open gently and peered inside. The room was empty, but her closet doors were open and the light was on. I walked into the room and turned towards the closet. Mom? I said, a little quieter, not wanting to startle her. I walked around to the closet, and its open doors revealed the stairs that led up to the attic were down, but the attic light itself was off. Just the thought of her being in the attic in the dark gave me the willies. Maybe the bulb was blown. I leaned against the attic stairs and tried to adjust my eyes to see in the darkness, and the square cutout above me. Mom, where are you? Seconds ticked by with no response. Mom, are you okay? My mom spoke just loud enough for me to hear. I'm in the attic, honey. I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but something was off. Something was not quite right. Ava, will you please grab that flashlight off the dresser and come give me a hand with this box, please? Sure, Mom, hang on. I walked over to pick up the flashlight. Ding! My phone buzzed in my back pocket. I pulled it out and tapped the screen. The light came on. The screen read, one message. I opened the message and all of a sudden my throat felt like I had swallowed a glob of sand. Hey Ava, had to run to the store, needed some frosting for the cake. Dinner is on the stove. Go ahead and set the table. I'll be home in a few. Mom. I broke out in a cold sweat. Maybe she anticipated she would be gone longer and actually got home before I did. Maybe she is in the attic and needs my help. My heart was hammering beneath my chest. I couldn't think straight. Tears started welling up in my eyes, blurring my vision. I was absolutely terrified. I began to stumble towards the bedroom door. Ava! The voice in the attic called. Only this time, it was not my mother's voice. It was horrid. The sound made my skin crawl. I cried out and slapped my own hand over my mouth to keep quiet. I sobbed quietly beneath my palm, just as I inched past the attic steps towards the bedroom door. The steps retracted and the attic door slammed shut. I almost jumped out of my skin. In response, I ran. I ran as fast as my wobbly legs would carry me. I stumbled down the steps, doing my best not to fall, and just as I got to the bottom of the steps, the front door swung open, and my mother walked in, a single grocery bag dangling from her wrist. What was that thing upstairs? Being poor is tough, but it hits especially hard during the holidays. Halloween is the first reminder that you don't have the disposable income for your kids' happiness. I took Austin down to a local thrift store we visited frequently. They had a rack of reject costumes from supermarkets, a few cheap latex masks, corny novelty party hats, and one very well-made green and yellow bellied dragon costume that looked like it could fit Austin and Austin only. Sitting alone next to a golf bag full of hockey sticks. It was painstakingly detailed. It had scales that actually shimmered, interlocked in tiny emerald shields, each with their own special symbol. Hard like crystal, lighter than glass or even plastic. It was cute enough to make adults smile and remarkable enough to finally make my poor son the envy of all the rich kids at his school. My son jumped into it without waiting. I appreciated the workmanship on the rubber-soled feet, individual fingers with claws, and a lifelike tail and jaw. No stitches, no tag, custom handmade. Austin took the head of the dragon and slid it over his own, his bright smile, eclipsed by the black mesh inside the dragon's open mouth. He begged me to get it. It wasn't cheap, at least for us, but well worth it for Austin. Austin wore the costume all day from then on. That was the 27th, when he went to his first friend's costume party of many. He was the hit of every one. So it was no wonder why he loved the dragon so much that he wanted to sleep in it. Seeing as how it was one giant plush and armored sleeping bag, we agreed. It seemed like, he kind of had to. The kid did all his chores and homework in that costume as if he was trying to buy a favor with us before he asked if he could keep the costume on. We said yes. Even at school he could wear it until Halloween. Austin's school is very open-minded. The students loved the costume as much as everybody else. Even the teacher was fine with letting Austin keep it on during school hours. It was the first week where Austin the Dragon didn't get in trouble. Austin even got a rare A on his spelling test during the week before Halloween. He ate his veggies and brushed his teeth through a slot in the mesh that was hard to see at times, and it sounded like he was showering every night without us needing to tell him to. Why not let the kid have some fun? Austin's last Halloween is my bet for the best Halloween nights any kid has ever had. Every house was its own little amusement park of treats and decorations, almost all of them for Austin the Dragon, a legend that every kid spread at school. It seemed that every adult played along as knights or maidens or queens, or even some of the other kids copied his costume, leading a band of dragons to terrorize the neighborhoods looking for chocolate late into the weekday night. What we feared would happen came true on the 1st of November. Austin refused to get out of the costume. He was never a shrieker or a kicker before, but he was when my wife or I tried to unzip the back or reach for the head of the dragon. After an hour of arguing and tears, we finally caved and sent our kid out to school looking like a fool. When my wife called me that afternoon saying it was the school and that it was an emergency, all I could imagine was a group of bullies beating up my son in his costume. I rushed all the way to the school's nurse's room, where I saw my son on his stomach, laying on the reclined bed, still in the dragon. The nurse told us that a kickball had flown over the fence and bounced off a truck's bumper, launching the ball onto a lamppost and then back onto my son's head as he was walking out to lunch. A strange event, a stroke of bad luck, path of the storm and all that. The nurse didn't have good news, said the helmet inside the costume may have saved his life, as she could still feel a pulse with the costume on. Austin was unconscious and may have been hemorrhaging. We needed to get it off of him. The helmet was stuck tight. So were the side and bottom zippers. The nurse had to ask a custodian for a pair of pliers to get a better grip on the zipper tabs. The nurse clamped onto it and tugged. My wife helped her. I should have left it alone, but I helped the two of them, with all three of us straining. The zipper peeled down slowly, like an embedded knife, drawing through a torso, with sound that reminded me of wet wood splitting. The space above the zipper split open to a deep crimson gash, flashing bones, muscles, and organs. My wife screamed as the nurse yanked up the zipper, closing the oozing, bleeding zippers as best as she could as we picked him up. We followed our son in the facility, school van / emergency ambulance to the nearest ER, and waited until dark, until 2 women and 2 men entered our son's ER wearing medical scrubs that were bright white, while the others wore powder green. They each carried an official kind of walk, kind of a march with matching bright blue soled nurses' shoes. They looked odd, like actors in a play, but as out of place as they seemed, this new crew gave my wife and I hope. 10 minutes later, 2 of them walked out, one carrying the costume of the dragon, the other the head. One said to the other, "Just be a little more time, and his meal would have been done. Shame. Still, I can't believe they let one of us get all the way to a thrift store," as they walked off down the hall, ignoring us. My wife followed them while I waited by the door for the other 2. When the 3 of them left, a man exited the ER in a hurry. The last woman spoke in a strange accent to the man that left, like she learned English from a speech bot. "You can't do that here." The man's voice was quick and sleek. "Rules don't apply here, man-eater. This is just the cattle pen." I physically stopped the man with my arm. His brown eyes ruffled and shot down at me in an indignant fury as I asked, "Do you know anything about my son Austin?" "Why would I know anything about your son?" The doctor wore one of those metal reflective discs on his head and a stethoscope that belonged on a TV set. His mask hid everything but those angry eyes. He smelled like gasoline made out of limes. I asked him what he was doing in an ER with that group and who he was. "Do you think I wear this mask just to advertise who I am?" He broke the contact with my hand and walked out of sight. I was so pissed. I almost followed him before my wife, running, came back to me. breathless. She said those doctors stole the costume by walking out of the hospital, getting into a parked car, and driving away. We came back to the ER and found the group standing outside, waiting for us. The doctors tried to explain that they didn't know what to do as the costume appeared to be fused with Austin's skin. No matter where they cut into Austin. Nobody knew who the group of strange four were, or how they got the costume off. My wife and I pushed our way in past the barricaded bodies to see the half-digested bloody mess from hell all over the operating table and room. In the mess was Austin's watch, pickled and shriveled, like it had been sitting in stomach for nearly a week. I ran from the ER so quickly that my shoes slipped off halfway through the sprint. The first thing my eyes landed on was the blue bathroom symbol, and I bolted there to throw up and have my breakdown. The men's door was propped open, and I had no shoes left to make a sound. That's why the arrogant doctor who blew past me didn't stop using the toilet. He didn't hear me or see me. He was standing at one of the toilet stalls with his bright blue-soled shoes at one of the stalls, standing half in and half out between an open door, the front of his head out of view. I saw what looked like his deflated face and neck resting on his shoulders like a coat hood when not in use. He then grabbed his own face with fake lips and empty eye holes and pulled it out of view into the stall as he put it on. I heard what might have been a zipper closing up, and I swore I saw his body jerk up a bit, like he just noticed I was standing there watching everything. I bolted out, back to the arms of my crying wife. We called the staff, and we waited for the man in the men's room to exit. When no one did, we searched the place and found nothing but the toilet he was using filled with blood and half-digested chunks of bone. By the time I'd finished middle school, my parents trusted me to be alone in the house by myself for long periods of time. We're talking days at a time. They did this so someone could care for our elderly dog who needed attention and supervision 24/7. With this, my parents would sometimes go out of state on a small vacation for the weekend, leaving me in the house by myself. Back to the present. It was a chilly fall evening. My parents had left early Friday morning and wouldn't be back until Sunday night. Everything had gone smoothly, and I was having a good time, finally getting the house to myself. Until Saturday. When my parents left, I brought my gaming console out into the living room, along with some pillows and a blanket. Figuring my dog slept in the living room, I'd sleep out there with her in case she needed me in the middle of the night. It was getting to be around dinner time. After I fed my dog, I texted my mom, asking for a bit of money to order a pizza because I didn't feel like cooking that night. I ordered the pizza and sat on the couch, playing a shooting game until the time had passed and I heard the doorbell ring. I got up and quickly threw on my jacket and went to look through the peephole. There stood the pizza guy, a medium-height, middle-aged looking guy. He had dirty blonde hair and eye bags, seeming like he hadn't slept in a year. I could smell the dirty stench of cigarettes through my door. He had his eyes fixed on the camera doorbell, with a worried look on his face. I unlocked the door and opened it with the equivalent to my body width and greeted him with a smile. His eyes darted over to me. A small, creepy grin grew on his face. "Oh, I wasn't expecting a young girl like you," he said. Gross, I thought, confused on how to answer. I replied in a quiet giggle. I held out my hands to take my food. "So, how old are you?" the man asked, still grinning. "Sorry, man, I don't answer questions like that," I said, even more creeped out than before. He huffed, seeming to get frustrated.
I placed the pizza boxes down on the couch next to me and reached into my pocket to hand him the tip I had planned to give him. "Are your parents home?" he asked. Lying, I replied, "Yeah, they're in the other room." I hoped he would believe me and just go, seeing as my parents took my mom's car on vacation, leaving my dad's car in the driveway. He scoffed and said, "You know, I like that game too. Do you like shooters?" referring to my paused game screen on the TV behind me. I became increasingly annoyed, but I didn't want to be rude and just slammed the door in his face. "Yeah, sure, look, I'm sorry, but I have to go now," I said, trying everything I could to get this man to leave me the hell alone. The man scowled. He took the tip and crumpled it in his hands and started muttering profanities under his breath. But I could only make out one phrase before I shut the door. "You're gonna regret this." I locked the door and anxiously watched carefully from the window to make sure he got back in his car. I didn't stop watching until he sped off around the corner. I let out a sigh of relief and did a quick sweep around the house and made sure all the windows and doors were locked. A couple of hours had passed until I decided I was going to lay down and watch TV for the night until I fell asleep. I made sure my dog was tended to and laid down. Before I noticed, I had drifted off, completely forgetting the interaction I had earlier in the day. When I woke up, it was still dark outside. 2 in the morning-ish. My dog was barking like crazy, and not a "I want to go outside" bark, an alarmed "I see a stranger" kind of bark. If you have a dog, you understand this and you know what they're indicating to you. I propped myself up on my elbows and stretched for a second, looking around for a bit, and didn't see anything. I was about to lay back down until I noticed it in the corner of my eye. A face. In the window to my right, I saw the same man from earlier, grinning again. He waved at me, still smiling, but looking more sinister by the second. I felt my blood run cold. Why is he here? How long had he been watching me sleep? I shot up, my fight or flight triggered instantly. I ran to my room and pulled the baseball bat out from underneath my bed and walked back to the living room where I had been sleeping, clutching it in hand. When I went back, the man had moved from the window to the front door, knocking gently. "Let's hang out and have some fun," I heard him say from outside. "I'm going to call the police if you don't get the hell away from my house," I yelled back. He banged on the door, violently aggressive this time. "The hell with you, you little brat," he screamed. The doorknob shook violently. My dog was going mad at this point, so I took her with me and locked myself in my room and dialed 911 on my phone. I was explaining what happened when I heard a couple loud bangs. He was throwing himself at my front door to try and bust through it. I had texted my parents and they had already packed and started driving back. But all that left my mind when I heard the front door burst open and fall onto the ground of my living room. I whispered into my phone to the 911 operator that the man had broken into my house, and the person on the other end of the line instructed me to stay quiet and sit tight as the police were minutes away. Before I could think of anything, my phone died, and I started panicking. I quietly went over and shut my bedroom lights off and hid in the closet with my dog, petting her as to make sure she wouldn't bark and reveal our hiding spot. I heard the man walking through my house, searching under tables, behind couches, and in hallway closets. He stopped walking for a moment. I could hear him directly outside my bedroom door. He shook the handle and huffed that same way before indicating he was becoming frustrated. There was a couple bangs on the door before he was able to punch a hole through my door, but enough to fit his hand through to unlock it. I heard the lock. It gave a small click sound before the door creaked open. It was pitch black in my room. The man took a step in and stood there. Seconds felt like hours. I cupped my hand over my mouth to quiet my anxious breathing. I heard him rummaging through my belongings. He looked under the bed, under my desk, then the last to hide. He had his hand on the closet door. I'm dead, I thought. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. Before he had the chance to open the closet, my prayers were answered, and I heard the sound of sirens, of police getting closer and closer. Damn it, the man whispered. He exited my bedroom and ran through my home. I heard the back door slide open and the crunching footsteps through the dead grass. The 911 operator must have told the police where I was, and I felt like I could finally breathe again when an officer opened the closet door and told me it was okay to come out. They led me outside with my dog and leash, and I sat on the edge of the seat in the police car. I waited there as the police searched my house in case the man had still been there. The police said there were no signs anything was stolen. He wasn't there for valuables. He was looking for me. The fact will disturb me till the day I die. There were many signs that it had been a break-in, so the case stayed open for a while, but eventually closed. The guy was never found, and it wasn't known where he was. His identity was found, and this man had past warrants for home invasions and failure to appear in court. The fact that he was never caught, and is still out there, somewhere, shakes me to my core. But I know for sure I'm never, ever opening the door for anybody ever again when I'm home alone.
You might be thinking by the title, of course there's something out in the forest, deer, bears, chipmunks, etc. I know that. But there's something far worse than any of those animals. I live in the Brevard area of North Carolina. It's a nice town. Well, the only town I could afford to live in. My work is located in Waynesville, and it takes a bit of a drive to get to it. In the afternoons after work, I like to take the Parkway route home. It's peaceful, especially after a long day. Of all those times I have driven on those roads, not once have I felt uneasy. But the other day, I was absolutely terrified. It was a beautiful afternoon, the sky setting with a pink hue and the air crisp. I had driven my motorcycle that day, knowing the weather would be nice. I was almost off the Parkway, passing through several tunnels. There's one tunnel that stretches for what seems like forever, pitch black, no other lights except my single headlight. I got a sudden chill, the hairs on the back of my neck rising. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, slightly speeding up. Out of nowhere, someone or something jumped out onto the road. It stopped for a split second, locking eyes with me, and then disappeared down the side of the mountain. I kept going, heart thumping so loud I could hear it over the rushing wind. I finally stopped at a gas station far away from the Parkway. That animal, or whatever it was, had looked at me with so much intent in such little time. From what I caught, it stood on 2 feet like a human, but its facial features weren't. It had pale, almost bleach-white skin with no body hair of any kind. The thing's eyes were slightly sunken in, and it didn't have a mouth. What was there instead were these long, tentacle-looking things. The hands and the feet were like a chicken's, but more meatier. I know what you're thinking. You might be calling me crazy and going to click away from the story. And that's fine. I'm writing this story for myself and others out there that have seen this thing. That night, I didn't get any sleep. I tossed and turned, still thinking about that creature. Sometime during the night, I heard strange noises outside my house. I tried playing it off as one of my neighbors messing around in their yard, but I knew what it really was. The following week, nothing happened. No sightings of that creature. Nothing. I tried researching articles and news sites if anyone had spotted this creature. I didn't see anything promising, just scared people mistaking a bear for a monster in the woods. It seemed that this creature, whatever it is, didn't exist. Well, I knew it didn't exist because there was no creature or animal that remotely looked like that. But that was only the calm before the storm. I had rode my motorcycle that day to work, thinking nothing of the week before. As I got closer and closer to my work, I felt eyes staring at me. The rest of the day, I felt paranoid and uncomfortable. All my coworkers seemed to avoid me. I was afraid if I told them they would label me as crazy. My boss had made me stay later that day, well into the night. As a few people that stayed longer went home, I stood by the entrance of the building. I stared out in the parking lot and at my motorcycle. Dread washed over me, and all I wanted to do was turn around and go back into the building. I knew I couldn't, and stepped out, fearing my fate. The drive back home was eerily silent except for the sound of my engine. There were no other cars on the parkway. I began to feel more and more uneasy as I started going through the tunnels. I got to the long tunnel, speeding up. As I neared the end, I saw a shadow standing there. I tried to maneuver around it, but it sidestepped and yanked me off the motorcycle. I flew through the air, landing on my stomach, all air leaving my lungs. I watched as my motorcycle skidded across the road, sparks partially lighting up the tunnel. I gasped for air, trying to push myself up and run away. I tried to stand, only to feel misshapen, claw-like hands grab my ankle. I screamed and shook the hand away, running as fast as I could out of the tunnel. I stopped at my bike and reached down to pick it up. Doing so, I heard a wailing scream emit from the creature. I snapped my head back towards it, heart dropping. It was slowly making its way to me, like it knew I couldn't get away. Suddenly, it stopped. I turned back around and saw a car driving up. The car stopped, the driver rolling down their window. They asked something along the lines of I was okay. I waved them off, looking back at the tunnel. I caught a glimpse of the creature, slowly lurking back into the dark tunnel. The driver that came upon me called the police and ambulance. They took me to the hospital where I finally realized my injuries. I had road rash on my arms and legs, and my jeans were torn in several places. My adrenaline was gone, and I felt my body become tired by the hour. Every bone in my body felt sore as I sat there in the small room, waiting to be released. A nurse signed off on some papers and told me about my bill. I cursed, knowing this visit was going to cost me. Better costing me money and not my life. As I made my way to the entrance of the hospital, I saw that thing waiting for me in the parking lot. Things aren't going too well for my wife or I. I'm 27 and I've been a construction worker ever since I was 18. Up until a while ago, I had no trouble staying employed since I started working in '04. I was fortunate enough to be a part of a company that was able to survive the poor economy over the past couple of years. At least, up until now. Due to some lawsuits, my company went bankrupt. I lost my job and I was working under the table for so long, so I don't get unemployment. I was worried. As a man, I had to provide for my family. My wife and I have 2 children that we need to take care of. She works retail, but doesn't make enough money to keep a roof over our heads or food on the table. I immediately began to look for another job, but I have no education, so it wasn't easy. I browsed Craigslist. I was willing to do anything. Construction, yard work, physical labor, transportation, security, you name it. I occasionally get the odd job or two, but I had trouble keeping my head above water. That is, until I saw a job offer on Craigslist. Weekly physical labor needed. Earn $1,000 a week. Heavy labor. I figured it was some sort of scam, but I was desperate. Called the number and inquired about the job. A man answered the phone. He explained that he owned a large plot of land just outside of town. He needed someone to come dig holes. You could tell from his voice that he was no young man, which is probably why he couldn't just dig the holes himself. I asked a few more questions. How big are these holes? Why does he want them? How long does he expect digging one will take? Etc. He explained that there was a monster in the forest at night. The holes were to be dug in the forest, then converted to booby traps in order to catch this monster. He needed as many holes as possible. They needed to be approximately 9 feet deep and 4 by 4 feet across. Although I may need to make them wider so I have more room to dig. He explained that the soil was hard, so each hole would take at least 3 days to dig, and I couldn't use heavy machinery inside the forest without damaging trees. I had to break through tree roots with a shovel. It was clear I was talking to a mentally ill man. I mean, you could tell by his voice. He must have had dementia or schizophrenia or something like that. I just want to make it clear that there was no way that he was sane whatsoever. Monsters don't exist, and he was probably going to hurt himself by falling into one of those booby traps. Pretty sure booby trapping your property is illegal anyways. Despite this, I needed the money. I didn't care how hard I'd have to work or what I'd have to do, as long as I didn't hurt anyone innocent. I was willing to do it to provide for my family. I agreed to help him on the condition that he pays me in cash every single day before I did any work. I didn't want to get scammed or find out he was just some old man on Social Security. And he agreed. My first day of work was the very next day. I drove out to the property and went up to knock on the door. I saw an envelope taped to the door with my name on it. Inside the envelope was $333.33, and a note explaining that he's not home right now, but his shed is unlocked and I can use any tools. He told me to dig the first hole, deep in the forest. Now, this forest was nothing like I imagined. I imagined a thick grove of trees on someone's property, but this forest was almost a square mile of jungle. You couldn't see more than 5 or 10 feet in front of you because of the dense foliage obstructing your view. I walked about 10 minutes into the center of this forest and found a good spot for a hole. He was right. The soil was hard for the first foot. It took all my strength to move just one small shovel of it. I spent a good 10 hours digging that day. I only stopped once for a quick lunch break. I had brought 4 gallons of water with me into that forest. Called it a day after I drank the final one. I was exhausted and could barely move, but I just made over $300. It's $30 an hour, more than I was making in my construction job. It's enough money to buy a month of groceries for us if we get lucky. It was tough, but I was providing for my family. I made it home, took a bath, and went to sleep. I got a good night's sleep and was back to the old man's house by 6 a.m. the very next day. I again went up to the door to meet him, but there was another envelope. In it, there was another $666.67 and a note. I was just getting home as you were leaving yesterday. I tried to get your attention, but I failed. I saw your note, and you're making good progress. If you do as much today as you did yesterday, you'll be done. I grabbed the money and went digging. 12 hours that day. It took 22 hours altogether, but I had finished the hole and made $1,000. Now I could pay rent this month too. I took 2 days off from digging. My body ached and I had to stay home all day. Figured that with practice I could routinely dig 2 holes a week. He said he wants as many as possible, so if he could afford to give me $2,000 a week, that'd be great. My wife and I could finally pay our medical debt and save some money for when the old man doesn't need any more holes. This went on for over a month. He was never home. He'd just leave money and instructions as to where he wanted the next hole. I'd go in and started digging at 6 a.m., then leave by 5 p.m. so I could eat dinner with my kids. My body was being worn out, but it provided a necessary income. It took me 18 hours to dig a hole. 2 days' work. I'd go and look over the past holes I dug. Occasionally, to make sure he wasn't burying human bodies or anything. He wasn't. He wasn't even converting them to booby traps. Some holes just caved in. Others held their shape, but for the most part, they were just how I'd left them. Who knows why I was digging holes? Maybe he was trying to recreate that book Holes, where they were looking for treasure in the desert. One day, when I got to his property, there was more than one envelope on the door. I opened and read the second one and realized the old man had hired another laborer, another hole digger. In my letter, he told me he needed 120 more holes altogether. 120? I'd have a work for a long time, even if someone else started to help. I waited for and talked to the second guy. He seemed like a nice guy. He was older than me by a good 20 years, but he was in a similar position as me. He used to work in the automobile industry and was recently fired. He needs a roof and food too. Thought this job sounded too good to be true, but was willing to take that risk. Soon thereafter, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. We were dropped from our insurance. Most of the money I was making, which was a lot of money, went to medical bills. The months went on. 120 holes became 100. 100 became 50. We were okay at that point, but I was worried about what would happen after I no longer needed to dig holes. One day, after I finished my hole early, as I was walking away, I noticed my friend digging his hole. He was almost done. 5 feet wide, 9 feet deep. I grabbed his ladder and walked away. 2 weeks later, I filled in his hole. The old man is right. There is a monster in the forest. He's still insane for believing a monster will be caught by its own booby trap. First things first, this happened to me when I was around 10. I've lived in Idaho all my life and spent a lot of time outside or in the wilderness as a kid. My grandparents would take me camping, and my old brother and I always
hike up whatever trails we could find to get a view of the sunset. On one of these occasions, something terrifying happened. We were up at a campsite I only know as Warm River, and my brother and I were on a regular evening hike. There was an old tunnel bored through the mountain at one part of the trail, probably an old train tunnel, and we were walking through it when I heard something I'll never forget. After walking through probably 2/3 of the way, I heard a terrible screech at the end we entered through. The screech wasn't like anything I've heard before. I've heard the screams of animals on dark and windy nights. I even think I've heard Bigfoot calls a few times, but never the metallic, grinding screech I heard that day. The point is, whatever the sound was, it did not sound natural in any capacity. I probably jumped 5 feet in the air when I heard it, and my brother shouted a few choice curses before shooting me quickly to the exit of the tunnel. At this point, my brother decided we should just continue walking and head back after whatever made the noise hopefully cleared out. We didn't have any firearms on us, so I was pretty upset. My brother reassured me we would be fine, and we made the walk back without incident. However, I didn't get any sleep that night. Whether it was the thing that screeched at us or just my imagination, I heard things moving around the campsite the whole night, as well as whispers echoing through the darkness outside the trailer. I woke my brother up a few times to check out what it was, but he refused each time, telling me that it was probably just other campers staying up late and enjoying themselves. The rest of the trip was pretty normal. We packed up the following day, and my life continued as normal. I was disconcerted, but chalked what happened up as a harmless event I must have been exaggerating in retrospect. A few weeks later, I went up to Pine Basin, an old ski lodge my family rented each year for family reunions. Here, I would mess around with my cousins, our favorite activities being night games. We would play hide and seek, a game called Ghost in the Graveyard, and other games like that. On one instance, I was chosen to be the seeker for a hide and seek game because I was one of the younger cousins. I got a flashlight as an advantage. Normally, all the younger cousins hid close to the lodge and the older cousins hid in the nearby trees or at the base of the nearby mountain. As I was searching near the bottom of the mountain, I heard a familiar whistle up the mountain a bit. We would always whistle as a hint at our locations. It sounded like someone was hiding way up near a tree known as the underwear tree. You can guess why. So I began trekking up towards the whistle. As I climbed closer, I got an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I continued on, warily, and convinced myself that I would be fine. I hated walking in the night alone, but figured whoever I find would walk me back to the lodge. As I neared the tree, I noticed that it was deathly silent. This alerted me that something was very wrong, because you could always hear the adults having fun back at the lodge. I was anxious to hurry back, so I called out, "I found you, Scott. Come back down with me." I got no reply, but I wasn't planning on waiting. As I began walking back down the path, I heard a voice call, "You almost had me." So I ran back up to investigate. I flashed my light in the branches of the tree. and saw a monstrosity that was not my cousin. It looked like a poorly drawn stick figure made into a human with its emaciated figure and lifeless eyes. I remember its face looked like the skin on its head was being pulled from behind. It had torn and stretched features. As soon as I saw this creature, I screamed, dropped the flashlight, and ran back to the lodge. The entire time I ran, I was overcome by an overpowering smell, and I could hear the thing running after me. As I approached the camp, I saw a few people at the bottom of the mountain waiting for me. I was crying and shaking, and they took me inside. I told my dad what happened, but my cousins all said they didn't see anything following me. The adults kept us inside for the night, and I kept hearing sounds drifting in from the mountains. I never played night games after that happened, and was always terrified that my cousins wouldn't listen to my warnings. Ever since that night, I have always felt uneasy up in those mountains. I used to be really religious and figured it was a demon of some kind trying to kill me or something like that, but those mountains have never felt the same after that incident. A few years ago, the game Until Dawn became really popular, and I watched a walkthrough of it on YouTube. When the Wendigo first appeared in game, I got chills down my spine. It was exactly what I saw. I did a ton of research on them. I figure someone must have gotten snowed in at that old lodge and resorted to cannibalism. But that doesn't explain what happened at Warm River. I still hear that screech from time to time. It never occurred to me until watching Until Dawn that they might be from the same thing. I heard it earlier tonight, and that's why I decided to finally write down my story.
If you were ever traveling in or around a forested area and see lights outside of your vehicle or in the distance, I suggest that you find the fastest route out of there, for you don't want to know what these lights are. If it makes you feel better, you aren't alone in these sightings. Thousands have reported seeing a bright flash or flickering light somewhere deep in the woods. It's all over the United States, specifically in the Pacific Northwest or the Appalachian Mountains. For the rest of the world, I do not know. I have seen the lights only once before, and I almost didn't live to tell the tale. My encounter was in Tennessee. I believe in the summer of 1997. I was traversing a barren highway at the dead of night, with no other cars in sight. I was on the highway at that time because I was going to visit family down south. I was beginning to regret not stopping for the night, for my eyes were getting heavy, and I was growing ever so tired as the time passed on. It got so bad that I pulled off into a little gravel shoulder on the side of the highway. Before I dozed off, I noticed the time on my dashboard of my car. It read 11:58 p.m. I promptly fell asleep. I awoke to something, though I couldn't figure out then. I looked again at the time on the dashboard, 4:03 in the morning. I'd been asleep for about 4 hours. I focused my dreary gaze on the highway in front of me, and then I saw it. A flash, just up on the horizon, in the woods. I thought I was dreaming at first. Then, it happened again. This time, a little closer to the road. I didn't know what to think other than that whatever that was, it was supernatural. Another flash happened, this time at the foot of the tree line, about 150 or so yards away from my idle car. It was getting closer. I began to hear cracking in the trees, as if a not present wind was swaying them. I was scared to the point where I wanted to hide in my car and pray to the Lord that whatever it was would leave me be. Another flash, this time engulfing the road ahead of me, and with that, I lost it. I jammed my keys into the ignition, and my car roared to life. I put the gear in reverse and floored it. I whipped around in my car and put the gear back into drive. I looked in the rearview mirror, just as the next flash occurred. I swear, there was some ungodly thing running toward my car, illuminated by the paranormal light. I screamed and gunned it down the highway. The engine under my hood squealed as I stomped the gas pedal into the floor. That thing was gaining on my car at speeds too great to be possible for any humanoid. I was still a good 300 feet ahead of it, and I was by now topping 90 miles an hour. In hindsight, the thing was probably running at around 105. I focused on the rearview mirror, and I got a better look at the beast. It was tall, maybe around 14 feet tall. Its skin was a mesh of bone, rotting flesh, and who knows what else. Its hands, or rather claws, had daggers hanging off of its fingers, sharp enough to cut metal in half, no problem. Its face was the most terrifying aspect of it. Its jaw was unhinged, almost like a snake. Its teeth were bent and crooked, stained with mud and bits of various material. And its eyes, they were massive. They glowed a crimson red and seemed to penetrate your very soul. I about threw up at the sight of the beast, at just how impossible this thing was. I was beginning to realize I will die in these hills. I glanced at the speedometer, and seeing the needle to be hovering over the 110 mile an hour mark. Another flash, and I saw the thing too close for comfort behind me. I was about 50 feet ahead of it, but that gap was closing fast. I flew over a hill and I saw a light in the distance. I suddenly knew where I was. I was nearing the end of the woods and approaching the nearby town next to it. I thank God I had a shot at survival and began blaring my horn, trying to alert anyone who would be up at this hour. I heard a roar and my car lurched forwards. The thing was right behind my car and was trying to topple it. My car was reaching 120, which was the most it could offer. The lights were growing bigger in the distance, and I guessed it was about 100 yards more before I would be out of those woods. The creature again lifted the rear of my car, and I was lifted into the air. It had caught me, and I was so close to freedom. I dove over the center console and opened the glove compartment. I pulled out the pistol that was inside and loaded a magazine into the gun. I bought it for safety reasons, and this was the perfect time to utilize it. I chambered around, stuck my arm out of the window of my car. I realized I was face to face with that thing, and I aimed the gun in its eyes. I squeezed the trigger, and the thing roared in obvious pain. I shot it at least 5 times, and even after it dropped me on the pavement below, I fired at it until the gun was empty of bullets. It darted back into the woods. I turned and sprinted the remainder of the way into town. The police had heard the gunshots and found me wandering the streets, covered in that thing's blood. I was taken to the police department and told them my story. Nobody believed me. Until the next day, I led them back to the side of my car, or what was left of it. Nobody could explain the wreckage. They couldn't explain the blood trailing off into the woods. They couldn't explain the claw marks and handprints too large for humans on the back of my car. I believe the thing came from the flashes in the woods, and if you ever see one, turn around and floor it back out of the woods before you end up like me.
I'm a seasonal caretaker at a national park in Alaska. I won't say which one because I still value my job, and I've been warned by my employers to keep my mouth shut about anything unusual I've seen during my time here. That being said, there's some very strange things I've seen over the last 3 years I've held this position, and I figure I'd share some with you. You may not even be aware of what a seasonal caretaker is, and that's completely understandable. Generally, it's not that exciting, if I'm being honest. I start my season when the park is closed for the winter, and it's my responsibility to make sure that the various cabins and public buildings are maintained, and the snow is kept cleared from the roofs to prevent any damage, and that sort of thing. It's a lonely job, and if you're a people person, it's probably not for you. It takes a bit of an odd duck to willingly put themselves in exile for 3 months at a time, knowing that there's no way out until the snow begins to melt and the plows can start clearing some of the access roads that lead out to my cabin. I do have a snowmobile that I can use to take the 3-hour trip to the nearest ranger station if I need to, but it's not like a quick trip to the corner store. It's just fine for me, though. I've always been a bit of a loner, and I have Max, my Jack Russell Terrier, to keep me company. This job isn't very demanding. I typically only spend a few days each week tending to my responsibilities, and the rest of the time is mine to do with as I please. A few years ago, I took up nature photography as a hobby to pass the time, and have even had a few of my pictures published by an organization you'd recognize by name. I have framed copies of those magazines hanging on the wall behind me right now, as a matter of fact. A lot of people come through this park during the more temperate months. It's probably one of the most popular places for outdoorsy folk to come explore in this region of Alaska. In the winter months, however, it's completely deserted except for a few lonely ranger stations and the like. I'll go for weeks at a time without seeing a soul, and the only person I speak with any regularity is my ranger buddy. We'll call him Rick, who I check in with a few times a week on the radio. Aside from that, it's just me and Max. I'm not sure how best to go about telling you about some of the things I've seen up here in the dark. Frozen days of winter, so I'll just dive right in and tell you about the shades. At least, that's what I call them when I'm talking to myself. I have no idea what they really are, but when the winter storms are blowing against my shuttered cabin windows and the visibility in the snow and dim light is next to nothing, you'll see them. It's almost like looking at someone moving behind a pane of frosted glass, all indistinct and shadowy. At first, I just thought my mind was playing tricks on me, finding patterns in the chaotic static of all that falling snow. But then I started to hear them as well, like murmurings just loud enough to hear over the howl of the wind, but too quiet to recognize them as any sort of intelligent speech. It's enough to set you on edge, I can tell you that much. They tend to only show up during a heavy snowstorm, and the fiercer the storm, the closer they'll come to the cabin. It's gotten to the point where I'll make sure I've locked my doors and windows long before nightfall, if I know there's a storm coming. One time, during an especially nasty blizzard, I could actually hear them moving all around my cabin, like some sort of nightmare parade. That night was bad. At one point, I actually saw and heard the doorknob on my front door turning, all slow and deliberate, accompanied by what sounded like soft scratching at the wooden surface. The worst of it, and I will swear on a stack of Bibles that it's the truth, was the faint whispering voice that kept calling my name just on the other side of the door. That went on for an hour or more, and even now, if I close my eyes, I can still hear that cold, hollow voice. It's what I would imagine a person would sound like if their soul was ripped from their body. I suppose I'm being a little overly dramatic, but it's the only way I can describe it. Alive, but also lifeless. I don't know a better way to explain it. No reason to dwell on it, I guess. I will say that I'm not sure what would have happened if I hadn't remembered to throw that deadbolt that night. But I'm not interested in finding out. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. I mentioned it to Rick the next day, after the storm that had quieted, when I could get a radio signal out. I expected him to laugh at me for letting myself get all spooked by the dark, but he didn't. He very calmly and firmly told me that it was better not to talk about them at all, and just make sure I kept myself locked up nice and tight when the heavy snowstorms came. I tried to prod him for more information, but he just refused to elaborate any further. The only thing he would add was that not everything sleeps when winter comes on up here. I have to admit, he creeped me out more than a little bit with that zinger. He definitely knows something about them, and I'm not trying to pin him down one day and get more information. The next thing on the list was the car graveyard. I kid you not, if you explore far enough off the beaten trail out here, chances are pretty good you'll find one. A car or truck just inexplicably deposited in the middle of the backwater Alaska. Like that makes any sense at all. The first one I ever saw was an early 2000s BMW coupe, looking like it was just off the showroom floor, except for the fact that half of it was embedded in an old spruce that had probably stood there since before cars even existed. It almost looked like the tree had grown around the car, or maybe the car had interposed into the tree. I don't know how it's possible. I just know that it was there. I've seen a few of them during my time here. Sometimes trapped in the trees like that BMW, and sometimes just sitting in the middle of an open space of ground. Every one of them looked like they were fresh off the road, and none of them had any logical way they could have gotten out here, even without the whole stuck in the tree part. The most unnerving thing about the cars, though, is the clothing. I've stopped looking and just tend to avoid going anywhere near one if I see it. But the first time I saw one, my curiosity led me to check it out. I tried to open the doors, but they were all locked. When I looked in through the windows, though, I saw the damnedest thing. In the front seats, it looked like someone had laid out clothes. Pants, shirts, socks, shoes, the whole deal, and strapped the seatbelts around them. It was like the people in the car had just vanished in mid-drive, leaving their clothes behind just the way they'd been wearing them. Eerie is one word for it, but if I'm being honest, it scared the crap out of me. The other thing about the car is that you won't find the same one twice. When I saw that first BMW, I came back out the next day with my camera to take a picture of it, but it wasn't there anymore. I thought I'd simply forgotten where it was, or that I'd gotten turned around, but when I saw my boot print in the snow from the day before, I knew I was in the right spot. I tried to report this to the rangers as well, but Rick told me they wouldn't even send anyone out to investigate them anymore. By the time anyone got there, they'd be gone. Apparently, reports of this sort of thing have been coming in periodically over the last 20 or 30 years, and nobody knows anything about them. He did tell me that one of the rangers had found one once, a school bus from Texas, if you can believe that. In each of the rows of seats were piles of empty clothes, with the exception of the driver. The ranger that found it said that the driver was sort of there, but not really. Almost like a blurry hologram frozen in time. He said that the driver, an elderly man, looked like he was frozen in some terrified scream, all wide-eyed and gaping mouth. The ranger tried to get into the bus using the rear emergency door, but when he got the door open, a loud buzzing sound filled his ears, and a high-frequency vibration ran through his body like an electric shock. He said the closer he got, the more intense the sound and sensation became. Before he could even take a step inside the bus, it grew so strong, he thought he was going to pass out. The best he could describe it was like when you have two strong opposing magnets that you're trying to push together. The more you push, the stronger the resistance becomes. He said it was almost like the universe was somehow keeping him out of that bus, like he didn't belong in it. He stumbled away from it and spent the next day in bed, sicker than a dog. When he came back out a few days later with some other rangers, the bus was gone. I can't really speak for the buzzing and vibrating personally, I just know that I avoid them whenever I see them. They're just not right. The last thing I'll tell you about today is the bridge. About a mile or so away from my cabin, along a maintained footpath, there's a rope bridge that crosses a deep ravine. To the side of it, there's a bit of rock jutting out that's used as kind of an observation point. You know what I mean, where hikers will stop and take selfies along their trek to post to Facebook or Twitter or whatever. The Parks Department even went through the trouble of installing handrails along the edge of it to prevent anyone from falling to their death. Of course, there aren't any hikers out here during the winter season. The park is technically closed and all roads leading into the area are blocked by chains to prevent anyone from driving in and getting into trouble with no possibility of rescue. I hike down that path probably once a week, looking for new photo opportunities to occupy my time. It's a beautiful walk and the whole landscape seems so crisp and fresh without people tromping all around it. I've gotten some incredible shots of the bridge, but I don't dare step out onto it when it's this cold though. The boards are constantly frozen and slick with ice. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take much of a misstep to fall on my ass and slide out from under the waist-high rope handholds. I'd be falling 200 feet to the rocks below before I even realized what was happening. Here's the weird part though. Invariably, when I reach that bridge, I'll find multiple sets of footprints leading up to the rocky outcropping, but none of them leading away from it. They'll come from all different directions, some from the path and others straight out of the trees, but they all seem to stop at the edge of the ravine. They're various sizes and stride lengths, some of which are very small and others are so large they have to have been made by some massive hulk of a person. The first time I saw them, I was afraid that some trespassers had gotten too close to the edge and fallen over. But when I spent the better part of a day making my way carefully to the floor of the ravine, I couldn't find any sign that anyone had been there besides me. I'll be the first to admit that I'm no tracker, but even I can tell when footprints in the fresh snow lead up to a place and don't return. I've walked out onto that outcropping myself once to see if I could figure out where all these people had gone. Maybe there's a hidden path that I wasn't seeing, but the moment my foot touched that stone, my head began to throb like I was suffering from the worst hangover I'd ever had. While I staggered back from it, the pain disappeared like it was never there, and I was left with a pretty insistent nosebleed for the rest of the afternoon. It's my only souvenir. I didn't try again. Max won't even go anywhere near it. He'll start whining as soon as we start approaching that part of the trail. Mind you, this is a dog that I've had onto on multiple occasions, wrestle inside the cabin because he was so incensed that a pack of wolves dared wander too close to his territory. For all his small stature, he doesn't seem to have a self-preservation gene that tells him when he should be afraid of something. But not the Overlook, though. That's a different story altogether. Even Max has limits, I guess. I have more stories, but I'm getting a little tired, and it's about time for me to go get some sleep. However, tomorrow I need to head out to the cabins by the frozen lake and make sure their roofs are clear. I'll write more later. Next time, I'll tell you about the dead bears.
Growing up in Arizona, myths and legends are a part of life. Native traditions, mystic places, vortexes, UFO abductions, and dozens of other stories of the unknown that I always found fascinating. I grew up spending a lot of time wandering around the desert and the mountains, hunting, camping, etc. So I felt very at home in the wilderness. One late spring day, on one of my many hiking adventures, I wandered off trail, and after several hours came upon a small group of old mud adobe houses. A few people heard me coming and came out of the houses to investigate, and after apparently making the collective decision that I was not a threat, one of the elders dressed in old-style traditional native clothing and a headdress came over to greet me. The man spoke slowly and told me that I had wandered onto a Navajo reservation, and asked me if I was lost or if I needed help. When I told him no, I was lost, but intentionally, he chuckled and invited me in to eat with his family. The next several hours were one of the great experiences of my life. The whole thing was like being thrown back in time. While we ate and talked, others from the surrounding houses began coming over to join us, and I got the feeling they didn't get many outside visitors. We shared stories for hours about life, family, their history in the area, and time spent in the wild. And the longer we talked, the more they opened up and the more interesting the elders' stories got. Throughout the time, there was one man who never spoke. He just sat out of the circle, listening and watching me. At one point, I told them I did what I called my walkabouts every year around September, where I would go out by myself into the wilderness for 2 to 4 weeks at a time. And this got the attention of the one silent old man. When I finished, he came over to the circle around the fire, sat directly on the ground in front of me, and asked me to join him on the ground. He told me that years ago he used to do the same thing, and went on to tell me about the canyon he went to. He described it as a dangerous but magic place, and that I would see the world differently if I came back. If must be for dramatic effect. When he finished, he invited me over to his home. The house was small, and through an open door in the back room, I could see it was filled with various animal pelts. Coyotes and wolves mostly. He walked over and closed that door, then picked up and handed me an old map, and some written directions that seemed like he had been holding on to them for a long time, and just walked away into that back room and closed the door behind him. It was late, and one of the families had invited me to stay the night, which I gladly did. The next morning, as I prepared to leave, one of the old women came over to me with something in her hands, handed me a talisman, and simply said, "Dip your bullets in the white ash at the hottest part of the fire," then just walked away. September came, and as I packed for my walkabout, I saw the talisman in a drawer, and something felt right about taking it with me. After a beautiful drive, I was very happy to find the Forest Service road marked on the old map. The entrance to the area was remote and overgrown, and tough to get to even in my Jeep, and took me much longer to get to than expected. So I decided to make camp and start the hike in the morning. After a few hours on a trail that looked like it had been forgotten, I came to a stream and the entrance to the secret valley. It was a narrow crack in the tall cliffs with about 4 feet of water running gently through, but too narrow for a kayak or canoe. I hoisted my gear over my head and began to wade sideways through the chest-deep water. The crack in the cliffs seemed to go on forever, but after almost 2 hours, I came to the place where it opened up into a small lake in an incredible valley surrounded by tall rock faces. This may have been the most remote place I have ever been, in the sense that there was no sign that people had ever been there. No trash, no bullet casings, not even the evidence of campfires. My first night there was the quietest I have ever spent in the wild. No birds, no frogs, not even crickets. But I didn't feel like I was alone there. In the morning, after breakfast, I headed out on my first exploratory hike to explore my new home for the next couple weeks. After being stalked by a mountain lion on a hike about 10 years ago, I make a point of now bringing a pistol with me when I'm out wilderness hiking. After some looking around, I found a narrow path that appeared to be a game trail that led up the side of one of the cliffs and towards what looked like caves from the canyon floor. I made my way up to them and came upon an entrance that was much larger than it appeared from below. I made some noises to alert any possible animals that I was there, and made my way inside. The cave was an expansive single chamber that went back a couple 100 feet. As I walked, I inspected as much as I could see with my light, but there was no tracks of any kind in the dirt besides mine. So I decided I was alone in there and pushed on towards the rear of the cave. As I came around the last bend in the cave and approached the end, my headlamp panned across a large pile of bones. Some animal, some human, and a very old-looking small candle sitting on a natural stone shelf. This is the first thing that has scared me in as long as I can remember. But focusing my wits, I remembered that there was no other tracks in the cave and figured it was all from a long time ago. I was still a little uneasy as I exited the cave and was ready to get back to camp. As I came out into the light, about 75 feet away, there was the largest wolf I've ever seen that looked like it was coming down from standing on its hind legs. It dropped down to all fours on a rock, just began staring at me, not growling or baring its teeth, just staring. I pulled out my .45 and fired 2 shots to the side of it to scare it away, but it didn't even flinch. Not only have I never seen a wolf in this part of northern Arizona, but I have never seen a wild animal that did not at least flinch at the sound of a gunshot. We both stood there, staring at each other for a moment. I turned and set my backpack down to grab my binoculars and get a little closer look, but I turned back. the wolf was gone. I made my way cautiously down the path back towards camp. I have encountered wolves before, and usually it's not the one wolf you can see that should worry you. It's the ones you can't see. So I was extra cautious for the return trip. Back at camp, I made sure my gun was fully loaded and got my recurve bow strung just in case the wolves came back. I have seen plenty of predatory animals on my adventures. It's a part of being in the wilderness, so I wasn't too worried, just prepared myself the best I could and went over to the lake to go fishing. Within about 20 minutes, I caught 2 of the biggest brown trout I've ever caught, so I decided to stop fishing for the day and take a swim. Back at camp, I made a fire, cleaned my trout, and made dinner while the sun went down. As soon as the sun went down, all of the life in the canyon seemed to go silent again. As I put out my fire and prepared for bed, I noticed there was a small flicker of light coming from the area where the cave I had explored earlier up the cliffside, which didn't make sense. It was a moonless night, and the stars don't reflect that way. I couldn't have been the candle I had seen. It was too old and would not have burned so bright. I decided to keep my gun close and try to get some sleep. I would investigate the cave again the next day. When I woke at sunrise, there was a haze along the ground throughout the whole canyon floor. But as the sun rose, it disappeared quickly and the area came back to life. I made my breakfast, gathered my gun and bow, and headed up towards the cave. When I reached the entrance, I saw there were still no tracks beside mine around the entrance and decided to push up the hill further. Just a little further up, I came upon the entrance to another cave, much smaller than the first one. There was a small, flat landing with a large, heavily twisted juniper tree that, to my absolute surprise, had many small objects hanging from thin, old-looking ropes tied to the branches. There were bones, but there was also old things definitely made by humans, and looked like they were old Native American artifacts. Thinking I might have found the spot where the old man I met on the reservation had stayed when he was there 3 decades ago, I went into the cave. This cave was much different than the first one. Just a few feet in, I noticed the walls were covered in what looked like ceremonial cave paintings. As I pushed further back, the cave got dramatically colder, much colder than it should have been, and the walls were completely covered with the paintings the entire way. When I reached the back of the cave, I was not prepared for what I saw. There was what looked like an old altar made of wood and bones. As I looked around, I saw that a little before the back of the cave, there was another shaft in the ceiling that went up, and on a ledge about 25 feet up sat the small figure of what appeared to be a woman. She was small and pale, with her face painted white and wearing something like a crown made of woven branches with 2 small antlers at the front. I stopped and stared for a few minutes, and the figure did not move, so I assumed that it was mummified remains from a long time ago. Not wanting to disturb a burial site, I turned to walk back out of the cave, but I began to walk. I heard what sounded like a faint voice in an unknown, ancient language. I instinctively looked back up towards the figure, but it was gone. I was immediately terrified and ran from the cave as fast as I could get out, but my headlamp flickered and died. I made my way out, feeling along the wall to find my way, and the whole way I felt there was something right behind me. When I saw that first light from the cave entrance, I began to sprint towards it. Just before I made it out, I looked back and there was nothing. So I slowed down, but I could still hear the faint voice, and the volume never changed. When I got outside, all the bones and artifacts hanging from that tree were gone. I ran down the path as fast as I could, headed back to my campsite by the lake. Just as I reached the floor of the canyon, I noticed the large wolf at the tree line to my left. But this time, it stayed standing upright on its hind legs. I stopped running, hoping not to initiate its predatory response to chase me. And again, it just stood there, staring at me. I reached my campsite safely and immediately began packing up. It was too late in the day to make it out before dark, and I did not want to make the hike out at night with all that was going on. I moved my tent so it would back up to the canyon wall by the crack in the cliffside, so I didn't have to worry about anything sneaking up behind me. I built my fire much larger and knew I wasn't going to get any sleep that night. Just as the sun was going down, I began to hear noises coming from the trees, and I felt like I was being hunted. Finally, in the last light of day, I saw the wolf slowly walking around by where the path led out of the trees, and it began to slowly walk towards me. This time, I drew my gun and fired towards the creature, intending to hit it. And while I saw a couple hit the dirt around it, several bullets hit it. Several rounds from a .45 will at least slow down anything I've ever encountered. But this giant wolf kept walking towards me like nothing had happened. I continued to fire at it until the inevitable click of an empty magazine. I reached down and fumbled around in my backpack looking for my other magazines to reload, and as I lifted it, the talisman the old woman gave me fell out onto the ground. I picked it up and put it around my neck and immediately remembered what she had told me. Dip your bullets into the white ash. I looked around, but didn't see my backup magazine, so I grabbed my bow, pulled an arrow that was tipped with a hunting broadhead and dipped it into the white ashes, drew, and fired. I hit the creature just in front of its right hip, and it let out a noise somewhere between a growl and a person screaming that made my blood curdle. I can hear that noise in my head to this day. It immediately turned and ran back to the trees, and in the flicker of the firelight, I saw the small woman with the antler crown standing there, waiting for it. They both retreated into the trees, and for the rest of the night, I could hear the same faint voice I had heard in the cave. I spent the night outside of my tent, as awake as I have ever been, but no longer afraid, and at dawn, finished packing up so I could get out of that canyon. The next spring, I went back to the small group of houses on that Navajo reservation I had found the year before. I was wearing the talisman as a necklace, and the first person to greet me was the woman who had given it to me, and she ran up to give me a big hug. "You heard me," was all she said. I asked the group about the man who had given me the map, as I was almost desperate to talk to him about the experience I had so I could compare it to his own. They told me that he had disappeared shortly after I had visited them the first time and had not been back. Strangely, when I tried to tell them what had happened to me, no one would let me tell the story, and the oldest man there, who sat in the corner, kept mumbling the words, "Ye, Nabdulushi." We once again sat and shared other stories of life in a meal. Before I left the next morning, I found the old woman who had given me the talisman and offered it back to her. She smiled and told me I had a good heart, then just closed my hands around it, telling me to keep it, to watch over my next walkabout. I went back to that small village on the reservation several times over the next 10 years, till I moved to Oregon. But they never let me tell them what happened. I never went back to the canyon, and while curiosity sometimes gets the best of me, I don't think I ever will. It was a cool autumn night. The fire was warm on my face. The wind was cool on my back. The air was as cool and crisp as you could expect from the autumn season. My tent behind me held all the necessary supplies for the weekend camping near the Great Lakes in the northern United States. Supplies weren't an issue. Food wasn't an issue. However, firewood was. The blaze was fading from a raging fire to cold embers quickly. The wind started howling, nearly extinguishing the small flame that was left from my source of warmth and light. At this point, my fire was more smoke than flame. I watched the smoke rise into the air and cast a stark contrast between itself and the bright stars in the sky. I knew I would have to venture out to gather more firewood soon. I was so relaxed and really didn't want to get up, but I knew it must be done. So that's what I did. I stood up, brushed the dirt off my jeans, grabbed my torch from the tent, and wandered into the darkness. I've always loved nature. I used to always love nature, particularly mountains and lakes. This made the Great Lakes seem like an ideal place for a vacation for me. Autumn is my favorite season, so that is when I decided to go. Late September, I boarded a flight across the Atlantic. Eventually, I landed in Chicago. I didn't stick around long, the whole city just felt gray. I bought a few supplies that I couldn't bring by plane and made my way up to the intended camping location in the Newberry State Park. It was a bit of a trip involving a bus and an Uber. I told the Uber driver I'd see him in a week and set off into the state park. It wasn't long until I made it to my camping lot. It was only a few kilometers from where I was dropped off, and I enjoy hiking. I stopped, breathing in the fresh air, and looked forward to my relaxing week, surrounded by these massive lakes. This was my first time camping in this part of the world, and I wanted to be sure to take in as much of the experience as I could. After this moment of contemplation, I slung my backpack off my shoulder and heard it hit the ground with a thud. I pulled my tent and stakes out from the bag. I'd set up a countless number of tents before at this point. It was basically second nature. I knew I had to set up my campsite now as the sun was already beginning to set on my first day. There would be time to explore tomorrow. The first night was cool, but not cold. The wind was calm. The air was fresh, and I was content. I snuggled up in my sleeping bag, found a comfortable place to lie, and began to try to drift to sleep. I heard owls. I heard toads. I heard insects. It was all very calming. And then it hit me. An unexplainable sense of dread. While trying not to succumb to anxiety, the smell hit me. The fresh air was replaced with the smell of rot. It hung heavy in the air, but only momentarily before passing. The sense of dread lingered for what felt like forever. Thinking back, it was probably only about 20 minutes. I peeked outside. I could see well enough from the light of the embers from the once roaring fire. My campsite was clear. The smell, I assume, was just a rotting animal, the stench carried by the wind. After all, wolves are common in this area. I eventually drifted to sleep. I woke up, and everything that had happened the night before just felt like a vague dream. It wasn't going to stop me from enjoying the rest of my trip. Not like I could leave anyways. I didn't bring my cellular phone, as this was supposed to be a getaway. My Uber wouldn't be here until next Monday anyways. So, I began my hike to Lake Michigan. The sight was absolutely breathtaking. There was so much water it seemed more like an ocean than a lake. Islands dotted the inside of the lake on the horizon, which only added to the illusion. There were ripples in the water where fish would come up to eat the insects that scuttled across the top of the water. I ended up just taking in the sights and sketching for most of the day. However, eventually I had to head back to my campsite. This is what continued for most of the week, with no more strange occurrences. I spent my nights at the campsite, and during the day, I would hike and absorb everything that this piece of land had to offer. I'd watch animals from a distance, including moose, eagles, and even a couple wolves. I couldn't help but remember the smell of rot that those same wolves probably caused near my site. It made me chuckle a bit. Friday came along, and I knew that soon my life would be back to normal. I'd be stuck in a boring job. My routine of camp then hike then relax would be replaced by work, go home, sleep, wake up, work. I didn't look forward to it at the time. Now, I'm glad my life is back to normal. Night was beginning to approach. I had made it back from my hike. I had drawn an amazing sketch of a moose in the distance. I placed the sketch in my binder and began building a fire. The wind had been picking up gradually throughout the day, and I knew it would be a cold night. By the golden light of sunset, I gathered up some hefty logs and branches. I brought them back to my camp, and was overcome by that same sense of dread. I decided to ignore it. The fire was roaring, and all seemed at peace. This is where my story begins. I was having trouble sleeping, and it was the wee hours of night. The fire was dying. I had to go get more wood. Once I got past the tree line, I had recalled that I had collected most of the wood near my site throughout the week, so I ventured deeper. I had my torch to illuminate my path, so all felt well. I have a habit of keeping my torch shining in front of me, instead of at the ground. It was because of this that I kicked a rock, causing me to stumble to the ground. I heard a crack. The dirt was cold and wet. When I looked up, I noticed I was surrounded by darkness, pitch black. I scrambled for the torch, hoping the fall just knocked the batteries loose. My hands come in contact with the object that had led to my fall. It was unusually smooth and very light for a stone of its size. It had unnatural indentions on it. I hold on to it. I want to get a better look at it when I find a clearing or my torch. Eventually, I am able to find my torch in the darkness. I give it a quick shake, and my heart sinks as I hear the rattling coming from within it. At this point, I knew that the bulb had busted. I was stuck in the dark with only the waning moon for light. I wait a few moments to give my eyes time to adjust, as the trees and their canopy of leaves above me were blocking most of the light. Eventually they do adjust, and I make my way to a clearing that I'd spotted in the distance. In the clearing, it was bright enough for me to see clearly when coupled with my eyes having adjusted. I wanted to know what this object was. And the first thing I noticed was the color, a light beige. There were cracks running through the top. As soon as I began to rotate it, I realized what it was and dropped it immediately. A skull. A human skull. Those strange grooves were teeth and eye sockets. I feel sick. I'm overcome by that same sense of dread. I drop to my knees and vomit. Then it hits me. The smell of rot. The smell is strong this time, like the fresh dead. And blood? Is that the smell of blood? I recall thinking to myself. The smell is getting stronger. It's making me want to vomit again, but there's nothing left. I stand up. At the edge of the trees I see it. It's tall and skinny, gray and red. Antlers protrude from the creature's head. There is blood covering its whole body. Entire chunks of skin were missing, and some of the skin was hanging like leather straps off of its body. Bone was visible underneath the stripped skin. Each of its hands were long, the fingers were long, and even more frightening, its fingernails were long and curved like the claws of the eagles I had seen earlier. There was what looked like flesh hanging from the nails. It was dragging something long. It was a body. The body was clearly missing a head. Other than that, it was still whole. Maybe it was another camper? I was stunned and feared for my life at this moment. My body wouldn't move. I couldn't force it to move. I was feeling nausea. Between the gruesome sight and the horrendous stench, I felt like fainting, but I knew I would be dead if I did. I couldn't faint. At this moment, our eyes met. Its eyes had a slight glow to them, red. While my brain was still trying to comprehend this creature, it let out a horrendous roar. No, more like a scream. It sounded human, but also had the slight howl of a wolf. At the sound of that, my legs started to move on their own. I was running. I don't know where I was going, but I had to get away from there. As I ran, I built up the courage to look back. It was still there, lunging through the trees in massive strides. Its body was so thin. It seemed so weak, but it was so fast. As I moved through the forest, I could see more skulls and bones, partially buried in the dirt. I didn't want to join them. At this point, fight or flight had taken over. I was ready to do both. I have a fair amount of knowledge on animals. I may not be able to do much to it, but could probably stun or weaken it. I make the decision to turn and fight. There was no way I could outrun it. No way that I could win in a fight, but I had to at least try to make some more time for myself. While it was still running in the middle of a massive stride, I throw the busted flashlight at it as hard as I can. It connects. It hits the monster square in the face, causing its head to lurch backwards, and the whole creature stumbles. As it was sliding, it moved to all fours and, like some kind of demonic animal, regained its stance in a matter of moments. It was once bipedal, and now it's on all fours. I hear a low growl. It sounds more like an impersonation of a wolf than an actual wolf. Almost like a human trying its best to sound like one of the forest's greatest hunters. It was at this time I clearly see its face. It looks almost human other than the exposed lower jawbone and horns sprouting from its head. It lunges at me and tries to slash at me with its massive, bloody claws. I catch the arm. It was about 3 feet long, which made it much easier to grab onto. In this moment, I quickly go for the eyes in an attempt to blind it. If I can succeed, I may be able to escape. The creature's head dropped. It was attempting to ram me with its vicious antlers. It connects. I feel these massive horns dig into my flesh and through my muscle. This is my chance, though. I make a fist and keep my thumb rigid. I dig my thumb into the massive, glowing eye. The creature lets out a horrible, blood-curdling scream, the kind of scream you only hear from someone who's facing death. The creature reels back. I take this moment to run. I don't look back until I make it to the campsite. My chest is on fire, my lungs are burning, my legs don't want to move another inch. I vomit some more. Mostly just dry heaves. There's nothing behind me. I notice the air is crisp and fresh once more. I think I've made it. I wasn't about to stick around to find out, though. I grab the essentials, throw them in my hiking bag, and leave. I make my way back to the ranger station I had seen on the way in. By this time, I had lost a lot of blood and felt sick. My vision was blurred. The rangers had left for the day, but there was a phone left for emergencies. I used it to call the local law enforcement. I take a seat and wait. I put pressure on the largest of the multiple incisions and try to stop them from bleeding. When the police arrive, they ask about my wounds. Of course, I can't tell them what actually happened, so I tell them I was attacked by a wild moose. On the way to the hospital, I sketch the creature I saw. It will always be in my binder to remind me of why I can't take nature for granted, and the scars to remind me not to return to the Great Lakes. This was over 5 years ago, and I haven't gone camping since then. I think it was October. The nights had just started to draw in, and there was a definite chill in the air. I had just got off the bus after a long day shopping with my friend, and was walking the 5 minutes to my house from the bus stop. The time was about 5:30, maybe closer to 6, but can't be sure. As I came around the corner onto Larch Avenue, it was starting to get dark. It wasn't pitch black yet, but there was only minimal natural light left. The avenue was dimly lit with the encouragement of a few randomly placed streetlights, meaning you would have to walk through the odd dark patch in between the white circles glowing softly on the pavement. And this could prove difficult at the best of times, as the roots from the larch trees planted on either side of the road had in some places forced their way through the tarmac, causing the footpath to lift and crack to let them through. I walked a few steps down the path when I noticed a man standing in the middle of the road, about halfway down. He was wearing a long, pale blue coat with pale jeans and had dark, scruffy hair. I could only see what he was wearing because the street lights seemed to highlight the light colors. I couldn't see his face as he had his back to me. All I could see from where I was walking was that he was looking up into the tops of the trees that were all towering high above the road to meet in the middle. I remember this because the whole time I was walking down the road, I was trying to figure out what he was looking at. At one point, I smiled to myself as I thought maybe he was a bit mental and there may be a carer somewhere running the streets looking for him. I had thought of maybe going over to see if he was okay. Maybe he needed some help, and there's an overwhelming feeling deep inside me that told me this was a bad idea. As I got closer to him, my smile quickly faded, and my stomach began to sink. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, as the daylight seemed to be disappearing fast, but the closer I got to him, the worse I felt. As I realized that my eyes were seeing correctly and I'd soon have to walk past him. He was wearing a pale blue hospital gown and trousers to match. At this point, I was worried. There were no cars around on the avenue and not many houses either. I put my hand into my bag to feel around for my phone, and then I physically stopped in my tracks, staring down at my bag in disbelief. I remember that my phone had gone in the washing machine 3 days previous. I started to feel sick. Adrenaline spread through my body with a strange numbing sensation. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest I could feel my body pulse with every beat, and I wanted to cry. After a couple seconds of standing rooted to that spot, my brain kicked into action again. I thought to myself, I can't just stand here. I looked back up in the road, and the man was no longer staring where he had been standing before. I felt vomit rise up in my throat as the panic of not being able to see him anymore started to sink in. I swallowed it back down, and after one final scan up and down of the avenue, I took off running, trying my best to avoid the tree roots reaching up through the pavement. The autumn night's air set my lungs on fire as I struggled for breath, but I just couldn't make my feet stop. When I finally reached the other end of the avenue, I forced myself to stop running and try to catch my breath. My chest burned as I doubled over and emptied the contents of my stomach all over the pavement. When I looked back down the avenue, I could see the man. He was closer to me than before. He was standing on the path now under a streetlight. He wasn't looking in the trees anymore. He was looking directly at me. His eyes looked so black that they looked empty. My eyes must have been playing tricks on me, as I could have sworn he had no eyes, just empty sockets, but that can't have been true. His mouth looked bloodied, his skin was very pale, and his blood-stained gown blew ever so slightly in the wind. His gaunt face was frozen in an agonizing scream that still haunts my dreams till this day. The more we held eye contact, the harder my heart was beating. I wanted to run faster to my house, which wasn't too far now, but my body was too shaky. It felt like all the energy had been sucked out of me. My vision was starting to get fuzzy and go black. I think I almost passed out. The man glided from under the light towards me. No, men don't glide, they walk. My eyes must have been playing tricks on me again. He must have taken a few steps towards me. I clumsily stumbled backwards, tripping over a tree root behind me, my arms and legs too weak to break my fall in any way. I came down hard on my elbow and let out a whimper. I heard a car coming. It turned on a large avenue, flooding the poorly lit road with bright headlights. I looked up in horror as I realized that I couldn't run away, and this man was practically right on top of me, but to my surprise, he had disappeared. A wave of calm engulfed me, and I got myself to my feet. I had to look around, but everything felt still and serene. I had almost forgotten about the sickening fear and panic I had just been feeling not 2 minutes before when the sharp pain shot up through my arm as I tried to move it, so I held it tight to my waist and headed home. When I got in, my mom was watching the television, so I asked her if she would take me to the hospital, and she did. I didn't explain to her what just happened because I myself thought maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me, but it felt so real. If I couldn't even believe it, then how would someone who wasn't even there? I went to the hospital and had an x-ray. Turns out I had fractured my elbow and had to wear a sling for a few days whilst it healed. I got all my pain medication and a few slings from the doctor, and after a tiring 5 hours of being at the hospital, we headed home. My mom took the turn on a large avenue on the way home. As we came around the corner, she slowed the car, turned to me, and asked what that man was doing, standing in the middle of the road at this time of night.
My friends and I were out camping in Maryland, near a river. We set up a whole weekend where we would go tubing, which meant we would get in these giant inflatable tires and float down the river. We got there on Friday, go tubing on Saturday, and leave on Sunday. It was me, my girlfriend, her best friend, and her boyfriend. The four of us were supposed to have a great weekend together. That, instead, turned into a nightmare. That will keep me away from the outdoors for good. I'm pretty sure I had an encounter with the Goat Man. We arrived on Friday with no fuss. We set up our tents at the designated campground and made dinner. There were no other campers around us since school had started up again, so we had the area to ourselves. We drank all night, the other three drinking more than me because I'm not a fan of the hard stuff. Just a few beers. It was late at night, probably around midnight, when I had to pee, so I left the campsite and walked down the path a little bit into the woods. When I found a good spot, I unzipped my pants and began to relieve myself. When I looked ahead, and faintly, in the moonlight, I could see a figure moving in between the trees. The moon was about half full, so there wasn't much light to make out the features. The leaves and sticks crunched underneath it. Just as I was finishing up this thing, started to make this weird noise. Sounded like a muffled goat, but not quite right. Like a person was imitating a goat. It kept walking around like it was looking for something, but whatever it was scared the hell out of me. So I ran back to the campsite and acted like it didn't happen. My friends were so drunk, I don't know how they would have reacted. The next morning, I woke up before everyone else, so I made breakfast. At around noon, we drove up the river about 3 miles using the camp's van service that would drop us off, and we would tube down the river back to our campsite. I had pretty much forgotten about the weird creature from the previous night until I had a weird feeling of being watched while floating down the river. It was all woods on both sides of the river, so I couldn't really confirm my feeling, but it ruined the whole experience while going down the river. It creeped the hell out of me. My friends started to feel it too when I told them. The other boyfriend claims he saw someone on the riverbank, but no one else saw it. Once we got back to camp, I told them what I saw Friday night, and it really creeped them out. That's when the boyfriend said the thing he saw kind of looked like a weirdly shaped man from a distance. We were all scared and decided that we'd leave first thing in the morning for checkout when the park rangers returned. After a while, we began drinking again and pretty much forgot about our fears for a moment and had fun again. It wasn't later until that night that my fear returned. We were all pretty drunk at this point, and we were doing that thing when you're drunk, you kind of have those heart-to-hearts with each other and talk about life. That kind of conversation, you know? We started to hear those noises again. It started off in the distance at first, but then got closer and closer to our campsite. We heard noises all around us. Just twigs breaking, scratching on trees, and more of those goat noises mixed with a man growling. None of us had a weapon, so we were pretty scared and huddled close to each other. The scariest part was that the bugs stopped making noises. Eventually, we all drank some more and fell asleep around the campfire. I woke up in the middle of the night probably because I sensed something was wrong. I didn't know how to explain it, but it was like sleep paralysis or something where I couldn't move and I couldn't speak. I opened my eyes and saw this terrifying thing in between all of us. It had the body of a skinny man with a distorted face and long, unnatural arms. I saw that it was pacing back and forth between us,
would stop and look at my girlfriend, and arch its back and act like it was chuckling. It kept twitching its body and sniffing the air around everyone. The goat man finally came over to me and looked me in the eyes. It had these dark, pitted eyes and its mouth was wet with drool. It got close to me and opened its mouth, making that noise into my face. The noise must have woken the boyfriend, and he started to scream, which scared the creature, and he ran off on all fours back into the woods. I was finally able to move, and I crawled over to my girlfriend and held her for the rest of the night. The first thing in the morning, we packed our stuff and checked out at the main lodge. We will never go back to those woods in Maryland again. There is something living out there, guys, and I'm telling you the story because I don't want anything to happen to you. I had heard rumors of the game's existence on various gaming sites and message boards, but I never guessed it to be real. I spent a little over a year trying to track down a copy, but came up empty-handed. That was until a few weeks ago when the game decided to find me. I'm here to beg you, do not go looking for it. If an unfamiliar game shows up at your door, leave it be. It can disguise itself under any platform and does not abide by the rules of our universe. If you are unfortunate or stupid enough to play it, I will provide instructions below to hopefully give you a fighting chance. The game decided to present itself to me on a Sunday at 12 a.m. It had manifested itself into a blank Nintendo 64 cartridge with no writing or sticker logo, and was placed outside my front door with no note or instruction. I paced around for 20 minutes and tried to comprehend where it had come from and who delivered it. Eventually, I hooked up my console and inserted the cartridge. My version of the game had titled itself Halloween 64, and even included an inverted Nintendo logo. It had also displayed a few fake development countries like Eulogy Incorporated and The Last Breath Software. The main title screen showed the words Halloween 64, press start, and text made to look like running green slime. As soon as the game begins, you will be unable to quit it until it is complete. I'm sure you are thinking, just turn it off, plug it, and walk away. If only it were that easy. The game has several methods of self-defense, and the harder you try and disrupt it, the stronger it becomes. The power function of the N64 console will not respond if you try and turn it off. The red power light remains on and the system operates like normal. The cartridge cannot be removed. It does not matter how hard you pull, it will stay locked in place. If you annoy it enough, the cartridge will become scalding hot and will burn your skin to the bone. All outside communication will be lost. Your phone and the internet will not function while the game is running. Any door or window that leads to the outside world will be inaccessible. My front door would not open, and all my windows became shatterproof. To be honest, I am not sure if time even passes while playing the game, as every clock in my apartment remained at 12 while playing. You were given 10 lives. Certain aspects in the game will be mirrored in reality. Any pets you own will die as soon as you lose a life. As you lose more lives, you will get sick. Very sick. I became nauseous. My head started to pound and my nose began to bleed. The more lives you lose, the worse you will feel. But you must keep playing. I can only conclude that losing all lives will result in your actual death. Level 1, the neighborhood. The character of Level 1 is a child dressed in a skeleton costume, carrying a jack-o'-lantern bucket. The exact costume I wore when I was 6 years old for Halloween. Your character starts in the middle of a suburban neighborhood that is covered with cheap Halloween decor. The street had a striking resemblance to the one I grew up on, which I am guessing is a detail that changes with each player. The only ability you have is movement. You cannot jump, punch, or use items in this level. Although the street appears linear and endless, as though it is an infinite loop, it is not. As you move forward, the street lights behind you will go out. Do not go into the dark. Keep moving. If you move your character into the dark, you will lose a life. As you play, you will notice the darkness creeping behind you in reality. After a few hours of running down the virtual street, all the lights in my apartment went out one by one. Whatever you hear, see, or feel, it is very important to not take your eyes off the screen during this level. You will hear doors in your home open and close, footsteps, even a familiar voice whisper in your ear. Do not lose concentration, or you will lose more lives. You may even feel a hand rest on your shoulder. When the game gets bored of level 1, it will end without notice. The timer on the screen showed that I ran for 7 hours and 26 minutes before it ended. Level 2, the house. Level 2 is displayed in first person. You'll enter a house with limited visibility, as a dim flashlight is your only source of illumination. As you progress through this level, you'll notice a climate change around you in reality. My apartment was freezing, making it extremely difficult to concentrate. Again, you must keep playing. If you get up and try to adjust your thermostat or get a coat, you will lose a life. I lost 4 lives during this level and started coughing up blood. As you move through the house, you will discover various weapons. When you recover all the weapons, you can progress to level 3. These weapons cannot be used in self-defense. It is best not to equip them, as your character will only use them to commit suicide, thus resulting in the loss of more lives. As you move through the dark house, you will hear and see things that will test your limits as a human being. I will not go into detail, but I saw and heard things on that screen that were deeply personal, disturbing, and worst of all, genuine. Be prepared to witness every terrible experience of your past. All of those things you have repressed, forgotten, and maybe even went to therapy to try and work through. Once again, you must keep playing, and you must collect each weapon. Level 3, final level. I entered this level with 2 remaining lives, almost certain that I was destined to fail. Like the former levels, I believe that it custom tailored to the person who was playing. Again, this level remains in first-person view. You will enter a bedroom and see a person lying on a bed, asleep. They may resemble a loved one, a friend, or yourself. I saw the body, my best friend who passed away 10 years ago. You will have access to every weapon you grabbed in level 2. A knife, a blowtorch, baseball bat, and screwdriver. Your objective is simple. Kill the person in the bed. They will not fight back or move. Once their health bar is diminished, you'll win the game. I chose the knife. I walked into the bed, aimed, and struck the body with the blade. White-hot pain filled my eyes, and I instantly discovered the catch of level 3. Whatever pain you inflict on that person, you will feel in reality. You will not lose any blood, you will not lose consciousness, and you will not die. But you will feel every single sensation. If you take too long in between blows, your player will lose a life. The person on the bed will beg you to stop. They will scream your name again and again. It took me 20 minutes to stab them to death, and I could barely hold the controller when it was over. I completed it with one life remaining. My physical body was cold, frail, and broken. I remember reading "Game complete" on the screen just before blacking out. I'm not sure who the game will choose next, or if it already has. I just pray that they will read this before it is too late. This is how I remember it starting. I was 11, and Dad had just taken me to the stable again to ride. At the time, we lived up in New England near a wooded area that ran along the Canadian border. The stable was even farther north, still in America, but desolate enough that the road to get there was long, winding, and unlit. A motorcyclist's dream, I'm sure. Never did I see one, though. Only horses and the odd car making the journey up or further still. The stable itself was old, but the people were Dad's friends, and they let me ride their horse, Sugar, for free every day. Said it was good for her. I loved Sugar. She was a sweet 17-hand-high white mare. And she was old, making her slow to startle, meaning I was safe, or at least safer than I would have been with any other horse there. Dad would often leave me alone, letting me explore the area from her back. He wouldn't go far, though, and would sit chatting with the owners at a picnic table back at the barn. I'd always stay by the tree line, saying it was so Dad could see me when it was really so I could see him. But that day I was feeling more adventurous and hoped he wouldn't mind much if Sugar and I wandered off for a while. Sugar's ears pricked forward. This was new to her. I think in a way she knew I was young and she had to protect me, and it seemed like she was trying to resist my desire to explore. But weaving through the trees, unable to see the stable, was exhilarating, and I urged her forward, towards the stream I could hear trickling nearby. Above us, the birds sang and the wind whistled. It continued that way for a good few minutes, until I was deep in the thick of the trees. And then, suddenly, like someone had muted all the background noise. Nothing. I heard nothing. No birds, no stream, no wind. Sugar snorted and stopped, looking around. I felt it too. The fear. And though I didn't understand it at the time, I felt like I was being watched. It felt threatening. And I was scared. I pulled on the reins, trying to turn Sugar back towards the stable, but she wouldn't budge and snorted again, stamping down, nervous. I looked between her erect ears at the place she was staring at. All I saw were trees, but then, peering out from behind one of the thicker trunks, I saw it. The creature. I'm no artist, so I'll try describing it the best as I can. It was ghostly white and long, at least it looked long. And I say long because it was crouched near the tree, and its legs and arms were bent backwards, like an animal. I'm sure if it stood up, it would be tall, maybe 8 feet. But it didn't have feet. Instead, its legs ended in weird stubs, covered with many, many short feelers that undulated slowly at different speeds. Its hands were also bent backwards, and rather than fingers, it had long, creeping tendrils that wrapped up and around its arms like vines. It squatted on its wrists, gorilla-like, and watched me from a face that was vaguely humanoid, but smaller, like it suffered from microphilia or something. It was bald, had beady black eyes, 2 holes for a nose, and a minuscule mouth. that was pointed slightly downwards, like it was frowning with the effort of concentration. It made no move and just sat there, still as a statue, watching us. Finally, Sugar turned around and bolted back towards the stable. Behind me, I heard a weird clicking noise, but nothing else. No signs of chase. Every day after that, I would see it peeking out at me from behind the trees, like it was observing what I was doing. I wondered if anyone else saw it. The horses certainly did, and made sure to stay away from the areas it had been. I never told anyone, though, not even Dad. I was afraid he would look at me with worry and start talking to me in a hushed voice like I was crazy or something. So we kept going to the stable, until 2 years later. He asked me if I wanted to start working there during the summer. Of course, I agreed, and soon he was dropping me off from dawn till dusk, and I would spend my day hauling hay, cleaning stalls, and riding Sugar around the grounds, checking up on the fences and such. I figured the creature had never harmed me, only observed, so I wasn't going to let it stop me or scare me away. Every few days, I would ride Sugar through the woods to a well-fenced pasture. Dad told me not to, but I did anyways. He didn't need to know. It was about 20 minutes from the stable, along a thin dirt path. It was nice enough during the daytime, but at night, it was lit only by the light of the moon and stars. And when the moon was new, it was dead black and dangerous. I tried to only go during the day when I could, but sometimes I didn't make it in time, and we ended up winding our way through trees as the sun set, and I'd have to explain to Dad why I was so out there. This particular time, I had been reading in the pasture for a while, and the sun was starting to fall behind the trees, casting long, eerie shadows beside me. Sugar grazed on the tall grasses and flowers that grew there. I was just getting ready to head back when I saw it. It was close this time, closer than it had ever come before, and as I watched, it stood up and slowly made its way over to the fence surrounding us. Sugar stopped, perking up, looking at it from one of her long lashed eyes, and whined as the thing continued walking towards us, making for the metal gate I had lazily closed by hanging the chain loosely over it. I quickly mounted Sugar bareback before she bolted, and watched as the creature reached toward, took hold of the chain with one of its tendrils attached to its arm, and began pulling it in jerky motions until it fell out, clanking loudly against the metal poles of the gate. The creature took a few shaky steps forward before falling on all fours and charging at us with a jerky, unpredictable motion. I felt my throat seize up, unable to yell out. Sugar whined and reared slightly before leaping forward and over the fence, like she was a Epona or something. She charged through the trees expertly, dodging them, hopping their roots. Every so often I ducked low under a branch. I could hear it crashing behind us, trying to keep up. I glanced back and saw it right behind us, reaching forward. Its face was expressionless, but I could tell that it was looking right at me. One of its tendrils on its arm touched Sugar's flank, and she screamed, bolting forward even faster. The creature suddenly stopped, falling back behind the trees. We crashed into the clearing the stable was in, and I immediately saw the headlights from Dad's car parked next to the house. Sugar galloped towards them and slid to a stop, scaring the crap out of Dad and the man who owned the place. I told them there was something in the woods, something chasing us, and their faces fell. They each grabbed a shotgun and checked the perimeter, while the owner's wife and I looked after Sugar, trying to calm her down. There was blackish blood running down her side from the place the creature had touched her. I knew what had hurt her, what had happened, but told Dad and everyone else that it had to be from a branch or something. I'm not sure that they believed me, though. The wound was strange, leaf-shaped, with dozens and dozens of tiny circular puncture marks, similar to those a lamprey might make. We treated the wound and put Sugar in a clean, safe stable, locking the door behind us. She looked okay. We thought she was okay. She died not long after. They said she died peacefully in her sleep, but sometimes I wonder. Dad never let me ride at that stable again. But it didn't matter, it didn't stop, and I still saw that creature almost every week after that. It always seemed to creep up from the edge of the forest in weird, jerky movements, like it was hiding, like it didn't want me to see it. Each night I saw it. It had crept a little bit closer from the trees, closer to my window. It always looked as if it was staring directly at me. Always, it went from being a major threat to a minor annoyance, and I started ignoring it, pretending it didn't exist. 5 years later, I moved all the way across the country to the Pacific Northwest for school. It was a nice place, sure, but expensive, and I missed the horses. The city was big, though. Not big enough for me to hide from the trees, but for the first few months I was there, I saw nothing. And so, slowly, meek another thought crept out. It was stupid, but it stayed, lingering in my mind, unspoken. Maybe that thing wouldn't be able to follow me out here. Maybe I finally escaped its torment. Ha! It started when I moved out of the dorms and into my own apartment. It started at night. I was alone. I began hearing this soft clicking noise. It almost sounded like someone tapping the glass on my window or my coffee table with their nail. I usually ignored it, thinking it was just some weird quirk of this place finally making an appearance now that the weather's changed and the furnace was on. And then one night in the middle of summer, I heard it. Louder, insistent. Someone tapping on the door that led to my balcony. I stood up, annoyed, before growing afraid. What if it was some creep? Or worse? I made my way over, not even realizing that I was tiptoeing. Opened the curtain, and there it was, right there, gazing back at me with his beady, black eyes. I covered my mouth, trying to squeeze back a scream, but it didn't work, and the sound of it echoed long and loud around my room. The creature turned its head. It had never heard me scream before. In the tiny slit that was its mouth quivered for a moment, as if it were about to smile. I took a few steps back, searching for something to throw at the glass to scare it away, when I heard it. A knock, loud, demanding, at my front door. "Hey, are you okay in there?" It was probably one of my neighbors, drawn over by my scream. The creature looked over to my door, then back at me. Another knock sounded out, and the creature turned and leapt off the side of my balcony. I ran over, unlocked the balcony door, and glanced out. The creature was ridiculously tall, but as it walked away, I saw that its legs were slowly descending like rubber, like it had no bones. And I realized that it somehow extended its limbs. That's how it reached my balcony. And maybe that was how it had been following me everywhere. Distance wasn't a problem when every step covered miles. Another knock sounded out, jarring me from my speculations, and I walked over to the front door and yelled through it, telling my neighbor that I was just watching a scary movie and there was nothing wrong, that I was sorry that I woke him. "No problem," he said. If you need anything, don't hesitate. That month, not even a week after that incident, I flew back home. Dad was dying. I took the last flight out that day, hoping to get there before he was gone for good. I didn't. Arrived at the hospital right as he was taking his last breath. I sat, distraught, in the lobby, too afraid to look at him, in shock, until an old lady and man offered to take me somewhere. I looked up and recognized them, the owners of the stable. Not knowing what else to do, I nodded and we left. We ended up in one of those late-night breakfast places, and I ordered some pancakes and black coffee, but ended up only drinking the coffee. After a few moments of silence, I finally spoke up, but not about Dad. It was too soon, and I wasn't thinking right. Instead, I asked a question that had been on my mind for years. Do you know about the creature on your property? The what? The man hissed, while beside him his wife pressed her lips together and set down her fork. I met his gaze, unsure if he thought I was crazy or if he saw them too. But, tired of keeping it secret, I pressed on. Way back when I was riding at your stable, there was this thing, long and white and humanoid. It started following me. That night, years ago, when Sugar was hurt, that creature, it must have wounded her. He looked at me, the concern growing on his features. Finally, he said, You're not still seeing it, are you? I met his gaze, wondering what to say, but ended with, No, I'm not. I just wanted to know I wasn't crazy or something, you know? He didn't reply immediately, but sat looking at me like he was sizing me up. Your dad said before he died. He looked away, picking up his coffee nervously. What? He looked back at me. He said he wanted you to know that you're not the only one who's seen, well, he cleared his throat and paused for a beat, then said, You must be tired. And I knew he was done talking. And I was tired, so I didn't press him. Never did speak to them or see them again. Wondered what happened to them, where they are now. That night, unable to stay at my empty childhood home, I stayed at a hotel. But I couldn't sleep, not a wink. So I got in my rental, equipped with a lantern and a bat, and made my way to the stable. Not knowing why, but only knowing that I had to. The stable was derelict, abandoned now, and I knew I shouldn't be there. It was stupid, I know. I parked next to the old house the owners had left years ago and hopped out with the light and the bat ready. At first I was only going to stay around the stable, see what I could see, but my curiosity got the best of me, and I began creeping my way through the darkened woods towards the pasture. Every noise, the wind, the trees, my own breathing, put me on edge. But I made it there without incident. The pasture was old now and the fence was broken. I found myself tearing up at the memories I had in this place. Memories of Sugar, of Dad. Click. I turned, my heart racing. I heard the clicking noise again and again and again. It sounded almost like applause or maybe even laughter as I turned around a large arc, shining the light through the trees. I saw them, hundreds of them, staring out at me through the gaps between the trees. Faces, white, small, bald, horrific. Some were smiling slightly, others were frowning. Some were the same size as the creature I knew, others were smaller, and the rest were enormous. And even in their crouched positions, their heads almost touched the tops of the trees. They were all watching me, observing me. I felt myself starting to hyperventilate, and I knew I had to get out of there. So I ran and ran, hearing them crunching along behind me, beside me, keeping up. How I made it to the car without being harmed, I don't know. But as I pulled out, my hand touched the pack of emergency matches I kept in the center console, and for one wild moment, I thought of burning them all with the forest they lived in. Then I thought better of it and sped away. As I turned onto the main road, my headlights hit the tree line, and I saw their beady black eyes glinting from the shadows behind the trees. After that, I moved to Colorado, to Golden to be exact. Denver and Boulder were way too expensive, and while I would have settled in Greeley, I didn't really want to smell, or smell like, manure all the time. Golden wasn't necessarily cheap, but it was worth it. I had just bought my own horses and wanted a place near the outer edges of the city, where the houses run few and far between, where there's enough space to ride. I hadn't seen the creature for a whole year, so I thought I had finally escaped it. Maybe it needed to be by large bodies of water to survive, or maybe it had given up, or maybe, hopefully, it had died, got run over twice, or shot by shotgun shells or burnt by fire. Ha. A few weeks ago, it started again. That weird clicking noise. And I sighed, knowing what would come soon after. On nights where the moon was full, I would see the shadow of it through the blinds just standing there, tapping on my window. It went on like this for days, and I was quickly losing sleep and my sanity. Yesterday, after another sleepless night, I decided to make the drive up the Boulder. I just needed to get away. I went to a local pub, met some cool, helpful Boulderites, walked around on Pearl Street for a bit, and as the sun started to fall over the Flatirons, I said my goodbye to the place and the people and made my way back to Golden. The drive from Boulder to Golden is decently long, but it's beautiful, with the Flatirons framing one side and the plains spread out open on the other. For the first time in a long time, I was at peace. Maybe, just maybe, this would all end soon, and I'd be free to live my life as I saw fit, rather than in hiding or fear. All these years, and I still didn't know what that creature wanted, why it was following me, and how it could follow me. As the sun slipped behind all those rolls of Rockies, I sighed, thinking about finally losing it for good. Then I noticed something. Something shadowed and long and fast sprinting next to my car. I took a deep breath and looked over, and there it was, running alongside my car like it was nothing. It was going almost 70 at this point, but it was somehow able to keep stride. It tapped on the window with one of its fine light tendrils like it was taunting me, then opened its tiny mouth, revealing a gaping hole with a triple split tongue. It didn't have any teeth, and out of its mouth poured some weird black goo. It smeared across the driver's side window, looking almost red in the moonlight. Then in a wretched, foul voice, it spoke. It spoke like it was mocking me, my brief happiness. I never, ever heard it speak before. And even through the closed window, even at that speed, I heard it loud and clear. It was horrific. Ha! Found you! Found you! It suddenly jerked to a halt, and I sped away, watching it grow smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror until it blended back into the shadows.
I work the graveyard security shift at Chuck E. Cheese's. I know Scott Cawthon fans will pester me with questions. It's nothing like that. We only have one animatronic and he doesn't move while I'm around. I don't have a hard job. You just sit there, watch the security cameras, making sure no vandals break in, no kids, no problem. In addition, I make sure no one steals the giant animatronic rodent and scraps him for parts. The job is so boring that I use the time as a study hall. The other day, however, I would definitely classify as scary. It was September 7th, 2018, and I had just said goodbye to Nathan, our janitor. An hour had passed and I was doing some PLC, programmable logic controllers, homework, when I heard a soft thump. I checked the security cameras, however, and they showed nothing. I did a sweep and discovered that a misplaced mop had fallen over. Typical. Nathan always did the bare minimum of his job. One time, he almost got fired for not using bleach on the piece of carpet they got puked on. Back to the mop. No big deal, I thought. I put the waterlogged thing back in the bucket. A short while later, I hear a clang, and what sounded like tools falling out. Oh, great, I muttered. Nathan, why can't you just do your damn job? I got up and slowly made my way to the janitor closet, because some dweeb doesn't want to do his end of the job. I went to the closet again, and could swear I had eyes on the back of my head the whole time. I glanced around and saw nothing. I replaced the tools and put the box back on the shelf. The way back to my desk, I had the same sensation of being watched. I looked around. Nothing. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard giggling. Yes, the stereotypical horror trope of giggling happened to me. I heard it coming from the stage, so I went up to the rodent. The giggling faded to what sounded like it came from the ball pit. I chased the sound around the room. I only stopped when I saw the light of the sketch pad attraction. You know, the one that draws your face in pencil. My eyes were drawn to it, as if magnetically. The pencil moved around the screen. However, it didn't draw, it wrote, "Leave me be," was what was scrawled across the screen. I couldn't breathe until it erased and wrote, "Go." I bolted back to my desk, hair on the back of my neck straight up, and waited for sunrise. My boss was the first one in at 6 a.m. I debated on whether or not to tell him when he said, "Logan, you look like you've seen a ghost." As if out of reflex, I unleashed the verbal torrent of what had experienced. As I finished my effusion, my boss looked dumbfounded. "Look, Lo, you sound as if you need a day off. I'm gonna give you the weekend," he cooed. I tried to explain that what I witnessed was not the result of stress. He wasn't listening to me and just shooed me out the door. I got in my mom's car and had her chauffeur me to Tim Hortons for a vanilla dip donut. I deserved it. Anyways, what do you guys think? Is my location haunted? Nothing has happened since. At least, nothing I know about. Two weeks ago, I considered myself a reasonably skeptic man. I was convinced that somewhere in the vastness of this realm, another intelligent life form inhabited an Earth-like planet. Whether or not said beings have visited us was up for debate. Even though I had never personally experienced anything that could be considered paranormal, I had heard enough stories to leave open the possibility. On the contrary, the notion of the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, Yeti, Mothman, and other crypto things alike was laughable. As I lay in this hospital bed, crippled, in pain, and in fear, my view on monsters has drastically changed. I worked night shift security for a company that had been experiencing significant vandalism. Graffiti, broken windows, litter, the types of things bored kids find fun to do. The building is located on the outskirts of a small suburban area. The backside, shop area of the property faces a set of train tracks, a little traveled highway, and a vast forest beyond the road. The front was offices where I spent most of my time. My duties basically involved watching TV and playing video games while keeping an ear out for any mischief outside. Once every hour, I would take a stroll around the perimeter of the building. The first few months were the most eventful. It was rare that a night would pass and I didn't have to chase some kids off. A few times, these encounters got a bit dicey. I'm not a gun person, so this led to me bringing my German Shepherd pup, Shu, to work with me. He is named after Michael Schumacher. Once the hoodlums realized that my dog didn't like strangers, they stopped coming around. The job became a breeze for a while. And then, some strange things started happening. It all started 3 Thursdays ago. It was raining that particular night. I don't make the rounds as much when it rains, as I figure nobody really cares to be out in that crap. I was working a typical 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, and the 2 previous perimeter checks were uneventful. I donned my rain gear and headed out for a 4 a.m. check. As soon as I stepped outside, I was greeted by a horrific odor. A combination of feces, wet dog, and a dumpster on a 100-degree day stung my nostrils. I don't know if it was a smell or what, but Shu was hesitant to leave my side. Unusual behavior for him. So we made our way around the building, the smell still piercing our noses. My flashlight picked up the reflection of something in the grass. It was a blood trail. Shu led the way along the path. Ultimately, we discovered a deer carcass. It was absolutely torn to shreds, blood and guts everywhere. Both of its hind legs were missing. Once morning came around and the evidence was brought to the building's owner's attention, we both agreed it was most likely some type of prank. We buried the remains in a hole in a far corner of the property. The next night was clear, but crisp. My rounds occurred more frequently. Everything was normal until around 2 a.m. It was somewhere around 1/4 to 2:30 when Shu started freaking out. He was barking incessantly, and I couldn't calm him down. I walked into the shop area and immediately heard what sounded like heavy footsteps coming from the roof of the building. A brief check around the building revealed no ladders or any other means of accessing the roof. The smell from the day before was lingering, although nowhere near as pungent. Besides my personal account, no other evidence was able to be reported to the owners. Saturday night was uneventful. Sunday evening would change my life forever, though. After a fairly anxious but boring 3 hours, I hear a window break. Shu is scratching at the door before I can even get to it. It sounded like a back of the building occurrence, so we quickly made our way back there. Everything appeared normal. No kids, no pranksters, nothing. Then Shu took off in a dead sprint. He ran straight towards a small grove of trees separating the property from the train tracks. As I yelled for him to come back, he froze in his tracks about 10 feet from a cluster of 4 or 5 trees. A large, muscular arm reached out and encased his head in its palm. A quick jerk of the wrist, and Shu's neck snapped like a twig. Horrified by the sight, I let out an audible gasp. Whatever this beast was, it immediately focused its attention in my direction. There are 3 entrance points to this building. The nearest 2 are locked. The only unlocked entrance point would require me to run between this monster and the door. Since it was dark, I figured I could make it. I started sprinting. I made it about 25 to 35 yards before I felt a tug on the back of my shirt. The strength of the grip rendered me unable to escape. I fell to the ground. My heavy breathing only served to drown out the thunderous beating of my heart. I managed to gather my bearings only to realize I was being mounted by something. I suppose it took my mind a while to comprehend what my eyes were viewing. I was being pinned to the ground by an ape. An ape covered head to toe with matted red to brownish fur. A human face with a primate body had pinned me to the earth. This creature's eyes glowed a vibrant red. We locked eyes, and it was at this point I came to a conclusion: this beast was about to take my life. I vaguely remember trying to kick and punch my way out of this thing's control. My attempted recourse proved futile. My last memory is a bit clouded, but I can clearly recall looking this thing eye to eye and feeling a certainty of death. The giant beast picked me up and hurled my defenseless body against a tree 20 to 28 feet up. The tree snapped it in half. My helpless body served as an unsuccessful saw. I assume a Sasquatch is what broke my back and has left me confined to this hospital bed. My vertebrae lost its battle against said lumber. Bigfoot is real. Bigfoot kicked my ass. I'll never forget that smell. I'll never forget my eye contact with a creature spawned straight from the depths of hell. I miss Shu, and I miss my innocence. My walk home from school was always a relatively uneventful one. I cut across a park that is right next to the school, and from the park it's just a couple blocks to my house. I've never had any trouble walking home by myself. It's something I've always done, ever since I was 13. Well, I can tell you now, it is not something I'll be doing any longer. Last autumn, I had stayed late at school working on a stupid group project for history class, where we had to build a castle out of cardboard and crap like that. It was pretty easy work, but none of us in the group felt like going to each other's houses to do it, so we opted to stay after school. Since I didn't really know the other 2 kids that well, the project was silent and rather awkward to do, and I ended up doing most of the work. When we finally finished our castle, it was nearly 5:30 p.m., and we all gladly got out of that situation as quickly as possible. Once I was out of school, I began making my way to the park. Now, if you have never been to Illinois in the later months of the year, dusk comes quickly in the fall. Street lamps buzzed and slowly grew bright as the sun began its climb behind the horizon. In the park, I made my way past the swing sets. My strides were long and quick as I was anxious to get home. Though, however determined I was to make it home, it only took one small sound to stop me dead in my tracks. It was a soft, gasping sound, as if someone was short of breath. I turned my head to look at the slides, the area I thought it was coming from. I saw a little girl,
with long black hair. She was kneeling down by the slide that was the nearest where I was standing, with her back facing me. At first, I wasn't sure exactly what to do. Calling the police crossed my mind, and my hand reached down to feel the shape of my phone on the outside of my jeans, just to make sure it was still there. When I did, the girl's sobbing became louder, and I felt the urge to help. I approached her with mild trepidation, taking my footsteps slow towards her. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked her. "Go away," she yelled back without moving. I stopped moving for a moment, actually considering heeding her words. But then I saw she didn't have a jacket. In fact, her shoulders were bare. She was wearing a white tank top. When I looked down, I saw that her legs too were bare. She was wearing dirty white basketball shorts. It was not a warm autumn night. Actually, the wind was picking up, and it was turning the cool autumn air chilly as the sun sank deeper over the horizon. Her skin, which I could now clearly see was naturally dark, had become pale in the cold. A deep sadness fell on me for the girl in that moment. She must have been homeless. Some tragic story forced her into the situation she was in, no doubt. The girl only looked to be a few years younger than I was. I walked towards her with new determination, unzipping my jacket to give to her. I decided that I would give her my jacket now and call the police a little later so I wouldn't embarrass her. I didn't want to, but this girl clearly needed more help than I could give. I took off my red and blue Cubs jacket and I outstretched it towards her. "Here, take my coat at least." Her sobs ceased, but for a moment she didn't move. I waited patiently for her to accept my offer. I didn't want to nag her any more than that. If I was in her situation, I would probably be too proud to take it. Then, the girl finally began to turn her head slowly, to look at me. I dropped my coat and stumbled backwards, falling on my back when I saw the girl's face. "I told you to go away," the girl said, almost sorrowful, as I scrambled to pick myself up off of the dirt. As I stood up, the girl began screaming, a loud howl that rang out and echoed all around the playground. I clapped my hands around my ears and I looked at her face one final time, and I don't know, disbelief or morbid curiosity maybe. I just needed to confirm that what I saw was true. And it was. The girl's eye sockets were completely devoid of anything at all. All at once, her screaming stopped and she raised her head, sniffing the air like an animal. "You're still here, boy. I smell you," she said, and her blue lips curled into a ghastly smile. Well, that was enough for me. I turned and I hauled ass all the way home. I didn't look back, but as far as I know, the eyeless girl didn't follow me. Once I got to my house, I rested for a moment on my porch, looking around to see if she was near, but she was nowhere in sight. Now, believe it or not, after all those crazy moments of all in that park, life was pretty normal for me after that. I didn't cut across the park to go to school anymore. In fact, I began to make sure I left when one of my friends did so that I could walk to school with them. Nothing similar to that experience ever happened again, and I never saw the girl again. Then, a couple months ago, I began to wake up in the middle of the night to a sound outside. It sounded as if some animal was sniffing around, just outside my room. Whenever I got up to check outside my window, though, I wouldn't see anything, and the sound would be gone. This happened for a long time. Up until last night, in fact. I woke up to the same sound outside my room. By then I assumed it to be some raccoons sniffing around the trash cans that were near my bedroom window. When I checked the window this time, though, I found it to be opened up about 9 inches. My heart skipped a beat and I shut the window quickly. I grabbed the baseball bat from under my bed and searched the entire room, looking under my bed and in my closet and even out in the hallway, but I found nothing. Eventually I calmed down and became tired again, so I went out to the kitchen to get a drink of water, came back to bed. When I got into bed and under the covers, I felt something under them with me. It was fabric of some sort and felt like another blanket. I grabbed it and pulled it out of the covers to examine it. It was a red and blue Cubs jacket. It was 2007. I was with a couple of my friends camping. I was 16 and just with some 16 to 18-year-olds on this fun camping trip out in the woods behind some of these guys' houses. We picked a spot in the clearing where it would be like a kind of party-like site, although I don't do drugs or even smoke weed or any of that. I grew up with that going on all around me, so I tried to avoid it. But nobody brought weed or anything along, I don't think. So we all hung out in this clearing, with 3 different tents set up, and with a fire pit in the middle. We had planned to spend 4 to 5 days. It was summer vacation, so we didn't have school. I think this was early August. Anyway, we all decided to hang out in the clearing, roasting marshmallows, and everyone but me having beers. I sat around making s'mores, and the sun was just beginning to set, and we were all having a good time. At around 7 o'clock or so, we heard something moving in the bushes nearby, and someone threw an empty beer bottle at the bushes. We heard the smash, and watched something climb out of the bushes and lumber back into the trees. We thought it was just some psycho person, but everyone got a little nervous. Later that night, I was asleep in the tent with 3 other people. The only person I knew was my friend Paul, who invited me along. I remember everything being silent, and then I heard a sort of popping sound by the fire, and we all sat up. Crawling out, we could hear people in other tents' voices saying, "What was that?" Paul unzipped the tent, and we crawled out. The fire, which we had put out about an hour or 2 ago, was now roaring with flames. We put it out and thought maybe someone had poured gasoline all over the fire and lit a match, or lighter and lit the fire. But we never heard the gas pouring, or a match being struck, or a lighter being flicked. We also didn't hear anybody running away because we would have heard them. It was at this point there was an awful smell, but I had a stuffy nose and couldn't make it out really. It may have been a skunk, but Paul said one of the other guys said it was like rotten meat, but we had not smelled it earlier or since. Some other people began holding their shirts up to their noses as if a pungent smell had just appeared. We were all a little on edge, but I guess some people agreed. Screw it, let's just stay here. Nobody brought any guns to fend ourselves off, but one guy, who was about 18, said he had a pocket knife. Our second day here, nothing happened and it became night again. At around 4 a.m., we were all fast asleep and awoken by noises behind our tent. We started to get out when Paul said, Shut up for a minute." We sat in silence, listening to the noises, which sounded like voices I couldn't make out. The voices seemed to be coming closer to us, and we quietly climbed out of the tent. the voices still approaching our camp. The two other guys in our tent crept to the other tents and woke the other people up, telling them to get out of here at once. All 13 of us stood quietly, listening to the voices get closer and louder. At the point where they had gotten behind our tent, we heard the voices stop, but an eerie humming noise was coming from the trees all around us. One of the guys, I think named Ben, who was 17 or 18, walked to about 10 feet from the tree line where the voices had been coming from. He said, "Oi, who is there?" And we quietly waited for a response. We heard nothing except distant crickets. He walked back to us, and right then we heard the voices moving away, which to me sounded like what Ben had asked. "Oi, who's there?" But it didn't sound like Ben moving away, almost like something was trying to mimic what he sounded like. I could hear the voice sort of crackly and jumpy, repeating those words as it moved off into the distance. We all got back to our tents, but didn't sleep. The next day, someone had left to their house to grab something. They came back a little later with a potato gun, saying he'd shoot the crap out of the thing bothering our campsite. Around 7 p.m., not really partying, but just huddled around the fire, a girl, just one of the two, stands up, practically pissing herself, and we find out what's wrong. Here's one of the similarities I found with the well-known Goatman story. She said that last night, when we were listening to the voices, there was another person with us. There was 13 of us now, but she insisted that there had been a 14th. Reading the Anansi Ghost Man story and connecting that experience later made my butt clench. We all started to get nervous again, and Ben told us he was going to run back to his house. He and the potato gun guy were neighbors. And he said he was going to get his father to come out here with a gun and wait. Someone went with him, and Paul and I were just talking to each other about how we could leave early if everything got too chaotic, which is starting to get to now. We were in the middle of talking about how we should pack up when we saw Ben standing in the woods. It was clearly him with his blue hoodie and jeans, and he was looking straight at us from about 40 feet away, but we didn't know what he was doing. The person who went with him wasn't standing next to him. It was just him, standing alone, watching us. It was a 25-minute walk back to his house, but he couldn't have been back 5 minutes later. Everyone got really uncomfortable, and people started yelling, "Hey Ben, what are you doing?" But he just kept watching us. We watched as he seemed to slink back into the trees. By now, people were scared out of their minds, and I was too. Why was Ben being a prick and just staring at us and not doing anything? We decided to pile into one tent and wait. A short while later, the other Ben turned up with his dad, and the other person that went with him and his dad was holding a hunting rifle. Ben told him what happened with the voices, and the father walked that way into the trees and took a look around. He said it felt like eyes were watching him from every direction. Paul then told Ben's dad that we just saw another Ben standing in the woods, staring at us. Ben's dad walked over there and looked around too. He came back and said he could stay with us and the gun, but said he would control it because if we got drunk and started shooting a gun around, we'd all kill ourselves. He slept in Ben's tent. It was our third night here, and it was really creepy. We quietly listened for it, being anywhere nearby. Paul had a funny look in his eye and started sweating. He later told me that while we were all sitting around, he saw a strange figure moving through the woods, moving its arms around in a strange jumpy motion. Around 2 a.m., we were all going to get ready for bed, and we heard it. It was saying something, but in a high-ish voice. It sounded like it was saying, "Oi, who's there?" Completely mimicking what Ben had said the night before. Ben's dad tried to pinpoint where the voice was coming from and fired a shot into the trees. The gunshot was loud. Right after, we could hear a creepy chanting-like male voice. I was scared. Paul was scared. Everyone was. The chanting sounded like a deep voice chanting, so not multiple people. Underneath the chanting, we could hear something mumbling noises. Again, another shot was fired, but I saw what Ben's dad was shooting at. It was a figure crouched by some low bushes. It looked like a direct hit, but the figure did not move. Instead, it stood up, sort of hunched over, and moved back into the forest. We raced back into our tents and could hear crying and moaning coming from right behind our tent. All 4 of us in the tent were getting scared, and then I could kind of smell a strong vinegar smell that was very powerful. Then I noticed what looked like fingertips moving along the tent wall to the door and moved down the zipper to grab the part you used to open. Paul dove over to the zipper and held it down as whoever or whatever tried to pull it open. Paul and one other guy in the tent started yelling, "Who's out there?" And after a minute, you could hear a screeching noise as this thing took off into the darkness. We decided to say, "Screw the 4th and 5th day. Let's just get out of here in the morning." Here's the scariest experience of that night. At 3:45 a.m., I had to go pee. Since what had just occurred not long ago, I decided I wasn't getting out of the tent, and maybe I could stick my bird out of a small zipper opening, but then I pictured whatever it was out there biting or ripping my thing off, so I decided to open up the tent, slither outside, and just slightly, and pee to the side of the door. As soon as I was finished, I noticed someone by the furthest tent away. Grabbed my flashlight beside my pillow and turned it on, shined it towards the person. Looked like Paul, back facing to me, hunched over by the tent. But Paul was right behind me, sleeping in the tent. I crawled back inside, but kept my light shined on the other Paul. I whispered, "Paul, wake up." And the moment he did, I looked outside to see the other Paul stand up and turn, facing towards me, and stare at me. I dove back in and leapt under my sleeping bag and huddled there, awake, as I explained to Paul what I had just seen. I guess at one point in the night, I was facing another way and was freaking out, but one of the guys in the tent said he woke up, eyes still half closed as he rolled over. He could see the other Paul looking through the part in the tent flap I didn't close. He thought it was just Paul coming to wake them up, but realized the real Paul was asleep right beside him. We packed up and left. So, I guess that's the creepiest thing that happened to me. I don't exactly know where this forest was. It was on private property, but I think that was scary. I have a couple different stories I can share, but I don't think they were as scary as this. Tomorrow, my sister would be 23. It's going to be a rough one for my parents, but
I don't think they've given up hope that any second she'll breeze right in the front door to blow up the candles on her cake. She won't, of course. I think my sister might be dead. She was always so stupid. Please understand that I say that with all love. Laura was naive and trusting, gullible. The police still think she ran off with one of her many past flings. Any boy could have told her any lie, and she'd swallow a story, hook, line, and sinker. I tried my best, as her older sister, to instill her with some kind of backbone, to help her hone her skepticism. I was the older and warier sister, the cynic. The fact that she's still missing is evidence of my failures. It was a Halloween party. The invitation was the most gorgeous thing I'd seen in my life. A gold leaf pressed oak leaf with alluring cursive in words of silver. Pinterest would have lost its collective mind over the craftsmanship. Laura never told me where the invitation came from. Only then it was the members of the in crowd of her small liberal art college who received them. Exclusive. Of course, she wanted to go. It was her last hurrah of youth. The final year before school let out, and she had to face the real world as an adult. Parties in the graduating year take on a sort of desperation. Like a single chick on a New Year's frantically searching the crowd for a kiss in the final minute of the countdown. I don't miss college, and I don't miss college parties. But Laura wouldn't go alone. She was adamant. Halloween was always my favorite holiday, and she used that in the week it took her to wear me down, talking about costumes and how we were going to show up everyone else. She wanted to be the hottest one there. I wasn't resentful that standing next to my plain self would make her shine all the brighter. I wasn't. She wanted to be the it girl of the in crowd. I love the challenge of sewing the costumes. Found some incredible patterns for flapper girls from the roaring 20s. Laura didn't catch the irony of me bashing hers on Daisy Buchanan of The Great Gatsby. It suited her. She was stunning in it, though. She could have worn a burlap sack and had the same effect. We spent the day of the party hanging out and catching up. Laura sat on the counter of my tiny studio apartment, sipping rosé and cracking jokes while I baked brownies. She brought the bottle for herself. I don't drink at parties. The brownies were a gift for the host. Laura teased me about it because it's not going to be that kind of party, silly. Not some house party where nachos were considered a home-cooked meal, she meant. Not the kind of party I usually got invited to. Technically, I hadn't been invited at all, which, of course, is why I wanted to bring brownies in the first place. Mom always told us we should never show up empty-handed at a gathering. A bottle of wine would have been more appropriate, but I guess I couldn't bring myself to actually face going into a liquor store to buy one. I hadn't drunk in a year, not since the last party I'd been to. I didn't have a sobriety chip to mark the occasion, just the scars. I don't mind taking the role of DD. It puts my mind at ease knowing I can offer a safe ride home so no one else has to try anything stupid. The autumn drive was golden. The setting rays of the sun lit the woods like each tree was emitting their own light. The air through the open car windows was perfume, the sweetness of leaves beginning to decay. I have a perfectly clear memory of the light hitting Laura's profile at the perfect angle to make her eyes glow as she grinned and fiddled with the music. Carefree, and unburdened in a snapshot of what should have been a perfect day. We took some wrong turns. The invitation's directions were precise, but the twists and turns of small rural roads got the best of us a few times. So it wasn't until after sunset that we found the cluster of other cars and an otherwise unassuming patch of bare dirt that let us know we had arrived at the right place. We went the rest of the way on foot, guided by the sound of music. I thought the invitation had been a work of art, but it paled in comparison to the spectacle that was the rest of the party. If you gathered the greatest minds of the greatest hipster wedding blogs and shut them in a think tank with an unlimited budget for a month, you might get something close. The clearing was dominated at the center by a single tree, the most massive oak tree I've ever seen in my life. The boughs were laden with what must have been hundreds of colored glass jars, each lit by a tiny flickering candle. My camera! My sister clutched my arm suddenly. I can't believe I forgot my camera. I was too awestruck to respond. Belatedly, I realized the music that had led us down the path was alive. A 5-piece acoustic band played something I imagined to be the background soundtrack of Florence Welch's Brain. Though I'd poured my heart and soul into our costumes, I suddenly felt very inadequate and underdressed. Apparently, it was a themed party. Nearly every other guest was in elaborate stage-quality costumes that could have, at any second, broken into a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. A masquerade menagerie of forest animals milled through the clearing. The animal head masks were startlingly detailed. A hawk glared sideways at me from across a massive bonfire, and the flames danced in the liquid reflection of his resin eye. There was a collective shift as we entered the scene. Subtle, but there all the same, as if we were understudies that had disrupted the flow of a rehearsal. Ah, I thought. Theater majors. A stag-headed man stepped smoothly through the space to greet us. His voice was muffled through the mask, but baritone and pleasant. I wondered if he belonged to the band and was taking a break. Welcome! We're glad you made it. It's a bit of a labyrinth on these country roads. Please, help yourself to any refreshments you'd like. We're only just getting started. He gestured to a pair of long, low wooden tables laden with platters of mouth-watering food. I was suddenly eager to hide my own offering behind my back, but our host was gracious about it. A gift, he said. How very old-fashioned of you. Thank you. I believe there's room on the end of the table. I know it looks typed out like that, but he didn't make it sound like an insult. Laura was only half paying attention, still taking in the drool-worthy decorations. I knew she was seething at herself for leaving the camera behind. As a photographer, that thing was practically a third eye for her. Our host excused himself, and I was relieved to spot others I recognized from Laura's social group. Now that my eyes had adjusted, they were easy to pick out. It was obvious we weren't the only ones who didn't know this party was going to be themed. The guy, in an ironic sexy nurse costume, looked acutely self-conscious. Most were gathered around the tables, with cups in their hands, awkwardly waiting for the alcohol to kick in, dependent on it as a social lubricant. I squinted at the dishes. There was no way those were real silver, right? Laura's friends cooed over her get-up and filled her in on everything they'd observed so far. Heavy smoke from the main bonfire veiled the partygoers. I guess they were using green wood. The crowd flowed in circles like a massive slow-motion square dance. Some were handing out party favors to others, ribbons and flower crowns and things like that. Groups formed and dissolved according to some unknowable pattern, shifting the motes of dust in a beam of sunlight. People came and went, obscured by the smoke, as the sky deepened in silky darkness. I was stiff and awkward on the fringes of the crowd. Everyone had a drink in their hand, and it seemed like everyone wanted to put one in mine. I waved off more offers than I could count. A sparrow, a rabbit, a pair of feral-looking foxes. With the many masks, it felt like feeding day at the petting zoo. Only, I was the animal in the pen. It was overwhelming, overstimulating. I couldn't focus well enough to carry on a conversation. Each thought I had was as hard to catch as the smoke that stung my eyes and settled heavy in my lungs. It was perfumed with something. I thought until I saw a bear throw a leafy branch onto the flames. The fragrance was only leaves. I don't drink at parties. I had very little to do until the music picked up and I felt something wild sing out in my blood. A ripple of excitement made waves through the party, and wordlessly the people began to dance. I finally saw Laura and the stag-headed host lead her into the middle of it all. What was his name? Had he even said? Even as I joined the dance, I kept to the edges of it. My feet were clumsy, and I didn't know the steps. Some sort of folk dance with a lot of twirling and getting passed back and forth. Maybe every 1 in 20 people I linked arms with were one of Laura's friends. They were having an easier time of it, the gloss of drunkenness in their eyes, their movements freer as their inhibitions loosened. There was something happening to us. The dance was too fast for us to speak, and I couldn't make myself form words, but there was an understanding with every fleeting spin when we made eye contact. Our feet picked up, faster and higher. There was something happening to us. I broke the flow of a dance like a heavy stone thrown in a still pond, pushing and jostling my way out. I needed to be away from the smoke and the touching, hands on my elbow, hands on my arms, my shoulders as each dancer tried to pull me back in, a forest of grabbing hands and leering teeth and fixed grins. I couldn't breathe. In the harsh shadows cast by the flicker of flames, the mask warped and changed. The fur looked denser, the feathers more jeweled. What at the beginning of the night appeared rubber, now moved like flesh. Animal eyes rolled in their sockets to watch me as I struggled through. I had to find Laura. She was still with the stag, a tiara on her head. It shone with the luster of real gold, though. I could have sworn I'd only seen plastic before. An ornate clay bottle was being passed hand to hand through the dance. The stag's eyes met mine as he took a swig. The lips somehow warped and wrapped around the neck of the bottle as if they were his own. He laughed and his tongue was wine-stained. The dance changed, somehow impossibly faster, wilder. Hands were still on me, but this time to push me away rather than pull me in. I was forced out. Away from the smoke wasn't any better. Fog lay heavy and thick under the branches. The air was cleaner, though. It smelled like cool water and the promise of rain. I couldn't get a sense of time. I couldn't separate this party from the last. I couldn't separate myself from the self of a year ago. I wasn't drunk this round, but the confusion and thoughtless panic were the same. What happened to me then wasn't happening now. I hadn't had a drop of drink this time around. Something touched my hands and I wheeled back. I hit the dirt hard and scrambled back until I couldn't anymore. Hemmed in by brush. I couldn't get my legs to obey me, to lift me off the ground and run. I was as helpless as the first time. It was the hawk. When he spoke, his words were strained, warped, coming out of a throat never meant to mimic human speech. "It's rude," he was saying. "It's rude to refuse a host's generosity the way you have. We've offered you everything you could want, fine drinks and food and music and trinkets, and you take nothing. You're ungrateful, and your insults will not be tolerated." There was something in his hand, and it glinted coldly. My stomach dropped. I could think of nothing to do. I could think of nothing at all. I was going to die here without ever understanding why. Then he stopped. The stag was there. I hadn't seen him arrive. The whole party was behind him, the music dead. They watched, with bloodshot eyes, foam at the corners of their wretched mouths. It is not our guest who is being rude. See, she has brought a gift for us. My brownies, they were still on the table. Crappy paper plate nestled among silver platters and crystal bowls. Somehow, they even looked crappier than before. The stag leaned close to the hawk and lowered his voice. "So watch your tongue, lest you lose it. Some of us still abide by the rules of old-fashioned hospitality." He winked at me. His eyelid was creased. He had never looked more real. Certainly, he was more real than I was. I was nothing but a creature in a trap. I was nothing but formless fear and confusion piled in human skin. Laura's arm was still linked with his. The fire lit her face like she was emitting her own light, a pretty illusion. She didn't say a word. Her eyes were drunk and far away. I became aware of the music once more. Farther away this time, the dance resumed like nothing had ever disturbed it. The crowd ebbed and flowed, moving in unknowable patterns, but every step took them farther away from me. By the time shame got me back on my feet, they were on the far side of the clearing. The oak had been stripped of its lights, and I could see them bobbing and weaving with the dancers as they slipped through the trees and into the mist. I couldn't catch up with them. Everywhere I put my feet was wrong. Every step there was something to trip on or something to snag my costume, forcing me to fall even further while I entangled myself. At some point, I lost them. I stood alone in the bone-chilling fog until violent shivers ripped me from my stupor. Somehow, I found my car again. Somehow, I got it started and drove home without ever having a thought. The next day, I reported my sister as missing. All I could tell them was that we had gone to a party and she had left with a guy I didn't know. I tried showing them the invitation. It was tacky spray paint and metallic marker on a crumbling leaf. Not at all like I remembered it. In mid-November, I went back to the clearing in broad daylight. It took me hours of wrong turns to find. It was so much smaller than I recalled. If not for the oak, I would have thought it wasn't the same place at all. The oak was dead and rotting where it stood. There was a table of sorts, a fallen tree with a roughly hewn chunk out of the top to make a lumpy surface. None of the craftsmanship I admired. The whole area was littered with garbage, crushed plastic bottles, filthy cans, and plastic bags. Here and there were trampled pieces of cheap plastic costume jewelry, the kind you find in the kids' party section of dollar stores. I retraced my steps the best I could. A little beyond where I remembered stopping, the ground gave way to a ravine. Not a deep one. Not the kind you can lose a party of 200. Just 6 feet deep. Just enough to loom over my head. As I studied the end of it, where the exposed roots of a tree above the ravine reached down and formed a rough arch, with nothing but solid rock between them
Tomorrow is my sister's birthday. She's not going to waltz back home like she's attending some twisted surprise party. It's too early for that. The door won't be open yet. I'm finally ready to talk about what happened last Halloween. Because this one, when the door opens again, I'll be going through to bring her home. Okay, I am going to start out by apologizing for not adding any photos, tangible proof, or deep history lessons here. I would appreciate if you could all not accuse me of lying or being mentally ill. This is 100% true. You must take me at my word, because this is still an ongoing experience in me, and I'm physically affected every day by ongoing nausea, especially when I look at the photos or talk about the history of this haunted place. I'm trying my best to avoid making matters worse. I feel grueling resistance as I am typing this, and am fighting the nausea right at this moment, so I hope you can understand. Last Sunday was Father's Day. I was with my boyfriend, my mom, and my dad, sitting at the dinner table eating when the topic of ghost hunting came up. My boyfriend, let's call him B, and I love this type of thing. Neither of us are particularly religious. We are a couple of open-minded, curious agnostics. So the idea that spirits could exist and possibly show themselves to us excites us very much. We had heard about this Goatman's Bridge, officially known as Old Alton Bridge, from a couple sources: Friends, Ghost Adventures TV show, and other articles online. We also live relatively close to the location. Please look up the history yourself. Just Google Goatman's Bridge, Denton history. I'll tell you, has very gruesome violence. Every time I read about it now, I feel like I'm going to puke. So anyways, we decided to go. My dad has never encountered a spirit before, and this place seemed to be a very popular spot for ghost hunting. We went at about 10 p.m., a prime time to explore the bridge and hike the trails with little interruption. The bridge at first was empty and seemed a bit spooky, but we didn't see anything out of the ordinary there. We then hiked a couple different trails nearby. The first one was completely fine, no activity. The second trail, we saw a pair of glowing eyes in the distance when I shone my flashlight in that direction. We all think it was a deer though. Third trail. We came up to this very scary looking, graffiti covered structure. It had words like, "We all die." It had 2 pentagrams within the letters of that. There were stars across the top of it with fake blood dripping from every other one, and it also had a number of symbols and words that none of us or Google Lens could decipher. Although we all did see my nickname, Jen, written slightly hidden within another acronym. I forgot what it was, but I'm not going to look at the pictures right now, sorry. Later, B had dug some more online and found out the structure is actually an altar that had been used for animal sacrifices. All in all, the most exciting part about going to the place itself was me tripping over a root and bruising both of my knees. The only paranormal activity that the 3 of us had witnessed was my dad expressing he felt an unexplainable quick tap on his back a few yards from the altar. So we go back to the bridge, and to our surprise, about 4 or 5 men, white, early 20s, were sitting on the spider-infested bridge, smoking cigarettes and remaining unusually silent.
I honestly don't know why anyone would hang out there at midnight and not have flashlights or anything. But, hey, maybe they're just kind of weird. Who knows? I didn't have a very good feeling about them, though. As soon as I got in the car, I felt like I was going to puke. I was not sick with any illness. I'm not sick now either. At first I believed it was and is a visceral reaction to the haunted place. Now, I know it was and is something more. When we got home, I was in immense pain, unspeakable, excruciating nausea. I went to go wash my hands in the bathroom. When I looked at my reflection, I didn't recognize myself. I was looking into someone else's eyes. I met the gaze of someone violent, someone with immense hate. It was not my reflection. Rather, someone, or something, was using my body to see through me. I know it sounds crazy, but it just gets crazier. I apologize on some of these upcoming details. I was not in control of my body or mind at this time. My memory of this part is almost dreamlike. V could see that something in me had changed. He told me to lie down because the nausea was making me lightheaded and very dizzy. I remember B asking me a series of questions. I don't remember most, but I do remember saying that I am not Jen. I remember how hate-filled gaze resting on B's eyes. I remember my dog not coming over to me like she usually does. I remember telling B that I was unsure of whether he should stay or not because I was afraid I would hurt him. Physically, I felt extremely violent, to the point that I was digging my nails into my hands as hard as I could, but could feel no pain. I remember wanting to break his hand when I was holding it. I remember fixating on a wall filled with very old photos of my ancestors and having a feeling that whatever is in me is trying to learn how to become me. I still think that last feeling I mentioned is lingering in me even today. The next day I woke up and couldn't shake the thought that I had this new body. I tried doing things I don't normally do. I was testing my pleasures, my body, its limits. I think whatever took over my body is mostly gone. It is a possibility that I may be in fact haunting my own psyche, since that night is a reaction to try and cope. But both B and I know that something took hold of me that night, and I'm paying for that every day now. By the way, I took pictures with my DSLR, some with flash and some without. In almost every photo, if you zoomed all the way in, you could see at least one red, strange-looking pixel lurking in different parts of the photo. I have absolutely no clue if this is camera-related issue or not, but I become more physically ill the longer I look at them. Does anyone know if this is normal for taking raw night photos on a Canon Rebel T3i? The red dots showed up in both images with flash and without flash, so totally dark. So as you know, B did more digging on Google after this whole thing, and he actually found out that women typically have stronger paranormal experiences or reactions at Goatman's Bridge, and could be related to this evil spirit named Steve? I do not wish to say any more about that, so please feel free to look it up. If anyone has a good cure for nausea besides Pepto or weed, that would be greatly appreciated. Also, cures for getting rid of these lingering psychological effects that resulted from that night would be nice too. Open to any discussions or questions and recommendations. Thanks.
The house gets weird when it's just me and him. There's a family emergency, so my mom is staying in the hospital and my grandmother is visiting her. We take turns taking care of him. He has dementia. My old man is not much company other than the rare lucid moment where we can have a normal conversation. Otherwise, he just babbles on and on about nothing in particular. He also wanders aimlessly throughout the house, humming tunelessly to himself. Of course, we have a dog, a 9-year-old lab mix, but he spends most days sleeping. It's often so quiet here that even the sound of a pin drop could sound like a gunshot. So, when I hear moving around or someone talking, it's enough to make me stop what I'm doing and listen. Pop tends not to move around a lot since he's preoccupied solving puzzles on his laptop in his room upstairs. That, and we live next to a busy street near a large college, so there can be a lot of noise outside, depending on the time of day. However, 5 times out of 10, when I do hear him move, I can hear someone else move around in another part of the house, or following along right behind him, dragging feet, or the thudding of heavy boots, the light brushing of soft slippers. Sometimes it's the soft padding of a child's bare feet. Like I said, I've never been bothered much by it. I'd like to think of myself as a logical person. Everything has an explanation. I've always written it off as outside noises. But I've never been alone with my old man late at night. It's nighttime when I am writing this. It's 12:15. Shortly before this, I was playing Rust in the living room, and my grandmother hasn't come home from the hospital yet. I paused my game to listen. The sounds of bumping and dragging can be heard upstairs, but only when I'm busy playing my game, so it's hard to figure out if it's just a game or something else. The urgent need to check on Grandpa hits my conscience like a truck running over a pothole on the highway. What if he got up and fell? What if all that moving around was him trying to get up? All these horrible thoughts raced through my mind while I hurried upstairs. I swear, the floorboards creaked and cracked loudly under each hurried step. The bedroom door to his bedroom was cracked open, and I could have sworn I shut it. He should be asleep, but I can hear movement inside. I stop at the 2 top steps when I hear a woman's sigh. Nana wasn't home yet. I open the door slowly, and the nearby bathroom light shines in, illuminating the dark room with warm light. I glance from the dresser at the far end of the room and see my reflection in the mirror that sat on it. Craning my neck through the crack, I look right to the bed, and I see his dark shape laying there. I wait until I see his chest rise and fall. He was fast asleep. What if he fell and got up? "Hey," I hissed at a low whisper. Nothing. Did I just hear the wooden floorboards creak at the far end of the room? I look, but there's nothing there. Chuckling at myself for being so stupid, I closed the door. But as I did, something happens that sets all the hairs on my neck stand on end. Please, help me. A little girl's voice called from the darkness in the far end of the room. Damn me. There was no one there. So why is it I heard a little girl? I didn't open the door to check. Instead, I rushed downstairs and fixed myself a pot of coffee and grabbed a smoke.
I'm in my garage now, drinking my third cup of coffee. It's nearly midnight, and I can't sleep. I found a monster in the woods. Every year I spend a week in the woods alone. I cannot stand being inside my empty house on the anniversary of when I lost everything important in my life. The walls close in on me, and I feel suffocated. So I go to the woods. I sleep, drink, and try to shoot at least one deer. On the second day of my trip, I was walking through the forest in damp weather, feeling miserable, when I came across it. A creature hanging by its foot from a tree. I panicked when I first saw the figure strung up in the tree, and rushed forward, hoping it was a person I could still help. As I got closer, I saw that even though its body was similar to a human, all the proportions looked wrong. The legs, far too long and skinny. The stomach sunken in, ribcage visible, making it seem like it had no muscle mass or fat. I stopped below the creature, staring up at it in disbelief of what I was seeing. One foot was stuck inside a bear trap that was attached to a chain, hooked over a branch. Its entire body was hanging from a torn and bloody ankle snared inside the trap. Wrists tied together and arms so long they nearly reached the ground as they dangled past its head. The creature's face was covered by a blank wooden oval with moss spilling out from it. At first, I was certain it was dead. As I got closer, I saw the chest rise weakly as if let out small, wheezing breaths from under the mask. Even without seeing what was under the mask, I knew this thing wasn't human. The woods had a bad reputation of people going missing. Most didn't like camping overnight inside the forest anymore. It was a good place to fish and hunt, but not to stay the night. I had my hunting rifle with me. I could put it out of its misery, or just leave it alone. Someone put this thing here. They might be back for it. Misty rain came down, and I could see puff of my breath in the terrible weather. My feet cold and fingers stiff. It would get dark in a few hours. I should go back to my camp and get dry, or else I would get sick. Or leave this damn forest before any more of these creatures came for me. Instead, I did something only an insane person would. I placed my gear on the ground to climb the tree and get the creature down. It was in the middle of the night when the creature stirred. I treated the wounds as best I could. Getting the bear trap off without cutting my hand took almost an hour to do. Dragging the lanky thing back to camp wore me out, and I still needed to dry the creature off and wrap up its wounds. The damn thing better appreciate what I did for it. While I waited for it to wake up, I sat by the fire, sitting under a tarp to keep dry. I let the monster I dragged back use my tent, keeping the flap open so I could keep an eye on it. I was dead tired, but didn't want to fall asleep with whatever that thing was close by to eat me in my sleep. Its limbs were so long I had to fold them to make sure it fit inside my small tent. At some point in the middle of the night, I heard movement in my tent. Slowly a hand came out, long fingers testing the damp ground. I couldn't see the thing's expression because of the mask and moss covering its entire head. Even while it slept, I didn't dare look what it really looked like. I remained still, wrapped up in my spare blanket. If it attacked, I could shoot it, but I didn't even reach for my rifle. Half of the creature's body came out of the tent, body freezing up when it sensed me nearby. The next few seconds were tense. Neither of us moved, waiting for the other to act first. I'd hoped this would be a treat and release process, that when this creature woke up, it would just go back off into the woods. I was not so lucky. It made the choice to attack the easy target. Darting forward, it cleared the distance between us quickly. I was knocked over, thin, bony hands pinning me down to the ground. The mask flipped up so fast I never saw what was underneath. Sharp teeth grabbed a hold of my jacket and started to shake it, tearing the fabric but not reaching my skin. The attack didn't last very long. I was fully ready to accept my death in that moment. After all, I had nothing waiting for me outside of that forest. If I could become food, at least my death would mean something. But this creature didn't even give me that. It stopped, releasing my coat, and staggered back. Collapsing on its side, it let out ragged, wheezing breaths. It used up all its strength in that thin body. I watched it, wondering what to do next. I grabbed a blanket from my tent, trying to wrap it up to keep the creature warm. It weakly pushed my hands away, sharp claws catching my coat but not tearing it. Wrapping the thing very much like a burrito, I went about getting it back inside the tent. I couldn't see the creature's expression, but I could sense how annoyed my new campmate was being mishandled and wrapped up. Until it regained some strength, it would need to accept some help. I went back outside, wrapped myself in my own blanket again, and stared back into the weak fire. I planned on staying up all night, but I drifted between sleep until dawn came. Out in the trees I heard sounds, as if someone was walking around in the dark, just beyond my camp. Fear fluttered in my stomach. I was out in the open, exhausted from the cold weather. I didn't mind death, but I was still afraid of whatever was stalking around in the night. When morning arrived, I looked around the camp to find someone or something had in fact been circling my camp. Muddy tracks and broken twigs gave me enough evidence of being watched. I wondered if it was more of those creatures, waiting to grab the injured one inside the tent. At least I lived through one night so far. My new guest was out of the tent when I got back to camp. It was wrapped in a blanket, glaring at me from under the mask. I could feel the eyes on me, even if I couldn't see them. I needed to think of what to do next. I could just pack up and leave. I doubted these things would follow me into the city. I still wasn't healed up and wouldn't be able to protect myself if whoever hung it up came back. Trying to get the creature to eat, it had no interest in the hot dogs and marshmallows I brought. It was a little surreal seeing a lanky creature like it in the dim gray morning light. This thing wasn't human, and yet I was helping it for reasons I didn't know. Aside from people, this thing might eat other meat. If I could shoot some game, maybe a good meal would help it gain some strength back. And maybe for all my trouble, I would be eaten in the end. Only time would tell how thankful this thing would be for all the help. I didn't want to go off into the forest hunting alone. If another person came across my camp, I didn't want them to come across my monster. One of them would end up dead if that happened. I paced, trying to think of what to do. As if it could sense my train of thought, the lanky creature bundled the blanket, putting it inside the tent to stay dry. Then, climbed up my back, lanky limbs wrapping around me. My skin crawled and stood, back bent trying to support the sudden weight change. I waited for the attack that never came. We just awkwardly stood there waiting on each other to do something. I could go hunting if I carried the creature on my back. It would take longer than normal, but could be done. Picking up my rifle and small pack, I started off into the trees, still really creeped out by the thing that I decided to help. At least, it wasn't trying to eat me. I really needed to call the creature on my back something. Naming things was difficult. I went through at least 100 while sneaking through the woods, trying to pick up on any game tracks. I didn't know what it was beside not human. Skinwalker and Wendigo just didn't suit what it was from what I've heard about them. No legends or cryptid name felt right. Soon I found myself not caring if I had the name of the species. I doubted humans even came across them often enough to give it a name. I was startled out of my thoughts when I came right up on a deer. A decent-sized buck that should have run before I even got this close. Holding my breath, I froze, hand on my rifle, careful to make as little noise as possible. I raised my weapon to get my shot lined up. For a moment, I wondered what I was doing was even right. This thing I was taking care of could be evil. The missing person cases was a hint towards that. Then again, it might just be a part of nature. Killing a deer to feed the creature wouldn't be wrong if this is what happened in the woods without me interfering. I shot twice for good measure. The buck fell with a grunt of surprise. The thing on my back dropped to the ground, moving like liquid. It sulked towards the fallen creature, masked face darting around as if it expected something was going to swoop in and take its food. While watching it eat, I decided on a name in the worst way possible. I've seen videos of what a fox sounds like. Those nightmare screeches and sounds were the same kind of this creature made while it tore into the deer and ate. Because its back was turned to me, I never saw its face. Just the fact the mask was lifted so it could bite and tear off chunks of flesh. Fox felt like a suitable name for the monster I'd taken in. Fox, I said mostly to myself, trying the name out. The creature slightly turned at my voice, letting me see a human-looking mouth, but filled with bloody, sharp teeth. I think he liked this name. Fox ate through the entire deer with insane speed. Even after devouring through pounds of meat, he was still skinny enough for me to see his rib cage. It was a mystery where he put it all. Gathering up the larger bones, he followed behind me back to the camp. At least he could walk now, although limping and trailing behind. He crawling mostly on all fours even though he was holding bones in his hands. I led him to the river first so he could get cleaned up in the cold water, and I refilled some of my bottles to boil later. When we arrived back at camp, Fox gnawed on a rib while reluctantly letting me look at his injured ankle. It healed so much I knew he would be fine by tonight or tomorrow. Watching him chew through his bone stash, I wondered yet again what I was doing. Not only did I not leave him to die, I named him. There was something seriously wrong with me if I could get attached to a creature like this. "You can eat me, you know," I told him, not knowing if he knew what I was saying. Fox looked over at my voice but didn't pause in his gnawing, bone under his moss blanket covering his face. Strangely enough, I wasn't scared of him. I'd already accepted my death for a while now. If he wanted to eat me next, I would almost welcome it. The rest of the day, I would let him wander around camp, and I kept the fire going and took a few short naps to catch up on sleep. When night fell, the fear of death finally came to me. I was inside the tent while Fox stayed beside the fire. I had heard noises from outside and carefully crawled from my sleeping bag to try and find the source. It sounded like a few people walking just outside where the firelight could reach. Fox tensed up, looking ready to attack if needed. I found my rifle, taking it into my hand as silently as I could. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I could faintly see forms similar to Fox moving around in the trees. There was more of whatever he was in this forest. I stood waiting for them to make a move. Rifle pointing downward, I didn't want to shoot one. They only showed up to pick up a missing member of their pack. One was brave enough to poke its head into the light. It was low to the ground, lanky elbows pointing up. It also had a blank wooden mask, but it had a mane of tangled branches covering the upper half of its body. For a second, I thought I spotted glowing eyes inside that heap of wood staring daggers at me. "Well, go on," I whispered to Fox, trying to encourage him to go and rejoin his group. Almost like cats, they got closer to each other on all fours, backs arched, studying and doing a half circle around each other. Other creatures appeared, watching the exchange, each having a mask of wood with some sort of pile of forest debris covering their faces. Some stood on two legs, making them almost 8 feet tall. Others on all four, ready to swiftly run forward if startled. It looked like it was going well. Fox got close to the new creature and reached a clawed hand over as a gesture I didn't understand. In a blink of an eye, they both flew into a flurry of motion. Horrible hissing and garbling cries came from the tangled pair, thrashing, trying to kill each other. My heart sank, and a pit of black fear opened up in my stomach. Fox healed up a bit since he was with me, but he wasn't strong enough to fight off the newcomer, let alone all the ones in the woods watching. I accepted I would die, but I was not able to let Fox die with me. I lifted my rifle and aimed it away from the fight. I fired off into the woods, aiming at nothing. I hoped the sound would make them stop, and it worked. The one creature stopped to look around for the sound. Fox kicked the other aside and scrambled at me as I ran over and stood between him and the other pale form. The newcomer was covered in scratches and dripping in blood. Fox looked the worst, his arm broken and countless cuts on his thin body from the brief fight. Getting between them, I received a fast, long cut to my arm, but it was nothing compared to what Fox went through. I pointed the rifle towards the monster on all fours, ready to fire if needed. It stared at me from behind that faceless mask. The other creatures didn't move. I heard Fox shuffling around behind me, but I didn't turn to see what he was doing. When the other creature turned its head away from me to watch Fox, I finally did the same. He'd taken off the faceless wooden mask from his hood of moss and tossed it in the fire in front of all of us. The wood gave off a high-pitched shrieking sound as if it was an animal dying. Black flames shot up, spewing into the sky for a few seconds, until the noise died down. The mask was burned up completely. Fox sat next to the fire, nursing his bad arm. Slowly the creatures around us started to leave one by one, until the one that attacked Fox remained. It sat, blood dripping from its wounds. Finally, it too turned and left us. My arm bleeding and rifle feeling heavy, dropping my weapon, I collapsed to my knees. Caring about someone else was beyond stressful. White-hot pain started to come through my body from the cut. I found my arm was too heavy to move, to see how deep the wound was. Trying to stand, my legs suddenly refused to work. Not knowing why, I fainted into a deep sleep I didn't awake from until morning. When I opened my eyes, I was inside my tent on my side, my arm out in front of me so I could see the wound was stuffed with moss. I felt hot and too weak to move or do anything at all. I couldn't even move my fingers. Pain came in waves as I tried to ignore it. Focusing on anything with the throbbing in my arm, I listened to the pattering of rain outside. The light was gray and impossible to tell what time it was. The tent flap was letting cool air and misty rain come inside the tent. Fox must have been the one to put me in here, but he didn't know how zippers worked. My energy fading, I fell asleep again. The next few days I knew I was dying. Whatever got into my cut was nasty. That creature easily being able to kill with one strike of its claws. I slept most of the time, far too weak and feverish to move. Fox would keep me hydrated by lifting my head to let me drink from my steel water bottle I brought along. But the water tasted muddy. He was getting it from the river, not knowing to boil it. His efforts might just kill me faster. In my fever dreams, I was tormented by the truth that haunted me every waking hour. The reason why I wanted death so badly, even though I was too much of a coward to do it myself. I wasn't there to hear the car accident, but still plagued by the sounds. My mind repeated the sound of the officer knocking on my door at 4 a.m. to awkwardly tell me the news. His first time saying such tragic words to another person. And I knew it was my fault. 5 years ago, I cheated on my wife. A one-night fling. I did not have a good reason aside from I just felt like it. I told her knowing I would be unable to hide it. She very understandably got upset and left the house to her brother's place 4 blocks away. They both drank and insulted me, something I rightfully deserved. To this day, I don't know why they decided to drive back home that night. She was too drunk to drive, but her brother thought he was fine. It was only 4 blocks away from our home, and yet they got into a 3-car pileup from people leaving the bar for the night. Everyone in my wife's car died that night. Everyone else in the other cars were lucky enough to receive injuries they could recover from. 3 people died. My wife, her brother, and our daughter in the back seat of the car. I went to sleep when she left and wasn't even aware she took our daughter to her brother's place with her. All because I made one decision to go home with a woman I thought was attractive. A whim killed 3 people. I needed to live with that fact for the rest of my life. Delirious from the fever, I could barely keep my eyes open. I saw Fox sitting next to me. His form blurry in my weak state. I couldn't handle falling back asleep and hearing my daughter was gone again. Please, kill me, I begged him in a voice barely above a whisper. He didn't react for a long time. The longer I looked, the more I noticed he was slightly different, more human, his proportions not as lanky as before. He leaned in and I saw instead of the moss covering his face, he replaced it with a torn-up fabric that was once my clothing. He didn't keep it together with glue or thread. My tired brain wondered how the heaps of cloth stayed on his head. Reaching over, he took my arm, now red and infected from the cut. It caused a jolt of pain that almost knocked me out again to rattle my bones. Lifting my hand to his covered face, Fox lifted some of the rags to reveal a mouth of sharp teeth. Without any hesitation, he took my pinky finger off in one bite. I let out a soft scream, struggling to stay awake. Letting my hand drop, his long fingers came into view, moving directly to my throat. Darkness took over me. I died. Fox choked the life out of me. Then he gave back some. It's something beyond anything I could ever understand how it happened, and I don't think I ever need to fully understand it. I woke up, scar on my arm, feeling better than I had in years. Aside from being stiff, my illness left me. I was still inside my tent, rain softly hitting against the outside. Looking to my side, a bundle of blankets was taking up most of the space. Peeking under them, Fox was curled up. He moved from his nest, being disturbed, but didn't wake up. I left him alone, climbing out of the tent, trying to get the kinks out of my back. It was still damp, but I was glad to be in the cool air outside. A few minutes passed after I came out and took stock of everything. My pinky was still gone, but wound healed along with the cut on my arm. Aside from my clothing being torn apart by Fox, nothing else touched the camp while I was out of commission. I wondered what I should do when crunching of twigs drew my attention. A pair of men stood wearing raincoats over wet gear, both with rifles over their shoulders, unable to keep them dry. I thought I saw some chain poking out from one of their overpacked bags. Each seemed as if they were camping for a long time and worn down to the bone. "Can I help you with anything?" I asked the pair, voice cracking from a dry throat. I knew who they were. Without a doubt, they trapped Fox and left him hung up in a tree to die. I wondered if I was going to run into people who did such a thing and still don't know how to react when it happened. "Have you seen anything strange at night?" one asked slowly while looking over my camp. I felt my hands start to shake and forced myself to keep them steady. "Nope, nothing. Terrible weather, don't you think? I'm going to pack up and leave today." I hoped I sounded casual enough. Glancing over, I saw Fox sitting up in the tent, moving around in the blanket pile silently. From the angle, only I was the one who could see him. The two men looked at each other as if trying to decide something. If Fox saw them, would he kill them? Would I let him after what they did? If they let them go back to the forest, these two would kill more of the creatures. I was sure of that. Whatever was in the woods, they hunted them down, and I found that I didn't care. I didn't save Fox because of what he is. I saved him to give myself a reason to keep going. He was special because I'd named him and made him special. They hurt him before he became that. If they left, I wouldn't go after them. But if they dared try to harm Fox now, I wouldn't hesitate in killing them. Either they were too tired to deal with me, or I looked neutral enough for them to believe my lie. "All right, take care of yourself," the older one said with a small wave of his hand. I watched as they left, still holding my breath. Fox poked out, his head covered in rags directed towards the men who was already gone. Still, not too late to go after them. Fox gave them no notice. "Do you want to go home?" I asked him, not even sure if he could understand me. When I left the woods, I took something with me. A creature that almost looks human now. I sold my house and bought a very small cabin by the lake. I figured it would be better suited for Fox being around woods. He's never spoken to me, and I've never seen what face he hides. There's still so much I don't know about the monster I carried out of those woods. The only thing I do know about him is he's now my reason to keep living. I never needed a good one. I just needed something.
I was home alone one night back in 2009. My parents were out on their weekly date nights, one of those had one too many at dinner and passed out in the movie theater kind of dates. Anyways, I had just returned from my afternoon jog. Being a hot August day, I had worked up quite a sweat on my run, so I had decided to take a cold shower and clean up a bit. My house doesn't have air conditioning and was quite stuffed up, so I decided to open a few windows to circulate the airflow within the house. I can remember opening a window in the kitchen, 2 windows across from each other in the living room, and 1 window in the basement. I knew I was going to be spending my evening down there watching movies, since it was much cooler. I had my shower, got dressed, and went downstairs to make myself some dinner. I took my dinner down to the basement and flicked on Netflix to start my binge-filled night of new shows. I do not recall falling asleep, but I must have passed out not long after eating my food and lying down. When I woke up, it was dark outside. The only light being cast into the basement was from the dimly lit TV screen. It was now freezing in the basement. I could feel a cold breeze circulating the room from having the window open for too long. I got up and walked over to the light switch that was located at the bottom of the stairs. I closed the window, then went back to turn off the TV, grab my dishes, and head upstairs. When I got upstairs, all the lights were off, indicating that my parents were still not home from their date. I cleaned the dishes, put them in the dishwasher, and closed the window above the sink. Just before I went up to go to my room for the night, I remembered that the windows in the living room were still open. I walked over to close the one window by the TV, then over to the next, which was located by the front porch. I noticed that my mom's vase with fake flowers was knocked off the table in front of the window, and the flowers were sprawled out across the floor. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe there was a strong breeze, and the curtains had tipped it over. I closed the window and started picking up the flowers. As I was cleaning, I heard a faint squeaky sound. What I could only imagine was a door handle being twisted. I listened as hard as possible. Following the squeak of the handle was a creak in the hallway floor upstairs. A pain shot from my stomach to my chest, and I froze. What seemed like an eternity of being bent over with my one hand holding the vase and the other clutching the flowers, I slowly stood up. I looked out the front window to check the driveway for my parents' car, hoping it was one of them upstairs. The driveway was empty. My heart sank. I quickly, but quietly, put the vase and flowers down on the table and silently began walking over to the bottom of the stairs to look up. As I got closer to the stairs, I heard 2 more creaks on the floor, which caused me to stop dead in my tracks. I waited, listening. Nothing. I was now only a few steps from the stairs. I took those last few steps and put one hand on the railing. I peeked around the corner and only saw darkness. I didn't know what to do. Do I flick on the lights and let the potential intruder in my house know that I'm coming upstairs? Do I leave and go to a friend's house? Do I call my parents? Do I grow a pair and just go upstairs? I decided to turn my phone on silent and go to the kitchen to text my dad, making sure I was close to the back door for an easy getaway. He said, "It's an old house. It's just settling after a really hot day." I told him about the sound of the door handle twisting. He just assumed there was an open window upstairs and the wind was knocking a door against the frame. Was that it?
Could it just be a window that was left open? I felt a huge chunk of my anxiety start to fade after talking with my dad. So I decided to grab a glass of water and head on up to the bed. I flicked on the lights for the stairs and started making my way up, but slowly, a tiny knot in my stomach from before. I got to the top of the stairs and noticed that all of the doors were wide open, except for mine. My parents' old room and spare bedroom were on the left, and the den and my room were on the right, with the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Though, as my dad had predicted, my door was cracked just enough that a breeze could be making it hit the frame. It being as hot as it is today, it wasn't unusual for my mom to open all the doors and windows upstairs. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, fully confident that my dad was right, I turned on the lights to my room, did a quick look around, and walked over to my nightstand to put my water beside my laptop, then went off to the bathroom to get ready for bed. As I lay in bed trying to get sleepy, I was watching my favorite reruns of Seinfeld on my laptop. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a sound of something slowly scraping my closet door. I quickly flicked on the light beside my bed. My closet door was cracked open, ever so slightly. Questions started racing through my head. Was it open the whole time? Was it closed when I came in? I was positive that it was closed when I came in. Before I even had time to rationalize my thoughts, I heard the most disturbing, creepy, quiet, sinister laugh that I've ever heard in my life. No horror movie could ever replicate the sound I just heard. As soon as I slid the laptop off my legs, the closet door burst open, and someone was standing in the closet. My clothes were partially covering their body and face. I looked closer, and there was the most sickly, palest, dirtiest woman I've ever seen. For the split second that I saw her in horror, the image was burned into my brain forever. She had no shoes on her disgusting, dirt-stained feet. Her skin was sickeningly white with cuts and dried blood from her face, down her arms, all the way to her legs. She was wearing what I assume used to be a white nightgown, but it was now a discolored mess of dirt, blood, and who knows what else. Her gray, blue-veined, sunken-in face closely resembled a decaying skeleton. The rest of her face was hidden by my clothes. She asked in a quiet, grumbling, raspy voice, "Have you seen my baby?" That was enough for me to grab my phone and run. As soon as I was halfway out my bedroom door, I heard her shriek, "Give me back my baby!" and clothes hangers thrashing around behind me. I ran as fast as I could to the upstairs bedroom and locked the door. It was only a second later that I heard a huge crash against the door, along with the woman screaming in a devilish tone, demanding that I return her baby to her. I called 911, and the operator assured me the police would be there as fast as they could. I jammed my feet against the door and held my back against the sink, trying my hardest to make sure the door stayed closed. The woman would not let up, though. Her shrieks turned into low, demon-like grunts, and her banging on the door turned into heavy bodily blows. With what seemed like an eternity, I heard a heavenly sound. I heard the police call out that they were entering the residence. I yelled at the top of my lungs that I was upstairs. All I could hear next was a mixed commotion of the officers yelling and the woman growling. The officers ended up pepper spraying the woman, and it took 3 of them to be able to force her to the ground. She was yelling in a possessed-like state the entire time. I did not come out of the bathroom until the cops assured me she was out of the house. The cops told me she was likely on drugs, or an escaped mental patient in the next county over. I tried telling them that she sounded like she was possessed or something, but they chalked it up to the woman just needing her medication. My parents arrived home shortly after I gave my statements to the police. We moved out of that house a month later. That was one night I was home alone that sadly I will never forget. I am writing this now as a call for help. I am desperate, and I don't know what to do. My name is Michael. I own a dairy farm in the Great Plains near Navajo Reservation, along with my brother. The farm was built by our parents before we were born, and it was passed down to us after their death. It's a pretty big farm. It has 2 barns, a well, and a house, where we spend most of our free time. Although, I've always dreaded this place because it's the place where our parents died, or at least, where they were found. My parents died when we were both 19. Their bodies were found mutilated in the well. There was nothing stolen or destroyed. If not for the blood trail leading to the well, we would have never found them. The case was passed as a murder, but they never had any suspects, and me and my brother were too ravaged by the event to think about it. Years passed, and we forgot about the event. Well, until 2 weeks ago. We were gathering food for the cows using an old tractor. It was pretty dark, but we didn't use its headlights because the battery was too old and couldn't stand them being on for very long. As I was loading up the food, I heard my mom's voice calling for me from behind some bushes. "Michael, it's been too long. Come to me." But it sounded weird, as if spoken through an old radio. I was terrified. I looked at my brother. He was as white as snow. I whispered to him to turn on the headlights in the direction of the voice. What lay before our eyes made my knees weak. It was a coyote, but its legs were pitch black, and it was standing on its back legs. I jumped in the tractor, and we noped our way out of there as fast as we could. We arrived at the house and locked the door. That's the moment when I passed out. I woke up in the middle of the night. I thought all that just happened was a dream, but then I saw my brother telling me to stay quiet and pointing his shotgun at the door, and I heard it again. "Michael, come here, my dear." Then it started to knock softly on the door. That didn't last for very long, though. The knocking turned into banging. Then my brother started looking through the window at that thing. He realized we were looking at it and let out the most horrific screech I've ever heard before it ran off. An hour later, it started again, the voice and the knocking. I searched it up on the internet, and I learned they are called skinwalkers, evil Navajo men that sold their soul. Calling their name supposedly attracts them. I hope writing it doesn't trigger them. My brother wants to go outside and face it. I'm afraid we won't see the light of day again. Please,
help us. So, my birthday rolled around again, and another orbit around the sun without the feeling of accomplishing as much as I wanted made me decide to take a hiking trip. I have taken many camping trips over my lifetime, so it is nothing new. My last one being a solo trip last year late October in the North Carolina mountains. I did not have any idea where I was going this time, however. All I knew was I am headed north, and I was bound to end up somewhere along the way. After a 9-hour drive up through Florida, in the miserable Georgia traffic, I stopped at an outdoor store to see if I could get any good hiking spots from the staff. I grabbed a couple things for the trip, and asked the young cashier what was good around the area. She mentioned a few off, but what caught my attention was a part of the Appalachian Trail called Blood Mountain. I got into my car, looked it up, and it only being an hour and some change away, I decided to go for it. It had been raining all day, and I was hoping for it to clear up as the day went on, but sadly it did not. I slowly climbed the roads, inching my way up to somewhat nervous that I was going to hydroplane off the side of the mountain. I arrived at the parking location just 30 minutes shy of sunset. I thought to myself that I had at least 2 hours before it would be too dark to even walk the trail. As I was rushing to get all my stuff 100% good to go, I heard this huge crack, as if lightning just struck the ground. Then, a huge branch large enough to total my truck fell not even 30 feet from me. I thought that was incredibly lucky it did not hit my truck, then promptly moved to a space not under a tree to be safe. Being ready to get this adventure started, I put all my gear on and headed for the trail entrance. The first section of the trail was nothing too crazy. Some big rock steps, occasional brush, but then a massive tree that has fallen over in the woods was blocking the path. I thought that was awesome. I decided to climb over the tree rather than walk around because I was there to have fun. But at the same time, I thought it was kind of strange that it was now 2 fallen trees in that area. I eventually came upon an intersection of trails. After quickly looking at the map on board posted at the entrance, I decided that I would continue the current trail, and I would eventually reach a shelter halfway to the trails that lay further ahead. I would have plenty of time to reach my site, set up camp, read a little, and get some really good sleep to attack the other trails the next day. The rain was at what seemed to be a heavy drizzle. Not enough to hate the experience, but enough that made it somewhat an enjoyable suffering. A feeling of embracing the bad situation as I climbed over the rocks and boulders, careful to watch my step as I repeatedly slipped and tried to not roll my ankles. I did not want to slow down or rest. I had my camelback set up so I could drink without needing to stop and grab my bottle from the side of my pack. I felt like I was attacking the trail with such aggression, and this was not a typical trail. It was not cleared or laid rock for the average day hiker to experience with casualty. The rocks and boulders were huge, climbing up for a few minutes, then back down as the trail twisted on itself over again. I felt as if I was the first person to climb this mountain. Then again, I heard it crack. Another branch fell from the sky about 40 to 50 feet from me. This made me very uneasy. I wondered to myself, if one happened to break in the middle of the night, would it crush me? I reassured that after having two fall so close to me, the chances of a third would be beyond unlikely. I would periodically hear other hikers would seem up and down the mountain from where I was. I would call out to them but never get a response. Me being my dumb self, I would occasionally yell a nice sheesh. That tick-tock wired into my brain. The voices were soft, seeming to be only a few minutes away from me. There was no way for them to be an echo, so I wondered why they did not want to return any calls out to them. Usually, other hikers are very friendly and enjoy the engagement, but I shrugged it off. Also, having read the board warnings for bears and how to take precautions, I would yell every now and then to hopefully save me the experience of doing the bocce with the mama bear. As night began to fall, it made it harder and harder to see my footing. I slipped more often and began running into branches, but thankfully I ran into another intersection. Scared I passed the shelter, I looked back at the map I screenshot. I completed a whole portion of a trail and did not see the shelter. And then I realized it. I read the wrong map. I believed to be on one trail and was on another, so instead of going up the mountain towards the shelter on a recreational trail, I rucked it through a loop trail that not many go on. I was way farther than I intended to be, and decided routing back to the shelter was too far for it being this dark. I decided to set up a quick camp at the intersection and head there at daybreak. Trying to get out of the rain at this point, I hastily began setting up my hammock and rain fly. As I staked down the end of the fly, I heard something behind me. It sounded as if something quickly ran from one side of the trail to the other and then into the brush. I spun my head around, not entirely ready to see what made the sound. Nothing. My headlight only could show 50 to 60 feet ahead before it became just a luminescent mist of rain and light reflecting off of every drop. I feared there was an animal that was not too happy. I was setting up camp so close to his domain. I called out into the dark trees, but it was completely silent. Shrugging it off as a small critter scurrying along its merry way, I finished my preparations and hopped into bed for the night. I laid there for an eternity, unable to fall asleep, but eventually drifted into that in-between. Not fully asleep, but also not completely awake. Having what seems like only my ears operating and taking in all the sounds of the water. I could hear the water hit the leaves of the trees. I heard it hit the large stump beside my hammock, and the slight thumping sound it makes when it hits the tarp of the rainfly. Then, I heard a sound that made me more awake than I have ever been. I heard footsteps approaching me. They were soft, and there was only 3 or 4 before I did not hear any more. I waited for any other sound cue, any other rustle to give me more information, but it went silent. Then I realized how quiet the forest was, and how quiet it had been the whole hike out here. I did not hear a single bird, nor rustling in the bushes made by rodents. All I heard was the crackling of the trees in the rain. It was as if the forest was empty, except for me, and what made those footsteps. I thought I was enjoying the drizzle that enveloped me, but at this moment, I felt like all it was doing was drowning out my senses. But I heard those footsteps, and they were right on top of me. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possible conclusion. There was a bear right on top of my tarp. Not knowing what action I should take, I decided to just stay quiet. I decided not to bring any firearm with me because I originally did not even know where I was going to end up. I did, however, have a knife that I only take while camping. About a 7-inch blade around 2 inches wide. I grasped the blade and waited, staring at where I heard the steps. I heard my rain fly rub against itself. The bear was working its way into my tarp. Then something appeared. A black silhouette about the size of an adult human head appeared, as if it worked itself up and under the space of my rainfly. My heart sank into my stomach. I had no idea what I was staring at. I dare not take my eyes off of what appeared. The figure was without features. If it were a bear or any animal I would hear sniffing, I would see some sort of outline resembling a snout. It would not just approach me and stop all movement, but continue investigating what it had found. I heard no footsteps, no growling, breathing, nothing. I firmly gripped my knife and began to work the zipper of my sleeping bag, making as little movement as possible. I got the zipper down past my ribs, enough room to swing my arms in an effort to fight back if needed. All that was going through my head was that I would be damned if whatever is staring at me thinks I would go down without a fight. I saw no eyes, but I could feel them. Something gazed at me with such intent that I laid there, frozen in time. Then the figure backed out of my vision, keeping its gaze locked upon me. It did not just fade away. It backed out of the same way it entered my vision. This time I heard no footsteps as it backed away, leaving without any signs of it being a forest animal. I reached for my headlamp, and when I lit up the area, I saw nothing. Whatever it was I just saw, it was gone. For now. A sane individual would probably attempt to phone in someone or call for help, but I decided that if I could just ride it out to morning, everything would be okay. Unfortunately, it was dark 30 and daylight was more than just a few hours away. Somehow, I was able to fall asleep even though it was short-lived. I heard voices of other hikers again coming from down the mountain. I thought I was dreaming it at first, but upon waking, I heard them one more time. I could not make out what they were saying, but I came to realize that I was wet. Water must have run down my hammock string and pool at the middle, creating a canopy of water. That was the last straw. I was going to find that shelter. I began to stuff everything into my pack as quickly as possible. I had no care for what was in there and whether it got soaked or not. Throwing my pack over my shoulder and my headbeam on, I began my ascent up the mountain. The correct trail this time. This trail was more recreational than the other, so I moved every fiber in my body with a sense of purpose, with only one thought: to get to that shelter alive. As I rushed up the trail, I noticed frogs everywhere. They jumped all over the path, darting and leaping out of the way. Then, an unsettling realization came again. Living in Florida my whole life, I was always near a source of water. The frogs would croak and the crickets would chirp nonstop throughout the night, even when it was raining. But the forest was more than quiet. It was silent. It was not unusual. I did not hear at this point because to them I was a predator of the night. So why would they reveal where they were when they see me as danger? So why was I unable to hear them when I slept? Or when I laid there trying to fall asleep, completely still and quiet? What was a threat in the area, if not me? Then, I heard the sound of bushes being thrashed through. I turned around, ready to fight whatever was coming. I saw nothing. Then again, the bushes were thrashed as if a large animal was charging at its prey. Not knowing where the second sound came from, I grabbed my light off my head with one hand and pulled my hood down with the other so I could hear what direction it was coming from. Spinning frantically in the multiple directions, trying to illuminate the forest and confront what I was hearing. But again, I saw nothing. I continued up the path, moving quickly and never really catching my breath completely. I found it. I found the shelter. An overwhelming sense of relief came over me. There was a group of campers already occupying the location. Not wanting to disturb them, I dumped all my gear onto the shelter floor corner, laid my somewhat dry sleeping bag out, and tried to sleep whatever hours I had left of the night. After returning home, I looked at the mountain on Google Maps. From where I was at, it was possible that the voices I heard up on the mountain were the campers I ran into. However, there were no trails below me. There was only forest. None of the maps I captured showed any routes that would back up hikers in that area. So, where were the voices coming from during my initial hike out there? And where could the voices that woke me up come from? What I do know is that the next morning felt just like the day before. It was cloudy, raining, and a dark hue fell over the mountain. But the forest was not the same. When I made my descent down the trail I should have initially taken, I heard the forest. I could hear the birds sing and the crickets chirp. I could even hear the frogs croak. But I no longer heard the other hikers up and down the mountain. I have my thoughts on what this could have been, but I would love to hear what you think happened.
If you're reading this, congratulations. I am probably dead, or worse. My name is Daniel. I own quite a bit of land up in the Appalachian Mountains, left to me by my great aunt. So far, in the years I've lived there, paranormal and downright disturbing things have happened to me here. People told me to just leave or report it, like I've never done that before. To them, I'm just the young guy that went crazy a little too early. It bothers me that normal people have no idea what goes on up here, all alone. My first encounter with them, I didn't know how to deal with them. Heck, I didn't even know what they were called until recently. It's important, or at least it's important to me, that some of the tricks I've learned throughout the 3 years I've lived up here could be of use to somebody. My second, or maybe third time, I was stalked by a skinwalker felt like I was walking in circles. I had a trail camera with an SD card pretty deep in the woods. But when I tried to walk back to my cabin, I kept passing the camera. I was effectively walking in circles. This went on for hours. The sun was setting soon, and I was quite thirsty at the time, I remember. I sat up against the tree my camera was mounted on, and started softly crying. It was watching me. I guess waiting for me to fall dead. I hit myself in desperation a few times, trying to think. I sat up and took a very deep breath, wiped the water from my eyes, and it dawned on me. It's gotta be messing with my equilibrium. I have to be off balance. There's no other way. Teleportation in hindsight sounded stupid. But I could walk, but my depth perception was slightly off. All I had to do was tilt my head as far as it would go into my shoulder and walk back to my cabin. My ear was pressed into my shoulder, but even with one ear, I could still hear how anxious the creature sounded pacing the woods, hoping I didn't get away. Once I made it inside my cabin, I didn't come out for a couple days, for safe measures. Another trick they know is mimicking animals. I found that they like coyotes. I used to coyote hunt quite a bit back home, but never made it here in the mountains. I've seen a couple on my deer camera that looked like, right after I left my camera, a coyote would follow me back a while, if not all the way home. I had to stop that real quick and set out some snares. All a snare would and could do was jam the coyote's leg into the mechanism until a button is pressed and the whole thing would unlock. I set out a couple of them, but also rubbed a white ash on all of the traps. And sure enough, the next time I start walking back from my camera, I hear the sound of one go off. I quickly ran back to where I had laid the traps drawn, and all that was left was a trap in 3 separate bent-up pieces, and the subtle scent of burning hair in the air. Every time I checked the camera after that, a coyote with a nasty burn scar on its leg would stop where the camera was mounted and turn around and walk back into the brush. And lastly, do not engage in any type of combat with them. Warding them off is one thing, but actively hunting them is a mistake. I wish I'd known that sooner. I had 2 buddies back in town I used to tell my stories to. Alcohol loosens the lips. Their names were James and Cole. I'm pretty sure they were cousins, but I never asked. Thinking about it now, I wish I would have gotten to know them better. Long story short, they're dead. And I'm dying. This morning they came and pounded in my door, insisting we hunt these skinwalkers. I told them it was a very bad idea, but they even took the liberty of buying silver bullets. They told me how much they cost, but I can't remember right now. I finally caved and we prepared all day. We first started making a large amount of white ash, cleaning our guns. Heck, they even packed MREs and special high-dollar spotlights. We set off right as the sun went down. We weren't 3 hours in when disaster struck. We're all sitting around a tree. I could tell these skinwalkers were watching us. They're all around us. Multiple. I'm frantically scanning everything with my spotlight, not even realizing Cole wasn't with us anymore. I asked James where he was, but he didn't seem nervous at all, and told me he may have had to pee. I turned back to face my front, and there, I see Cole. He's a good distance out, but something wasn't right. He was contorting in a ways a human never could. I start to turn around to ask James what we should do, but halfway around I heard James's guttural sounding breathing, like his lungs or filling with blood. I couldn't stand to be there anymore, and booked it back to the cabin. The forest seemed like it was laughing at me in my desperation to run home. I knocked my flashlight running, and it was slowly getting dimmer and dimmer. I eventually had to ditch it and use some of the flares Cole and James bought. I pulled the top off and struck it against a tree, and the red lit up the surrounding forest. There were so many of them. 10, 20, probably more, but as luck would have it, they never attacked me. I could see the cabin and flung the door open and shut it behind me. I ran for the upstairs bedroom and quickly got into the old wooden closet where I'm typing this. I don't hear them, but they're outside my house. Unfortunately, I did end up getting clawed, or maybe bitten. It's not a terrible wound, but it's bleeding black. If you can send help, please do. I really need it this time.
I refrain myself from putting my name out on here, but I just can't keep this to myself anymore. Last year, despite all that was going on, I decided to vacation to a small cabin in the Appalachian Mountains. It wasn't any more than 500 square feet, but it was enough for me to get away from it all. And before you ask, I followed all the rules for going on a trip alone. I gave my friends and family my location and the date I expected to return, and kept a radio on me for emergencies, along with my sidearm, just in case. I began driving February 16th, and by the 18th I was driving up to the cabin. It was late at night, and the only thing on my mind was the bed waiting for me inside. I got out of my car and stared at my trunk with my bags, and just thought, screw it. I decided to unload tomorrow morning. Honestly, I wish I hadn't. As I walked up to the porch of the cabin, the wood steps creaking below my feet, echoing into the forest around me, I heard what sounded like clicking. Click, 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 click. It was faint, but loud enough to get my attention. I spun around, only to see my parked car. The clicking stops. I need sleep, I thought, unlocking the door. Walking into the cabin, I flick on and then off the lights, and flopped onto the bed, fully dressed, and just passed out. A few hours later, I was woken up by a scream. It sounded like a woman's, and it immediately woke me up. I laid on my stomach in the darkness, waiting to hear it again. My heart pounded. Every second felt like minutes. Every minute felt like hours. Until I heard it again. A shrill, blood-curdling scream out in the forest. Distant, but not more than a half a mile away. What should I do? I slowly got up and grabbed my sidearm. I can't do nothing. I sprang up and ran to my car, but only when I reached out my car door was open. I turned on my phone light, and what I saw wasn't good. My car doors and trunk were all open, and my stuff, including my ammo and the first aid kit, were gone. I was panicking. I got onto the driver's seat and tried to start my car. Over and over I tried to start it, and then it stalled. I smashed my fist down in the horn, screaming in a fit of rage and panic. And then the screaming began again. A woman's distant scream drove me to do something, anything. So I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and rushed into the forest. For hours I walked into the direction of the screaming, and after 3 hours of walking, the screaming came from the opposite direction. I ran back towards the sound, surely to find an injured woman back at the cabin. But I only found more trees. Before I knew it, I was lost. And then the woods went dead silent. No crickets, no wind, no screaming. Now I was beginning to really panic. Disoriented and now in dead silence. In a flurry of paranoia, I flipped on my flashlight and looked all around me. Thousands of them. Eyes, glowing eyes surrounded me. I then remembered my old ranger training, and I immediately leaned my head to one side and began running. I figured my equilibrium was off for some reason, and then I realized it was them. Whatever those eyes belonged to, there wasn't any woman, it was all them. I ran as fast as I could. I heard them following me, the fleshy tapping of feet, the knocking of hooves, the flapping of wings, all behind me. Soon, I reached a river, and then I began sprinting hard. My lungs were on fire. My heart was about to burst. I ran for what felt like hours, and suddenly I stumbled upon a small town. Lights and a small gas station were my salvation. I ran into the streetlights and turned around to the woods with my gun and flashlight on the forest. The eyes just sat at the edge of the forest, staring at me. I backed up to the pump of the gas station and sat there, staring at them too, until eventually the sun came up. The owner of the gas station arrived and gave me a ride to the police station, where I was able to call my friends for a ride home. Once I got home, I got myself weekly therapy appointments, and I just kept my mouth shut to everyone but my therapist about what happened. My friends think I ended up getting robbed. I couldn't tell them what happened, they wouldn't believe me, but maybe you will. I don't know what those things were or why the hell they were there. Just don't. Do not vacation to the Appalachians for your own safety. For starters, this is off the record. I wasn't there. I will give a fake name. I will give fake locations. If anyone tries to contact me, I will do what I have to protect my family. This is a warning, nothing more. Do not travel to rural Appalachia. My name is it's Hoover. I'm a former sheriff's deputy. I'm 29 years old and I'm already retired with a full pension. It's hush money, really. I'm putting my family and livelihood at risk by posting this, but I can't stomach the thought of some city slicker going to those mountains and it happening to them. Was a deputy for Unicoi County, Tennessee. It's a gorgeous place. Watching that sunrise over the mountains was an almost spiritual event. I never thought I would leave until it happened. It happened the fall of last year. Strange, because I remember it was particularly crisp, beautiful autumn. The leaves had changed, and the entire valley was surrounded by an enchanting sea, awash with the reds and hues of orange. I was at the station, filling out some paperwork and drinking my evening coffee with Richards, my partner. He was a good guy, new in town as he and his family had just moved from Montgomery, and I took him under my wing. He was kind of a deputy who stuck his neck out for you. He didn't mind putting in the extra hours so you could leave early. He was my best friend. Around 7, we got a call for a 130 code. Code for a dead body up in the mountain in a campsite. That's not particularly surprising. Unicoi is well known for its population of bears and bobcats. It typically would happen once or twice a year that some hotshot yuppie would come in with 10 grand worth of equipment and get mauled by a predator while cooking. When we got to the campsite, I'm pretty embarrassed to say my first thought was to give whoever it was a little bit of credit. They picked an amazing spot with a view over the entire valley, but then I saw them. There wasn't one body. There was 5. One adult man and one female with 3 little girls. The man was leaned up against a tree next to their tent. His head was so slashed to hell, I could see chunks of skull jutting out of the mound that was his face. The woman didn't fare much better, but she wasn't shredded. Her torso and head were about 3 feet from the tent, with some jumbled mush I imagine was probably her legs, laying a few yards away. It was sickening, and the hardest part of the job, but I didn't realize this was something else until we found the girls about 100 yards away. They were stacked, well, what was left of them, neatly on a rock down the slope of the mountain. Their organs and dismembered body parts painted the boulder red with still drawing blood. Deputy Davis, who made the call, was nowhere to be found. It was getting dark, the kind of suffocating darkness that swallows you and doesn't let you breathe. What, or whoever did this, was still out here. I told Richards we needed to get back to the truck and call in backup and a rescue team to look for Davis. As Richards and I started back up the slope, I saw it. Sitting on a branch of an old oak tree near him was a woman, or what I thought was a woman, with gray, cold skin and a sinister, crooked smile. Before I could even speak, she had already pounced, savagely screaming and slashing with her demon-like talon that forked unnaturally from her hand. I drew my service pistol and fired 8 times in a tight cluster in her side. She didn't even so much as pause her rampage. I think it's Richard's screams that haunt me the most. His whimpered howls remind me of a coyote caught in a trap, an animal who knows it's about to die. I could see the tears streaming down his blood and sweat-soaked face. His eyes were bloodshot and bulging. I froze. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even process what I was seeing. Some sort of demon from hell itself who came to slaughter. Something unnatural. She finally stopped and turned towards me. When I became a deputy, I knew that I could die on duty, but I couldn't fathom it was from something like this. I'm ashamed to admit it at the moment. I had accepted my death. I turned my service pistol at my head and was about to pull the trigger to avoid a fate like Richard's when she was just gone. Like that. Like mist in the air. Leaving me alone with the corpse of my closest friend on the slope of the mountain. As I carried his bloodied carcass up the mountain to the truck, all I could see was that scene in my head. It seared into my mind. When I called for backup, instead of the sheriff's office, several large black vans showed up, filled with unidentified men in suits. I was told to quit my job, move, and to never speak of what happened, and I would receive a hefty retirement package. I took the deal. I don't know why she didn't kill me. It haunts me. I can't sleep. I can't eat. All I see is her ripping apart Richards. The day before I left, I spoke with some of the Cherokee elders, and they told me it was something they called Utulunta, a demon who stalks the Appalachians, hunting her prey. Whatever it was, I'm begging whoever reads this, don't go visit the Appalachian Mountains. It's not worth it. Don't let her get you too. When I was 4 years old, my parents moved to a rural, small town in the West Virginian outback. This was because Charleston was too noisy and too expensive for them. They wanted the quiet and privacy of the wooded town. I'm not going to say the name of the town here so you don't go and bother the people who live there. Our new house was a 2-story house with 4 bedrooms. 2 of the bedrooms were going to be converted into an office and playroom. My parents both worked at home, so an office space for them was going to be very useful. And the playroom was for me to have all my toys and not bother to clean them up when I was done. I loved our house. There was nothing wrong with the house, and in fact, it was the only place where I felt safe in that town. I started going to school at the normal age, and there weren't many other people, so making friends was easy. And by the time I was in 6th grade, I was friends with everybody at school. I started to dislike the town around the age of 12. Anytime I would walk to the bus stop in the morning, something always felt off. Sometimes the air was unnaturally still, despite the lack of an approaching storm. Sometimes the usual bird songs wouldn't be present. Nothing ever felt quite right. I would usually wake up for school at around 6 a.m., just so I could take a shower and then play on my DS before I had to go to school. My bus would arrive at around 8:15, so I liked that extra time to myself. One day, however, I lost track of time and realized that I missed the bus and school started at 9, so no big deal. It wouldn't take me all too long to walk there. It was only a mile away. When I left the house that day, I once again felt the unease that I usually would whenever waiting for the bus in the morning. I brushed it off and began to walk. I distinctly remember it being silent and still that day. Although the town was tiny, you'd usually see people driving at that time in the morning, but the roads were empty. Not even any kids walking to school. The walk felt like it took an eternity. I felt like something had been watching me that day, even when I was in school. I decided to sit away from the windows that day. That didn't help to shake the feeling, though. After school, when I was waiting outside the school for my bus to arrive, I knew that something was watching me. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It's like my mind was screaming at me to run, that whatever it was getting closer. Just then, I saw it. As one of the bus passed, I saw something that definitely wasn't human on the bus. Its skin was pitch black. It had white dots as eyes, and it watched me through the back window as the bus drove off. I was paralyzed with fear. I snapped back into reality when my bus driver hollered at me to get on. That night, I couldn't sleep. I could only think about what I saw on that bus in the morning. I decided to tell my parents that I felt sick and I didn't want to go to school. They gave me a look like they knew I was lying, but they let me stay home anyways, since I had all A's. All day, all I could think about was that thing. However, I didn't see it again until a few years later. It was late December, and the last day of school before the Christmas break. And in all my classes, we just watched movies. I sat near a window, and I looked out at the falling snow and saw it. About 10 feet away from the window, staring at me. All of a sudden, I remember what I had seen a couple of years ago. I don't know how long I stared, but after what seemed like an eternity, it turned and walked away in the snow. I got a better look at it this time. Its arms were nearly to the ground, and its legs were always bent. It had a very noticeable slouch, and it was, I guessed, 7 to 8 feet tall. I was terrified when I got home that day. My mind raced with questions. What was it? Why was it following me? When I walked through the doors that day, my mom immediately hugged me and made sure I was okay. I was extremely confused, and when I asked what was going on, they showed me what was being talked about on the local news. A 13-year-old kid had just been found dead on a small road in the town. He had been mauled by something. Although they didn't show any pictures for obvious reasons, police were saying it was most likely a bear. When I heard this, my stomach sank. I immediately jumped to the thought that it was whatever had been watching me that day. My mom must have seen my pale face because she reassured me that everything was fine and that the police would deal with it properly. I wanted to believe her, but I just couldn't. How were the police gonna catch that monster? And if I even went so far as to tell the police what I saw, would they believe me? I went up to my room and I turned on Cartoon Network to try and calm myself down, but it didn't work. I eventually panicked myself to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night and Adult Swim was playing American Dad reruns. As I decided to go get some water from the kitchen. As I descended the stairs, I looked out the back porch window at the bottom of the stairs. And right there, staring in through the window, was the monster. I instinctively ducked back up on the stairs and peeked out to see if it had noticed me. It didn't seem like it did, because it was scanning back and forth, as if looking for me. My dad had a gun in his room, so being the stupid kid I was, I thought the best idea was to shoot it with the said gun. I snuck into my parents' room and I found the hiding spot for the pistol. I made sure it was loaded, which it was, and I crept back down the stairs. I peeked out towards the back door again, and it was gone. I slowly made my way into the kitchen, and I hid under the table, looking through all the windows to see if I could see it. Just then, I heard the front door open. I saw it slowly shamble as the door swung open. It walked around. I assumed it was looking for me. It walked up the stairs and I heard my parents' door opening, my hands trembling as I slowly got out from under the table. I made my way over to the stairs. My parents' door was wide open. I saw the black against the dark blue in there, I knew that was it. I pointed the gun up the stairs, and I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened, because the safety was on. All that I accomplished was that it noticed me. I saw it turn towards me. The white dots pierced into me. I fumbled the gun, trying to turn the safety off. When I got it off, I looked back up, and the door was closed. It took me an eternity to work up the courage to go up the stairs and open the door. When I did, it was gone. I nearly collapsed when I saw what I had done to my parents. I'll spare the details here because they still haunt me to this day. In short, it looked a lot like a bear attack. So, if you want a good idea of what their corpses look like, just Google it. I was only 16 at the time and I had no job. I didn't want to be put in foster care and then become homeless, but I had no other choice than to call the police. When they arrived, they asked me questions because they found me clutching a gun in my parents' room. They ruled me out as a suspect, and like I guessed, sent me to the foster care system. Luckily, I was adopted by people who only wanted older kids so they could give them a nice home. That was only 4 years ago, so the memories are still fresh in my head. I live in South Carolina now because my new family wanted to move me away from the place that was giving me so many bad memories. I can't ever thank them enough for taking me in. Since that day, I haven't seen the thing since. I hope that by this point, someone was able to kill it. If not, well, we all know the answer to that. I grew up in a small town near the coast. For most of the year, not much happened, but during the summer, tourists would come and fill up our town's hotels. The reason? We had a really nice beach that surfers and wakeboarders loved. My best friend and I grew up there, and every summer, we would find a job in the tourist industry. Those months were when our town made a lot of money. Because of that, I never took vacations in the summer. Instead, I went on trips with my best friend after the summer, usually in the fall. We always did something together. Once we went to Mexico, and another time we hiked up to the big Hollywood sign. It was fun, but not really exciting. So, we decided to try something more adventurous. Hardcore hiking and camping. My friend suggested the Appalachian Mountains. He said the nature there was beautiful, with mountains to explore. I looked up some pictures and was immediately sold. It looked amazing, exactly what we wanted. We worked during the summer and saved enough money for camping, gear, transportation, and food. The first few days of our trip were fantastic. We hiked through forests, hills, and mountains. It was a really beautiful place. Every night, we built a campfire, talked about old memories. But, on the 5th night, something went wrong. My friend brought up our music classes from when we were kids. Our teacher didn't like us much, and we would always laugh in class. She would get mad at us for not properly singing a song that she had written herself. It was a very bad song. I asked my friend, "What was that song again? How did it go?" After a moment, he remembered and started whistling a melody that I instantly recognized. We laughed again, kept talking and went to bed. That night, both of us had an extremely restless sleep, as we were constantly disturbed by strange noises, high-pitched screeches that kept us awake. Though it made us quite nervous, a friend who often goes camping had warned us that when camping in the wilderness, one can hear strange sounds from various animals like mountain lions, birds, and deer. With no experience in hunting or tracking animals, we couldn't determine the exact type of animal, but we thought it resembled the growl of a mountain lion. We decided it would be best to distance ourselves from that place, and started a long hike away from our last camping location. As we walked for hours, our conversations gradually faded, and the only sounds that reached my ears were the rustling of leaves beneath our footsteps and the sound of the forest. Suddenly, at the end of the trail, a figure stood before us. Though quite far, we could unmistakably make out the presence of a person. The encounter made us slightly uneasy, considering how remote we were from towns and cities. We cautiously continued walking towards the person, uncertain about what to expect. The distance between us gradually closed as both parties approached each other. The closer we got, the more our nervousness grew. We greeted him, but he kept walking to us in silence. Finally, at a distance of approximately 10 feet, the person, an elderly Native American man, stopped and locked eyes with me. An awkward silence ensued, and then he spoke, asking, "What are you doing here?" We explained that we were camping and hiking through the mountains, sharing details of our trip and how long we had been in the area. However, as we spoke, the man's expression shifted, displaying growing concern. "They have noticed your presence," he uttered. Confused, I asked, "Who has?" He gazed at me, shaking his head in disappointment. Then he insisted that we accompany him, revealing that he was staying nearby. He suggested that it would be best if we set up our tents next to his house for the night. He assured us that he had food to share, and the man appeared friendly and trustworthy. Sensing that this could make for an interesting story, we agreed to his offer. As we walked towards his house, I couldn't shake the curiosity about who "they" referred to. I asked the man for an explanation, but he simply replied, "We do not talk about it." Of course, this response did nothing to ease my mind. After a short walk, we arrived at the house, a small wooden structure barely noticeable to passerby. In front, there was a charming garden with a variety of herbs and plants. We were invited inside and offered some tea as the sun began to set. While the man was outside, I exchanged a knowing glance with my friend. We both shared a look that said, "What in the world is happening?" A mixture of excitement and adventure. Despite our insecurity, the man's friendliness made us feel secure. As we discussed our thoughts, we heard him talking outside. It wasn't in English, nor was he conversing with anyone visible. Intrigued, we peered through the window and saw him scatter handfuls of gravel or herbs around his house. We couldn't quite make out what it was. When he returned inside, there was a sense of relief on his face. He sat back down at the table with us and proceeded to caution us about venturing into this part of the forest. It wasn't safe for us, he warned. We assumed he was referring to the mountain lions we had heard earlier. While we set up our tents, the man stood at the edge of the garden, gazing into the darkness. We secured our tents and settled down for sleep.
The sun had barely risen when the man woke us up. He urged us to begin retracing our steps, ensuring that we walked as far as possible before nightfall. He expressed his desire to join us if he were capable, but his age limited his ability to travel long distances. We bid him farewell and started walking. Just as I turned around, he grabbed my arm. My friend did not notice, as he was already walking. He looked me in the eye and pointed towards my friend, saying, "They don't like him. Keep a close eye on him and stay silent at night. If you hear sounds, don't go after them." I nodded in understanding, assuring him that I would protect my friend from any mountain lions. The man's expressions shifted to one of utter surprise, as if I still hadn't grasped its true meaning. "There are no mountain lions here. Now go." He directed me towards the trail where my friend stood, finally noticing my conversation with the man. I shared with my friend what the man had said, but even though he didn't explain the meaning behind "they," we were clearly very nervous, and we had grown tired of this camping trip. Following the man's advice, we resolved to walk as far as possible before nightfall. We set up our tents, did not light a fire, and we kept our voices to a minimum. Exhausted from a long day of walking, we managed to sleep well. However, the following day, as the sun began to rise, I emerged from my tent and noticed something very strange. There stood a vertical stick firmly planted in the ground, decorated with beads and paint and wrapped with rope. At the top of the stick, there was a blackened section, not painted, but burned. Clearly not something we had left behind. At this point, all kinds of thoughts raced through my mind. How had we not noticed it when we set up our tents? Had the old man followed us here? Approaching my friend's tent, I asked if he was awake, to which he responded that he was. However, he appeared pale and sickly. Annoyed, he questioned why I was attempting to open his tent in the middle of the night, asking if I was scared. I assured him I remained in my own tent throughout the night, both of us overwhelmed by a sense of unease. I informed him about the mysterious stick near our tents. As unsettled as we had been the day before, we decided to swiftly pack up our tent once again and walk as quickly as we could before nightfall. At this stage of our journey, any enjoyment had disappeared entirely. Our sole focus was to escape the forest as soon as possible. Stricken with a creeping sensation and feeling unwell, we walked onwards relentlessly. As night fell, we cautiously put up our tents, not making any noise, not making a fire. However, this time I could not sleep at all. The notion that someone had followed us previously and might be lurking nearby made me too anxious to rest. Deep into the night, my sleeplessness persisted. Then I heard an unusual sound. A heavy, labored breathing, like the kind of an extremely sick person struggling for air. Suddenly, I recognized the tune, melody, and sound. It was my music teacher's self-composed song being whistled. Irritated with my friend, I couldn't understand why he would be fooling around in such a moment. My anger compelled me to unzip my tent and peer outside. My friend's tent was situated to the left of mine, but the whistle wasn't originating from that side. Instead, it emanated from the right. The realization struck me instantly, recalling the old man's words. I was not going to look or follow the sound. I promptly retreated into my tent,
determined to remain as silent as possible. Clearly, having not slept at all, morning arrived. My friend was still feeling very ill, but he persevered. We dismantled our camp and resumed walking. After a while, an unsettling sensation of being watched overwhelmed me. It was an uncomfortable feeling, so I asked my friend if he felt the same. As I turned to look at him, I could see from his expression that he did. It was at that moment the reason behind our unease became apparent. The sounds we had been hearing for days, the footsteps and the sound of the forest, had ceased, leaving only the echo of our own footsteps. The forest had fallen into complete silence. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, no whispering wind, nothing. Then we caught a smell. It was a very strong and gross kind of smell. It was unlike anything I had ever smelled, utterly dreadful. Pressing forward, we soon stumbled upon a lifeless deer, hanging from a tree. We didn't linger to discuss what happened to it, though. I noticed its mangled and limbless state, untouched by predators. We continued walking tirelessly, finally arriving at the forest's edge just before nightfall. Entering the first town on our path, we felt a sense of safety wash over us. Seeking refuge, we stepped into a diner, craving a hot meal and some coffee. The waitress, observing our worn-out conditions, asked about our well-being. "It looks like you've seen a ghost," she remarked. We proceeded to recount our experiences in the woods. As she absorbed our words, her expression shifted from curiosity to concern. She resolved to fetch the cook from the kitchen, leaving us perplexed as to why. Emerging from the kitchen, a Native American man approached us. He had a very concerned expression. "So, you emerged from the forest, huh? And you've witnessed strange things?" he asked. We confirmed his question. He explained that the woods harbored dark spirits, normally keeping in the shadows. However, they could be agitated or provoked, especially by whistling. A grave mistake, according to him. He advised us never to speak of these encounters again and to leave the spirits as they had now left us. Me and my friend never camped or hiked again. I still have nightmares about my experience in the Appalachian Mountains. I still don't know if we, two inexperienced campers, were scared about very explainable things, or if there really were paranormal entities in those woods with us. We agreed to never speak of it again, as we had discussed with the cook of the diner. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to tell my story. If you venture into the woods, ensure you know your path, and, above all, never, ever whistle at night.
Closed season. It's the pits. I run a small hotel. I used to run it with my wife, but she left me because of her drinking. She did not go far. I see her in the local bar sometimes, sitting alone, hunched over a bottle, sometimes with her arm around a stranger. It hurts seeing her like that, but there's nothing I can do. Believe me, I tried. Now, all I can do is try and keep busy and not think. Busy is easy during the summer. This is a tourist town. We are surrounded by verdant forest overlooked by awe-inspiring mountains. The stresses of the hustle and bustle of the city are eased away by the beauty and serenity that greets you in every direction you look. There are thousands of visitors here over the summer, and I am always fully booked and run off my feet. Come autumn, though, the flow of tourists slows to a trickle. The first bite of cold wind swirling through the streets encourages any left to pack up and leave. Soon after the snows come, and the road into town becomes impassable until next spring. Nature rules here, as she once did across whole continents. We cannot argue, just make sure we are stocked up on essential supplies. Our food and water and beer and gasoline for the generators. I have a generator around the side of the hotel. It's relatively new, reliable. I finish thoroughly cleaning and checking it before I lock up the hotel for the winter. The summer, a memory. I try and make the most of the transformed town. On an early December day, I stand in the street outside my hotel just as it is going dark and listen to the near silence. There are 20 of us who see out the winter and everyone else is indoors. There is no traffic on the road. The only sound I can hear is my generator purring efficiently and the birds settling down to nest for the night. I try and savor the tranquility while it lasts. I breathe deep and take in the crisp, clean air. It's in the air that there is the first inkling. There's a smell. Slight at first, so slight you might think you were imagining it, but then it hits you. The smell of meat gone bad. Then there's a murmuring. Voices. Approaching. My fellow residents will be aware of this as well. The lights in their homes click off, one by one, leaving each in darkness behind drawn curtains. Only the streetlights remain. The birds have fallen silent. My heart is beating faster by now. It is cold outside, but colder deep within me. I will never get used to the fear that comes with this moment, or the terror that will linger for the months to come. The first of them appear. There are holes in their clothes through which you can see the holes in their skin, the bones below. There's an urgency to their shuffling gait, and soon they are congregating around the streetlights, their faces turned up to them, their hands reaching out. I step silently as I can back into the hotel and extinguish the lights inside. I walk along now dark corridors and swing open the doors to the largest room in the hotel. Go inside and flick a switch. I did not close the front door of the hotel behind me, and within minutes I can smell them, hear their murmuring. I make my way to the far end of the room, wait by the smaller door there, holding it open, ready to flee. They file in, begin to fill the room until there are 100 or more, all crammed in. They stand gazing upwards, hands raised in a kind of reverie. Some sway, some jerk and twitch. The object of their attention, the thing that has drawn them here, the disco ball in the center of the ballroom ceiling. It spins, casting out glittering light, bathing the room in speckles of red, green, blue, and silver. They are transfixed. I make my exit, hurry up to the second floor, which I have once again converted for the winter months into a compound. I have supplies, chemical toilets, doors reinforced with steel and bolted firm. They come every winter and they stay, as long as the generator keeps going and the disco ball keeps spinning. Why do we put up with it? Why do we stay? Speaking for myself,
for my wife, for the hope that she will come back to me, and because in early March a day will come when I can see the snow melting. I will crack open my window and feel the fresh air on my face. I will hear the birds singing again. It's then I know it's safe to leave my second floor compound. I walk down through the hotel. There's usually a little damage, scrape marks on the walls. These can be painted over. Cracked window panes, easy to replace. I head into the ballroom, look through the open doors. The disco ball is still. The generator has run out of fuel, and the room is empty. They have left us until next winter. I go get my long broom and begin to sweep the ballroom floor. I sweep it all up and put it in a hold-all. When in the next few weeks I drive down to the neighboring town, and after I loaded up on fresh supplies for preparing for the first guests of the year, I will pay a visit to the pawn shop and empty out my hold-all and cash in my findings. The dented coins, the rings, pendants, bracelets, gold teeth. The things they left behind as an offering in return for a winter of sparkling light. I grew up treasuring nature so much. If I went to the woods, fishing, or in the mountains, the tranquility these experiences brought with them had no match. Some were even ethereal. I could feel Mother Nature living and breathing, always ensuring I had everything I needed while stepping on its rich grounds. Last year, I bought a cabin up in the mountains. I've always liked to disconnect from the city in the cold winter and just go to a place that feels like magic. This cabin had the feeling of being somewhere in that realm. Excitement took over me when I thought I finally had my own place in the snowy mountains, away from the city, away from work, and from the people who make so much noise that sometimes I just need a little breather. So the acquisition of the log cabin couldn't have come at a better time. With my head almost exploding and my mind fogged with the dullest things and the most mundane tasks possible at work, I couldn't wait for a few days to recharge my batteries. With no other than my trusted associate, my daring sidekick, and my best friend, the Irish setter Blaze, who had just turned 6 years old, I decided to pack all the things needed and go. I drove for almost 3 hours. The trees hung heavy with snow and the flakes fell slowly on the ground. I felt like being in a fairy tale, a vastness of white that conquered all the old land for miles and miles in front of my eyes. I stopped the car somewhere along the way to get fresh water from a spring that ran through the frozen woods. The sight was a spectacle, and I couldn't help but drink. It was so cold I felt my chest turning to ice. Yet, it was so refreshing. So, I took a few gallons with me for the cabin so Blaze and I wouldn't get dehydrated. I reached the cabin in the afternoon. The temperatures began dropping as nightfall approached. I had maybe 2 hours tops of daylight. I parked the car, took the supplies and food inside, turned on the generator, grabbed some firewood, and threw it into the fireplace. I poured some gasoline over, and the flame engulfed the logs. After that, I began shoveling the snow on the front porch and around the house. I also took my hunting rifle because I thought a rabbit stew wouldn't hurt anyone. I always liked it, and Blaze liked it too. Time passed quickly enough, and after finishing all the chores, the time came to go inside and make some food. I had some canned dog food for Blaze, and as I felt my stomach growling, the mouth-watering image of sausage and eggs on toast came to mind. I lit some candles to make the ambiance more pleasant. I also turned on a lantern. and everything seemed to be perfect. Night fell over the isolated cabin, and the winter winds howled outside over the infinite blanket of snow. Shadows danced on the walls like little devils. The crackling wood sang its song, bringing peace to my tired mind. The cabin felt like a gift from God. I had no television to distract me and didn't check the internet. I only kept my cell phone with me as a precautionary measure because accidents could have happened. Even though the reception had been pretty bad, I was still allowed to call 911. After finishing eating, I enjoyed a beer and a book. I fell asleep in an instant. Poof. Just like that. The fresh air has had this effect on me ever since I was a kid. The book fell from my lap and thudded on the floor. I instantly jolted awake and saw Blaze looking at the door. He stood still, mildly growling. "What's wrong, boy?" I asked. I could see he was trembling both with anger and fear. He began nervously barking. I had never seen him like that before. Outside in the howling wintry winds, I had heard some sort of static sound combined with a low gurgling sound. It was as if someone was zapping through a broken TV where one channel was just annoying static and the next was unspeakable monsters raging. I peeked outside and saw nothing. Then I grabbed my rifle and wanted to open the door and check it out in person. Yet Blaze wouldn't let me do that. Instead, he stood before the door, barking at me this time. Whatever roamed outside, Blaze felt it necessary to let me know if I went there. I would have only found death. "What the hell is out there?" I whispered to myself. I glanced outside the window again and thought I saw a shadowy figure looking at the cabin. It looked back and then went out of sight. Blaze barked as loud as his lungs could take it. "Blaze, come here, boy. Get here now," I called him. The only weak point was the windows. If whatever was outside wanted to jump through like a beast, I said, "Let it have it." I would have put 2 bullets between its eyes in seconds. Blaze would probably eaten the whole thing in one big fat meal. The static and gurgling sounds never ceased, even though the creature had vanished. I rechecked the window. Nothing. I only heard those damn sounds. After a while, a large band came from the door. And then it came again, repeatedly. It shook, and I got my gun ready to shoot. If that door had fallen, the death of whatever was on the side would have been swift. "Hey man, open up. These things outside will kill me, please," the voice of a scared man said. He kept banging on the door as if his life depended on it, and it did. If I didn't act fast, the poor man would have been mauled to death by whatever beast roamed the old mountain. "Hold up, I'm coming," I cried. I had to help that poor man. He was probably lost, scared, alone, and dehydrated. Blaze jumped in front of the door. He barked at me again, pushing me back. Something was wrong if he did that. "Come on, man. Just open the door already, will ya?" He banged again. Blaze kept on barking violently. "No, hoss, no can do," I replied, understanding that this was something else, not a man. I trusted Blaze more than I trusted myself. He was one brave and intelligent dog, a true friend and companion. The beast howled, and I heard its voice changing as it drowned. It coughed, it spat, and I thought it was asphyxiating. "Sweetie, can you please open up for Mama? I have a gift for you." It
took me so long to find you, and I want to give it to you. My mother's voice said. What the? I said. I almost dropped the rifle from my hands. My mom died when I was just a kid, and except for her warm smile, the voice was the only other thing I remembered about her. Then, banging noises came from around the house as if the number of creatures outside had grown exponentially. I had gone there, expecting to find paradise and solitude, but it turns out hell had frozen over in that exact place. Nothing natural and of this world could have made those noises and then mimicked my dead mother's voice. Again, I checked the situation outside. The shadowy creatures had grown in numbers. I counted 12 of them. 6 just stood motionless while the other 6 growled, snarled, and howled in the dead of night. I saw one of them coming close to the window and went a few steps back. It glued its dead eyes to the window. It didn't have a nose, just 2 small holes. Its mouth was a straight horizontal line. It opened it and sucked on the window. In doing so, it revealed small rows of sharp teeth. Why don't you open up for your dear old grandfather? It's cold outside, sonny boy, the creature snarled. Grandpa died too when I was just a kid. After my mom's death, he had a heart attack because he couldn't cope with her being gone. I just looked at it as it mimicked my grandfather's voice. I didn't know how the hell it knew my mom's or my grandfather's voice, but it happened. Maybe it could read my mind and borrowed my memories. Maybe by doing so, it extracted their voices from my head. Hell, this sounded crazy as hell to me, but what I had witnessed shouldn't have been possible. And just seeing that craziness, every scenario I thought of might have been likely. The glass began to crack under the pressure of the creature's face, but fortunately, I had parked the Jeep right in front of the house so that I might have just made a run for it. The banging all across the house intensified, and I felt the pressure of death clawing my heart. The window would give in soon, so I said to hell with it. Instead, I pointed the rifle straight at the ugliness and pulled the trigger. It blasted its head into millions of pieces and everything stopped. Blaze, we're going to make a run for it, buddy, I said, hoping for the both of us to escape that mess. I grabbed a burning piece of wood from the fireplace with one and busted through the door. The shadowy creatures had even grown in numbers. Probably 20 or 30 of them. Blaze barked, foaming at the mouth. William, 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 a raspy voice said. It was alien to me, not similar to anyone I knew. I turned around and saw them all gathered in a herd, waiting to attack. Stay back, I said, threatening them with the torching wood. They hissed and collectively stepped back. I threw the wood at them and they scattered in an instant. I opened the car door for Blaze to go in, and he immediately jumped in the passenger seat. A pair of claws grabbed my ankle from under the Jeep and pulled me. It caused me to fall, and I saw the abomination crawling up my leg. I hit it in the head with the butt of the rifle. Then, when it hissed with its horrible mouth, I put the barrel in it and shot. It blew its brain out on the other side of my car. I hit the ignition, and the car came to life. Blaze was agitated and scared. I patted him on the head and told him it would be all right. I pushed the pedal to the metal and ran over those creatures, feeling their skulls crack under the wheels. A few hours later, I was back in my apartment with Blaze. It was quiet. Maybe the city wasn't so bad after all. This happened last year. A few weeks after the incident, I received an anonymous message saying, Hello, William. You need to come back to the cabin. There are urgent matters that I need to talk to you about. I am one of your neighbors. Sincerely, Thomas. I did remember seeing a few houses on my way up there, but didn't think to stop. Also, the former owner had vanished into thin air. I didn't go back yet. Maybe somewhere in the future.
There is a mountain that I live near that I collect stones on here in Oregon. Quartz crystals, tourmaline, gold, you name it. It's an old mining area that has abandoned mine shafts and dilapidated old buildings from the 1800s. The roads up this mountain are treacherous, taking quite a while to get up if you accidentally take the wrong unmaintained roads. One day, my roommate and I decided to go collect stones up there. It was spring and the weather was great. We hadn't seen signs of other people all day. A quiet day in the national forest, as kids were still in school. We made it up the mountain and set up camp. We poked around the area, finding a few crystals here and there, and even though I had been up this mountain many, many times, something felt off this time. This crude camping area with its makeshift toilet was extremely remote, but I had never felt strange there before. It's as if we were being watched, that feeling you get in your subconscious that you cannot seem to shake. But I did, and we carried on with our day. At around 9 p.m., after preparing a fire and some food, we decided to head to bed. The tent was about 50 feet from the car, and that made me feel comfortable. I have hiked constantly in super extreme remote areas for many years now, and have run into some sketchy situations. It's not comforting when you are scared and hours away from a vehicle on foot. The forest can become overwhelming under those circumstances, but this time was different. We had the car right there, so what could go wrong? I had just about fallen asleep, and my roommate was already out like a light when the noise caught my attention. It sounded like the brush just in the tree line shaking. We were surrounded by forest all around except for a boulder field to the back of our tent, up against a massive mountain peak with an amazing rock face. I sat there listening to the bushes shake, wondering what could be out there. It's not unusual to have elk or small animals like possums come into camp and walk through. But this was something big. What happened next made my blood run cold. I hear the bushes stop shaking, and something takes a step onto the ground. It had a loud step. I know that sounds strange, but that's the best way to describe it. It then proceeds to walk right up to the tent. What made me lose my cool mentally was it was on 2 legs. I could identify right away that this was not a 4-legged usual coming around camp. I laid there as still as I could and listened. All I could hear was a heavy breathing. Then it all went quiet. Again, I hear the bushes rattle, and it walks up to the tent again. The bizarre part is, I never heard it back away from the tent. That messed with my head. After a few minutes of silence had passed, I jammed my roommate in the ribs with my elbow and whispered, as uncomfortable making a noise made me feel, for him to listen. Just be quiet and listen. After a few minutes of him looking at me like I had lost my mind,
the bushes shook, and the whatever it was walked up to the tent again. My roommate's eyes got big, and he whispered, "That's 2 feet." He knew how I felt by the look on my face and didn't even expect a response. We sat there for a good 20 minutes, listening to this thing walk up to the tent over and over, but never walk away. Then, whatever it was, walked over to the crude bathroom and started shaking it violently. Both of us now laying up in our sleeping bags, debating in our minds what to do next. After a good 45 minutes of all of this going on, everything got silent. So we sat there for about another 20 minutes still. Silence. That's when I turned to my roommate and said, "We need to go." I had well enough by this time. All we had for defense was a small axe in the tent with us, which, looking back, was so very foolish. I grabbed the axe and I said, "We're going to book it to the car, get in, and lock the doors." And we did just that. We ripped the tent zipper down and the fastest we could without getting it caught, and hightailed it right for the car. My roommate turned the car on immediately and turned the headlights on, illuminating the entire camping area with our tent in front of the car. Nothing. No signs of anything in our limited visual field. My roommate then jumps out of the car, runs up, and grabs the tent with everything in it, runs back and throws it all on the back seat, and we take off down the mountain in the pitch black. The entire time, I'm expecting whatever that thing was to come running out at the car. I have not camped up in this area since a good few times. As I kid you not, it is one of the most beautiful, pristine, subalpine areas you will ever see. I've had 2 other experiences though. Both were camping in the car, as I will never sleep in a tent again. The natives used to call this area Skookum Mountain, and said it was haunted by the evil god of the woods. The miners had a rough time here. Rugged country, filled with many perils. My father died about 5 years ago, unexpectedly from a heart attack. To say it was hard on my mother and I was an understatement. Our old house in Knoxville just didn't feel like home anymore. About a year later, Mom and I made plans to take ourselves and our elderly dog Ace on a move further south to a small town situated about a half hour from Atlanta. Just a few days before we were slated to move, however, I had one of the most vivid dreams I've ever come to experience. All that was within my dream was my bedroom, a picture-perfect recreation of the real thing. I sometimes wonder if I was in some sort of sleep paralysis state when it occurred. To further add to the dream's realism, in the middle of the night, the streetlights right across the street would illuminate through my window, creating a light reflection on the wall perpendicular. In my dream, as I lay there staring at that exact reflection on the wall, I saw an orb of smoke fade in from the shadows. Goosebumps chilled across my skin as I lay there panicked and afraid to move a muscle. Suddenly, it stopped moving and steadily hung in the light's reflection.
as if it was staring at me. Without warning, it spoke to me in my dead father's voice. "I'm sending something to watch you." Despite hearing my father's voice come from the orb, I was terrified of it. I didn't know why, and yet I managed to squeak out a small reply towards it. "What?" I whispered. The orb remained silent for a few moments, leaving an eerily dead silence in the voice's place. Just as quickly, it spoke to me one final time. "Damn, Black." I woke up almost instantaneously, gasping for breath. The nightmare had chilled me to my core. I didn't know exactly what to make of it, especially those two final words. I chalked it up to maybe Dad wishing us well on our move, but at the time I couldn't shake the feeling. It was some sort of warning. Within the next couple weeks, my mother and I moved out of Knoxville and headed down south to Georgia. She had managed to find a quaint little house for us, with only one or two neighbors down a gravel road in the middle of the woods. It was a nice fit for us. Probably the best reliever of all the stress that came with the move, however, was our new neighbor's cat. She was a petite, older black cat that gravitated towards me almost instantly, and I treated her as if she was my own pet. I left out a can of food once or twice a week for her, and even if I didn't call out for her when she saw me outside, she would always run up to me. She helped ease my tensions about leaving Knoxville behind, especially without Dad there with us. Less than a month into our new home, I awoke suddenly to a faint coughing noise that sounded like it was coming from downstairs. One important thing to know about our dog Ace is that he has a collapsed trachea. He needs medicine to help calm the condition down, so I'm used to waking up in the middle of the night to give him his medicine. I proceeded downstairs from my bedroom to give him his cough medicine, but I couldn't find him anywhere throughout the house. He wasn't in his bed sleeping. He wasn't in the kitchen. He was nowhere to be found. I didn't check Mom's bedroom, however, as to avoid waking her up. Besides, I wouldn't have heard the coughing if he had been in there anyway, so I just let it be. That's when I heard the cough again, but it was coming from further away, as if from outside. I looked over at the side patio door leading out into the woodlands and realized I had forgotten to shut it. There it stood, slightly ajar. Crap, I thought to myself. He got out. I immediately ran outside with a flashlight and started calling out for my dog. "Ace! Ace!" I shouted into the neighboring trees. I heard another cough and shined my light in its direction. That time, it had echoed from down the gravel road. I swear, the path had never looked so terrifyingly desolate before in my life than that night. As I started down that same gravel road that had led us to our new home. But in that moment, I thought my dog was lost, and I chalked it up to my new house jitters. So I pressed onward. "Ace, come on, boy. Home's this way, buddy." That's when I heard it. The cough that I had been following almost right beside me. But this time it didn't stay like the dog's cough I had been hearing. Instead, the cough had slowly descended into a low growl. I shined my light towards the new sound. There stood a bright red fox in the middle of the path. For a moment, I figured it was some kind of sick fox that I had mistaken for my dog. The whole time as I was processing what I was seeing, it stared directly at me. Its eyes glowed from the light of my flashlight. However, our stare broke when it tilted its head to the right. I looked down and there she was, our neighbor's little black cat standing beside me. However, it was as if she completely changed persona. She was no longer the happy, affectionate cat that I'd come to know. Instead, she had her back arched upright, every fiber of hair standing at attention, and uttered the lowest growl I've ever heard come out of a feline. In that moment, I figured she was just scared of the fox, so I knelt down beside her in a bid to coax her away and avoid the fox hurting her. But no matter how many times I tried to coax her out of the fight mode, she wouldn't budge. Her stare remained unfazed. That's when I looked towards the direction of the fox once more, but there wasn't a fox standing there anymore. Instead, in the exact same spot of that gravel road, was a walking, rotting corpse of a roadkill coyote, slowly moving towards me. I took a step back, absolutely horrified of what I was seeing. Its jaw was hanging loose from its face. One of its eyes was stained with blood, and it wobbled back and forth as if it was desperately fighting pain. I rubbed my eyes out of disbelief, hoping I was imagining it. But it was still there when my eyes reopened. Despite the gruesome sight before us, our neighbor's black cat, no matter how tiny she was, stood there and kept growling at the creature. Suddenly, it stopped. The creature had ceased its walk towards us. For a moment, it just stood there, glancing back and forth between myself and this little black cat that was trying to defend me. That's when I unmistakably heard this beast mutter two solemn words in a low, gravelly voice. Damn black. In a flash, the creature ran straight into the woods. I shined my flashlight in its direction, but it had completely vanished. Even the brush it had ran through looked untouched. It's when the cat, still standing beside me, calmed herself down, almost if nothing had happened. She rubbed herself up against my leg, returning to her normal, loving mood. Despite technically not being mine, I proceeded to scoop her up and run back into the house. Before heading upstairs with the little black cat snuggled up in my arms, I decided to poke my head into my mother's room. Laying on the floor, sound asleep, was Ace. He had been there the entire time. I quietly closed her door before bolting upstairs. I made sure that little cat slept with me in my bed that night. From the research I've done, I think I was almost the victim of some kind of skinwalker. It must have picked up the sounds my dog sometimes make late at night, knowing I'd likely come to his aid. For whatever reason, our neighbor's black cat had scared it so badly, it scrambled away. I haven't seen it since that night. Maybe because that same cat still likes to wander down the gravel road late at night, or maybe that thing just decided I wasn't worth the trouble. Either way, whether I have my father or pure luck to thank, I leave a can of food out every single night for that little black cat. And the most ironic part of it all, that cat's name is Halloween. I live right next to a Navajo reservation and have made friends with many of the people there my age. We like to hang out, play video games, and just be normal teens. I walk over a lot since my best friend lives a little less than a mile away from me. This isn't a long trek and usually only takes me about 25-30 minutes. I made this trip dozens of times and have grown very comfortable with it. I know the people along the way, so I'm not scared or on edge. There is a patch of forest, however, about midway there. It's a little unnerving sometimes. There's always that feeling of being watched. This was a regular occurrence for me, so I just tried to ignore it and shake it off as my mind playing tricks on me. This day, I spent more time at my friend's house than I meant to. And when I left, it was already getting dark. I reached the stretch of forest right as the sun disappeared from the sky. I shivered a little as I readied myself to begin the journey, though. I was 10 steps in when I heard a branch snap. You know the sound. The one that screams there is definitely someone or something there with you. I froze, not sure of what I should do next. Should I run? Should I turn around and book it back to my friend's house? I didn't know the best option in this situation. I whispered, "Hello?" hearing my voice crack as the words fell from my lips. I don't know why I even opened my mouth, but it was out there, so I listened for any reply. My heart sank when the answer came back in the sound of my voice. "Hello?" I started to breathe too fast. My heart pounded against my chest. I felt like I might faint. "Hello?" My voice came again, but not from my mouth. I wanted to run, but my feet felt cement to the ground. I couldn't scream. I couldn't reply as my voice echoed over and over from a short distance away. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere around me. "Hello? Hello? Hello?" it repeated. "Stop it!" I finally managed to tear from my lips. Everything went silent. For a long minute, nothing happened. The air grew stale, and I realized for the first time that there were no typical forest sounds. There were no bugs, no frogs or crickets. Nothing. I stood there, terrified, waiting to see what would happen next. "Stop it," it mimicked back. I'd had enough of this and was willing my heavy legs to move. Before I could take a step, I heard rustling in the bushes 20 feet to my left. I watched in horror as a deer head with huge antlers protruded through the bush. As it came further out and stood up on twos, I took off. I flew out of those woods and all the way home in record time. I said nothing to my mom when I got there. I just went up to my room, laid down, and thought about what happened. My mother came in at some point and asked me if everything was all right. I replied that yes, I was just tired. I don't know why I didn't tell her. I guess I might have been afraid of how she would react. I called my friend and told him everything. He freaked out and told me no matter what happened that night to not reply or look out my window. This terrified me even more. He said to call him the next morning and he would explain more, and that he had to speak to his grandfather as soon as possible. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed awake listening to every little sound the night brought. Around 3 a.m., just as I was about to drift off, the air changed. The night sounds quieted. I felt my heart begin to pound. I lay there and waited, pulling the covers up over my head like a child, far too scared to move. It came after a long moment. "Hello?" I cried. It was all I could do. "Hello? Stop it." It mocked what I had said in the woods again. It was terrifying enough when it copied what I said, but then it did something new. It called my name. Amy, my mother's voice. Amy, Amy, come here, hello? Stop it, my voice again. For the rest of the night, the creature outside my window called my name in my mother's voice and repeated what I said in the woods over and over. In the morning, when the sun broke through the dark, it finally stopped. I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke around 12 to my friend calling me to tell me he had spoken to his grandfather and could explain what happened to me. He said there was a creature they called Ye Nadulshi, he who goes on all fours, or a skinwalker. He explained that it was an evil witch that used dark magic to transform into an animal with the attributes it required, and that it had caught my scent and knew me now. I was also given a warning that since it knew me, it would always follow me, that I would always have to be careful. Last night I heard scratching on my window, then a low hum. The creature began saying my name again, but also adding in things I hadn't said in my mother's voice. At one point, it started calling my name, but drawing it out really far like Amy. It tried to get me to come outside, or to open the door and let it in my house. This went on all night. At this point, I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do. Is it seriously going to stalk the shadows around me for the rest of my life? I don't think I can take that. Funny thing, those whistle pigs, aren't they? Is a phrase that haunts me to this day and still wakes me up in a cold sweat. Until 2 years ago, I used to be a cop in Texas. I'd rather not give out the specific details of my previous working whereabouts. And there was a small town about 100 miles away from us, in which we had looked after, as sometimes their police force was just too small for some of their matters. It took about 2 hours to get there, and was the town that ended my police career. One day in mid-2012, the department got a call from the small town about a few murders that they wanted investigating. This wasn't too strange, but still sad. They wanted some forensic equipment there with the unjustified evidence surrounding the victims. I and another member of the force were sent there to investigate and collect evidence in the town. I packed a bag and said bye to my girlfriend at the time. She was used to me leaving for a couple of days here and there due to work-related matters. We left around 7 a.m. and got there at 10:30, as there was a large amount of traffic on the road. We reported to the police station and then went to our separate hotel rooms. They were very rustic and had a very bad smell, but we had to use them. At 12, we went to work on our case and found out that it was 3 murders. One of a mid-20s single woman, and the other was a couple both in their late 40s. As the department primarily needed forensic testing, we got to work on both of the incidents. We tested for fingerprints, DNA samples, and outdoor clues to see if anyone might have broken in or come through an open window. But the only fingerprint results were the victims. The DNA samples came back as the victims or pets, and there were outdoor clues of the houses being broken into. The only clues from outside were going in and out from the couple's back door, and some mud near that door. We thought it as nothing first, and came to a conclusion that it was one of the victims from the day of the murder, as there was heavy rain that week, but still noted it. We also took their phones to investigate, which we did that night.
Back in our hotel room, I investigated the girl's phone while my partner investigated the couple's phones. There was nothing unusual in the phone. It was very similar to mine in terms of content. There were the odd games, calendar, notes, text messages, Facebook, camera filters, etc. Nothing to be suspicious or alarmed about. I searched through the notes, messaged photos, and Facebook feed to find nothing unusual. I checked her location history and wrote it down to investigate tomorrow. There was nothing unusual about it, but while being a police officer, I have learned that a piece of information can be necessary to solve a case. The next day, I and my partner both went off in different directions to investigate each person's locations over the past couple of days. Mine was only a very short list, but took me the whole day. The most common place was her work at the high school. She worked in administration and sat in a desk chair for 6 hours a day, and only moved to go to the toilet and when she left. The news was already out in the public, and the school was in mourning for her. Her desk was untouched since the killing, and I examined it only to find nothing but work-related papers and a few photos of who I found out from her colleague were friends and family. The next most common place was the grocery store in which I had asked to speak to the manager, only to find out that he did not know her. We tried to check her buy history, but found out that she did not have a member's card to the store. I asked for surveillance footage from the day she was there and got them on a memory stick, in which I would watch later. The next place was the second to last place she had been to in the week, and it was only once on the weekend. It was the local bar, in which was not used that much by the residents, as most people had families they would see and visit or otherwise reclusive. I went to the bar to investigate, and it is there where I hear the line that haunts me to this day. Funny things, those whistle pigs, aren't they? At the bar, waiting for the manager, the gruff voice came into my ears and never left. Looking down, I saw a man in his mid-60s with shaggy gray hair and a mustache. He was watching a documentary on what I call groundhogs, but he seems to call them whistle pigs. He seemed amused in watching the show, but I just stared ahead, trying to look somewhat professional. He then asked me if I was working on the murder. I grunted, still trying to act neutral and professional, until the manager came out. He invited me into his office, but I said that was unnecessary, so we talked in the quiet bar. He said he knew the woman, but didn't notice anything strange, so I made my way to the last place in our history. The locksmith was on Sunday, the day before the murder. I went up to the shop, which was not far from the hotel. I looked at the door, which had a sign saying, "Back in 10. Went to my hotel and had a bite to eat and stored the memory stick in my suitcase for safety. I then went back. The locksmith door was shut, but the sign was gone. I walked into the musty shop that could fit as many as 5 people in at a time. There were shelves filled with useless crap along the walls, which made it look very peculiar. I moved to the counter and rung the bell, and the man with the shaggy gray hair walked out from back. He greeted me, and I told him how the deceased girl had come into his shop just before she was killed. He invited me into the back, which was airier and open space than the shop, and sat me down while taking everything that was in my hands and putting them over on a bench. I thought it was weird, but decided that he was only being friendly. We talked about the girl and what she came in for, but he couldn't remember, which was understandable with him being the only locksmith in the town. He went to his records and looked for her purchase receipt, which didn't tell me anything new. I thanked him and left towards my hotel. It took me 10 minutes to get back to my hotel.
By the time I walked up to my room, I was very tired from traveling around all day. I put my papers on the table and went to put my hotel keys down, until I realized I was missing one of the spare keys. I wasn't going to tell the hotel management at the time. I wasn't going to tell them at all. I was just going to do a quick fix myself in the morning at the locksmith. At 9 a.m., I drove to the locksmith and walked in the same dirty room and rang the bell. The same locksmith walked out and greeted me like an old friend. I was in a rush, so I tried to hurry him. He took my details, which I thought were unnecessary and which he claimed were for security reasons, which he pointed out came in handy yesterday for the murder case. I filled them out and sat down while he went inside and crafted a new key. He came out 5 minutes later with a fresh, shining key and greeted me out. The rest of the day consisted of more unnecessary forensic testing and pages upon pages of paperwork. After the long day of crap from work, I went to bed at 9, which was early for me. I woke up then with a searing pain in my left shoulder to see the locksmith over me with a knife dripping in blood. I threw him onto the floor while tackling him to the ground. I kicked his chest and grabbed the knife, throwing it over the room. I restrained him and called out to my coworker who was over the hall and could easily hear me through the thin walls. With the man now lunging himself at me, I dodged him and tried to restrain him. I yelled once again with no answer. I now had to act like I was getting no backup. I grabbed a chopping board and hit him over the head, which knocked him out. I turned on the lights to see his bleeding head and found my handcuffs and put them on him. While he was blacked out, I rang the local station to tell them that we were bringing someone in. Before he woke, I went into my coworker's room to find the door open and stab wounds all across his chest. I rang an ambulance and drove the killer to the station. The court case found that the locksmith was the murderer of the 3 victims and had been getting into people's houses from duplicate keys he had been making when anyone came in. All he had to do was unlock the door and there was no evidence from him. He had most of the resident keys and locations on file in his shop, but had only murdered 4 people. He murdered the woman for yelling at his grandson at the school. He murdered the couple for not paying their fee on time. And he tried to murder me and my coworkers, as we may have caught him. He was jailed for life. Since summer vacation started a couple weeks ago, I figured I'd spend the summer finding myself a part-time job anywhere in my local town. My family weren't planning to go anywhere on vacation, but ended up going to San Diego instead. But this decision was made after I already had a job. Being 17, I decided it was okay for me to stay home alone for a couple weeks. A thing you should know about my town is that it's pretty quiet. I live around 16 miles outside Portland, Oregon, so finding a job was obviously a struggle. However, I came across a Chuck E. Cheese whilst biking on the way back home from a friend's house. I decided to head in and ask for an application and if they were hiring. Fast forward a week, and I'm on the job. A few days into my job, I left early to see my family off at the airport. I was happy I had the house to myself. I headed home and spent the rest of the day playing video games and watching YouTube. By the time the sun had set, I was figuring out how to spend the night. Most of my friends were out of town, and so I decided to hit up my girlfriend to see if she was down to hang. Luckily, she was spending her last night in Oregon,
before going to Dubai for a week. I ordered pizza and mozzarella sticks for us to share whilst we watched a comedy. When it got late, I suggested she stayed for the night, and she was happy to do so. It was nice sleeping next to someone, knowing I'd be alone for the next week or so. The next morning, she changed and kissed me goodbye. I had to get to work. I gobbled down a couple hash browns and rode my bike to Chuck E. Cheese's. Today was a big day. I was chosen to be involved in this kid's birthday party, which, for me, on my 4th day on the job, was a pretty big deal. Around 12 p.m., the kid's family and all his friends arrived. They seemed like they had a hell of a fun time. I served them all pizza and juice and stuff, and they were all so kind and happy. I was enjoying myself, all until Chucky came out. A lot of kids love him, of course, but to me he was kind of creepy. Especially after sharing the same sort of concept with the Five Nights at Freddy's. I heard some coworkers talk about how they got rid of several animatronics because of that game, and Chucky was now a random guy in a costume. I actually ended up meeting the guy inside the costume. His name was Jason, and he was pretty friendly. Nevertheless, the party was still great. I headed home that evening, feeling good. I texted my girlfriend about the party, and she was really happy for me. I asked her how her vacation was so far, and she sent me a couple pictures. The next day was a weekend, and I was planning to just binge Netflix the entire day and get wasted. But, to ruin it all, came a call from my manager. He asked if I could make the night shift tonight since there was yet again another birthday party. Later that evening, I grabbed my uniform and headed straight to the place. More work, more money. The kids' party was at like 7 p.m. The unusual thing was that the kid was like 14. It was kind of weird. I didn't think that much of it. To be honest, this party was lamer than the one that took place yesterday. The party ended really late, at around 10:30 p.m. Anyways, after that, we all got to cleaning. These kids made a real freaking mess in here. There was pizza crust and spilled drinks everywhere. By 11 p.m., there was just the 3 of us left, cleaning up the place. The manager and most of the co-workers had left. I was making a last check on the lights and stuff. My bladder made a call telling me to go to the washroom. By the time I came out, it was all dark. I was extremely confused. Moments later, I realized my coworkers may have thought that I dipped and left without me. I made my way to the main entrance. Locked. Tried looking outside. No one. I reached to grab my phone, but surprisingly it wasn't there. Now, I'm a really attentive person, and I'm always aware of my surroundings and all, so I just stood there, looking like an idiot. At this point, I'd been trapped in here for 2.5 hours. I gave up and decided to spend the night on the stage. I switched on the main stage lights and tried to look for something to be made as a pillow. Just then, in my horror, I saw Chucky's head peep out of the curtains. My heart missed several beats and my adrenaline was now pumping. In my frightened voice, I called of, "Jason?" He did nothing, just stared back at me with that eerie smile. My adrenaline caused me to fight instead of flight, and I chased after who I thought was Jason. In my search for the anonymous Chucky, out of the blue, I saw the back door wide open. I was fairly sure that it was closed. My adrenaline switched things up, and I got out of there as fast as my legs would take me. I got back home, and currently I'm on my laptop telling you all about the situation. I decided to stay up all night, in case anything happens. I'll keep you all updated. I still have so many questions. Will I get fired? Who's that Chucky? Where's my phone? Update 1. I may have passed out for a while, but I woke up to something scraping against my window. I'm pretty sure it's just a branch or something. I'll check it out. Update 2. It's him, Chucky. My bedroom is this house's basement and has a tiny window at the top. That's where I heard the scraping sound. I ran upstairs, being too scared. I just peeped out the window and I saw him, just facing my house in the middle of the street. I don't know if he can see me or not. How did this guy find my house? Wait, hold up. My landline is ringing. Update 3. He just called me and said, "Julia misses you." That voice, it was familiar, but definitely not Jason's. That creep had been texting my girlfriend. I'm getting the cops now. A lot of people are going to view this as creative writing. It isn't. For many people that have traumatic experiences, there's plenty of outlets and support groups. Not for me. Everyone calls me a crackpot on the first few occasions I get drunk enough to talk about what happened. I don't appreciate that. This is a real story and a real event that's caused a lot of turmoil in my small family at the time. When I was 12 years old, me, my dad, and my mom lived and managed a large deer lease in Arkansas near the town of Mena. My dad and I were skilled outdoorsmen and made a good chunk of change hunting pigs on horseback. At the time, their population had grown out of control, and they were viewed as pests. Not only did you not need tags to hunt them, but you could get paid up to $50 a head a basis. The meat is great for sausage, too. So it came as a surprise to my father and I when the pigs around our property suddenly began to vanish. At first, we thought it was our neighbor 20 miles west, strong-arming our profit with his sons as he had before. But after my father went to his ranch to confront him about the issue, he came back ashen-faced and wouldn't tell me or my mother what had been discussed. All he said was, "Bill wasn't the reason for the shortage in pigs, and that me and my brother and mother were to stay in the house." Of course, being the young, curious person I was, I woke up before my dad, saddled my horse, and went to the woods. I rode the perimeter of our property, and as before, I didn't find a single pig. But I did find something else. About noon, I came to a large clearing in the forest. Then, clear as day, what I first thought was a child stepped out in front of my horse and I. I quickly realized that this was no normal child, as it stood staring at me. I noticed that although it had a very human-like face with what I can only describe as slightly mongoloid features, it was covered in black, dark brown fur. We just stared intently at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then I heard something huge crashing through the forest in our direction. Without the slightest command from me, my horse bolted in the opposite direction. I could hear it hot on our heels, snarling and screaming. Eventually, we got some ground on whatever it was when we hit open meadow, and it abandoned the chase. When I got home, my dad wasn't furious at me as I had expected. He could tell something had happened, and after I explained what I'd seen, he hugged me and said the experience was punishment enough and that I wasn't to go in the woods without him ever again. I wasn't at all opposed to this. That being said, this was far from over. About a week later, we were sitting at the table enjoying my mom's Gordon Ramsay-esque jambalaya when the phone rang. My dad excused himself from the table and went to answer it. He came back into the dining room and told me, "Get your boots on and go grab your saddle.
Something happened at Bill's place. Without question, I obeyed, and despite protests from my mother and demands for an explanation, we were soon going full gallop towards Bill's ranch. We didn't particularly like Bill or his boys very much, but in the Ozark Appalachian areas, we have sort of an unspoken law that if your neighbor needs help, you are to oblige them. When we got there, the situation was complete chaos. Bill's wife, Maggie, was knelt on the porch sobbing her eyes out, and Bill and his 2 sons were scurrying about, loading firearms and filling backpacks full of provisions. My dad dismounted and ran up to Bill and asked him what was going on. My youngest was taken by someone. Maggie saw it. She said he was out feeding the pigs and someone came out from behind the shed and grabbed him. What did the person look like? Bill gave my dad a frightened look and said, "You know damn well what it looked like. It isn't a person." My dad gulped and told me to go help Bill's boys get ready. We were going hunting. After Bill called the sheriff, they got on their 4-wheelers and followed us into the forest. The 5 of us got about 15 miles in the woods before we saw the first one. It had likely been following us since Bill's ranch, and I only got a small glimpse of it before it snatched Bill's oldest son, Grant, off his 4-wheeler and ran off. It was big. This thing was easily 8 feet tall, and it moved like an Olympic sprinter. We chased it for another 200 feet before it dropped Grant. He was in a state of shock, but alive. Bill took Grant and his other son back home, but my dad and I decided to pursue this thing. We chased it for miles, but soon it hit deep ravines that were unpassable for even our horses. We shot at it. My dad claimed he hit it several times. If he did, the thing didn't slow down a bit. We rode back home around 1 in the morning. After checking on Bill's family and writing out reports for the deputy that had finally shown up. Even after we made a huge stink about the issue, the sheriff's office didn't do anything about the problem. To my knowledge, Bill's youngest son, Tommy, was never found. Your official statement was, it was a gang of homeless people that had taken up residence in the forest, and we were, quote, try and avoid them. Yeah, right. Nobody bought it. About 2 weeks later, they attacked our house. I was watching NCIS with my dad at about 9 p.m. when we heard the first, what we thought was heavy hail. Our house at the time was a metal building, and if you ever lived in one, you know how things tend to echo. My dad went to the window and quickly reeled back. He bellowed at me to grab my rifle. We both looked out the window, and to my horror we saw about 8 of the huge things hurling rocks at our house. We stuck our rifles out the window and shot at them, and when we did, they would hit the tree line temporarily, but they would be back 10 to 20 minutes later. It was about 2 a.m. when we heard hard banging on our door, and we knew they were trying to come in. Luckily for us, near the kitchen, my dad had dug and constructed a tornado shelter from the previous year. If you're familiar with Arkansas, you know it's smack dab in the middle of Tornado Alley, and we regularly get devastating F4s and F5s. We knew the door wasn't going to hold, so we piled into the small cellar, and my dad deadbolted the heavy steel door. They did indeed get in. All night we listened to them wrecking our house. All night me and my family sat completely silent. All of us, including my mom, gripping guns tighter than a vice grip. We were praying they didn't find us. They gave up and left around 10 a.m. When we emerged from the cellar, our house was nearly demolished. Things were strewn everywhere. The TV had been hurled against the wall, made a huge dent. My dad's air compressor had been crushed like a tin can. Understandably, we packed up the truck, put the horses in a trailer, and made a beeline for my grandparents' house in Dallas. We were never the same after that. We had to sell our beloved horses. I had to make the hard transition to city life, where kids made fun of my accent and would just bully the crap out of me all the way up until high school. Luckily, I overcame it all, and I'm about to get my master's next year. I'm also happily married and expecting a daughter soon. Those creatures not only wrecked our house, but they also wrecked my childhood. To this day, I'm a dedicated Bigfoot researcher, and I've worked with all the big names, including Fraud Standing and a man I very much admire named David Paulsides. I know there are some squatchers out there who are trying to preserve and protect Bigfoot, but I always carry a firearm when I'm out in the woods, and if I ever see another one, I'm blowing its hairy head off. I longed for the nights when my mother would don an evening gown, punctuate every sentence of her lecture with the clicks and clacks of her high heels as she strutted to the door, and leave a deep red imprint of her lips on my forehead before she allowed herself to be whisked away by her suitor of the night. Those nights are rare when your single mother works 12-hour shifts at the local nursing facility and comes back home to a long evening of drinking, loud television, and heated arguments with her children. This night was better than all the others because the universe had aligned the plans of everyone in the household to coincide, leaving me behind for at least 5 hours worth of quiet, alone time. Something I rarely got. I was in my bedroom, my secret stash of snacks scattered all over my bed, and the one shared laptop we had in the house all to myself. I didn't know what I wanted to do first. Watch a movie, sing along to karaoke songs on YouTube, have a one-woman dance party. I settled upon watching a scary movie and turned off all the lights to set the mood. I was barely past the 30-minute mark when I heard the distant sound of snickering. For a few seconds, I convinced myself that it was just a background noise in the movie I was watching, but my reassurance faltered when I paused the film and still heard it. I was frozen in place. I didn't know what to do. I just waited for something to happen, but nothing did. I slowly shifted my position. The bed frame creaked under my weight as I did so. I planted both my feet on the ground and paused for a few minutes. It was most probably one of my siblings who had come home early and was playing a prank on me. It could have even been one of my neighbor's kids. Whoever it was, I was a 16-year-old girl who wasn't taking any chances. I finally had the mind to scan the room for anything I could use to defend myself. I shared a room with the 6 and 8-year-old girls. The entire place was childproof, and my best bet was a heavy sports trophy, but I figured that it was better than nothing. The snickering got louder and nearer. It was turning into chuckles. I didn't know whether I wanted to wait in here until I was found, or do the finding myself. I took another long, hard look at the trophy in my hands, and decided to wait. With each minute that passed, the laughter increased in volume and enthusiasm. It sounded like a child who knew his parents were heading towards his hiding spot during a game of hide-and-seek, laughing with the voice of an adult. Then I heard the sounds of chairs being dragged across the hardwood floor. It didn't sound like it was with much purpose other than to clear them out of the way. A slippery, slobbery, wet noise followed suit. It sounded familiar, yet it wasn't one I had particularly heard before. Whoever was in my kitchen was slamming,
ripping apart and mushing whatever it was he had in his hand. I heard squishes and squelches, and I could only assume that it was some sick psychopath with a fetish for breaking into houses and mauling large animals. Whatever it was, he was laughing throughout. I was terrified. There was a stranger in my kitchen, laughing manically as he seemingly prepared himself a snack on the counter. There was an intruder in the downstairs of my house, the place where I had left my cell phone. I turned around and looked at my laptop, wondering if the police would respond to emails. I decided to give it a try anyways and tiptoed back to my bed. My trembling fingers struggled to type slowly and quietly, but I eventually managed to send an email and post for help on social media. An excruciating 7 minutes passed by until I heard someone pull up on the driveway. It didn't sound like the police. I heard the sound of heavy footsteps running up to the front door, frantically jamming a key into the keyhole and swinging the door open. The laughter stopped for a brief second before it turned into a roaring guffaw. A shriek, an ear-piercing scream penetrated the silence of the neighborhood, and whoever produced it turned around and ran towards the street, taking their screams with them. The manic laughter followed suit. Finally, I dared to run to the bedroom window. I saw my sister running down the street while screaming, trying to attract as much attention as she could, and by the looks of it, she was succeeding. Running in the opposite direction was a naked man, covered in a massive amount of blood I had only seen before on television. He was still roaring with laughter as he disappeared out of sight. I watched out the window as a posse gathered just outside my house. My sister hadn't stopped screaming. I realized that she wasn't just trying to attract attention, but she was actually hysterical, and I did not want to go downstairs and greet whatever had brought my sister to such a state. The crowd grew larger as a flashing red and blue lights arrived and footsteps stormed into my house. I heard curses and wretches downstairs before someone finally called out. All I could manage to produce at first was a squeak. A female officer appeared in my doorway and asked me if I was all right. She told me to follow her with my eyes closed. Great advice for a rebellious teenager. I noticed her grasp become tighter as we reached the bottom of the stairs, and I couldn't help treating myself to a peek. Through squinted eyes, I saw the dismembered body parts of my mother, neatly arranged beside her decapitated head on the kitchen counter. I passed out. 47 minutes. That's how long I had spent listening to my mother being torn into, ripped apart, mutilated, and eaten. The person responsible for that ran straight to his nursing facility, straight to his bedroom, and straight into bed. He laughed as they restrained him to his bed. He laughed as he was taken away in cuffs. He laughed as he was locked up in a cell. He laughed as he made eye contact with me in the courtroom as his sentence was being announced. I won't be surprised if he was still laughing when they strapped him to the chair. He will never laugh again. Nor will my mother. Being assigned to Camp Pendleton was a dream come true. Located in Oceanside in the northern San Diego, it's one of the biggest Marine Corps bases in the U.S. There's a ton of stuff to do nearby, whether it's going to the beach to surf, swim, or go for drinks at the pier. The people around here are mellow,
and there's a surfer sort of vibe to the neighborhood I moved into. Everything was going great for me the first few weeks while I was here. I noticed that despite the laid-back attitude of the surrounding area where I lived, my work life was rigid and inflexible, my commanding officer gruff and no-nonsense. I began to realize this place was not going to be a cakewalk. Then, one cool night, I woke up disoriented and far from my bed. Looking around, I saw there was nothing nearby. Not another person for miles. Just flat, dirt ground with hills in the distance, and the black sky full of stars and a full moon above. I must have been sleepwalking, I thought to myself, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. I had been marching in my dreams while remembering my days of basic training, and I had somehow ended up in the middle of the dirt field. I looked around in every direction and finally saw lights in the distance behind me. At least I had an idea of which way to go now. Turning around, I started to walk back towards the base, my legs wobbly from the long walk while asleep. It felt surreal to be out there in the middle of the night, and I didn't understand how it could have happened. I had been caught sleepwalking once or twice before, but I'd never gone anywhere near to this far. Part of me wondered, with a paranoid fear, just how often this happened without me realizing it. I walked for a few minutes alone, feeling an increasingly strange sensation, like a tingling on the back of my neck. After a while, I began to suspect it was that outdated lizard brain notion that someone was following me. A remnant from some bygone era when humans actually had to worry about being stalked in the night. Just as I had thought, someone cleared their throat in the darkness behind me. A chill ran up my spine and my flesh broke out in goose pimples as he spoke, his voice deep, gruff, and commanding. "What are you doing all the way out here, so late at night?" he asked. He stepped closer, and in the moonlight I could see him more clearly. My voice caught in my throat as I looked at his eyes and saw they were yellow, like a cat or a wolf or a snake maybe. "Haven't you been told to stay in your bunk at this hour?" His tone was predatory and overwhelmingly creepy, but his demeanor was otherwise friendly. The part of my brain telling me to run was suddenly being hushed into submission by an unfamiliar voice, which told me this was fine and not to worry about a thing. "Look at his uniform," the voice said. And sure enough, I looked down to see he was wearing a Marine Corps uniform, with the insignia indicating he was an officer. "You wouldn't want to disrespect a superior officer, would you?" the voice asked. "Sorry, sir. I must have been sleepwalking. I'm just heading back towards the base. I can make it home from there." He showed his teeth in a grin and told me he'd walk with me for a stretch. "We must be distant relatives from somewhere down the line," he said as we walked. "Both of us out here, walking in the middle of the night. I wish I could chalk my trip up to somnambulism, but I'm just a run-of-the-mill insomniac. I can never get back to sleep once I'm up. I usually just go out for a long hike. It reminds me of the old days when I was deployed, I guess, going for long marches that started before sunrise and didn't end until long past noon." The more time that went by, the more guilty I felt for having almost run from the man. He was just an ordinary guy, and the conversation became easier as we built up a rapport, and I told him about my life, my background, and where I was from. When I looked back at his face, I was shocked by what I saw.
Maybe there really was a family connection between the two of us. In the increasing light from the base as we drew closer to it, I saw there was a striking resemblance between us. He didn't look like that when you first saw him, that suspicious voice in my mind said uneasily. His eyes were yellow, remember? And now look at them. They're brown. But it was quickly drowned out by that other, louder voice, which spoke up and said all of this was okay too. It was just dark out here in the dirt field, and I hadn't gotten a clear look at his face until now. Tell me more about your parents, he said. I want to know all about them. What are they like? I started speaking again, feeling hypnotized as I looked into the older man's swirling brown eyes. He was walking slower and slower, and I was matching his pace. The base was close now. I could see the lights of it were very bright up ahead, less than a couple 100 yards away. But they were getting dimmer suddenly. The light was fading. But how? Were we walking backwards now? Was I even walking at all? Or was something dragging me now? It took me a few moments to shake the strange, sleepwalker's haze from my vision, and I realized I had been in a trance of sorts. When I looked at the man's face again through my half-closed eyes, I was astonished at what I saw. He didn't just bear a passing resemblance to me. He could have been my long-lost twin brother. His eyes were the same shade of brown, his hair close-cropped and chestnut. His jaw was defined and his nose was sharp and angular. But his smile and his teeth, those were not like mine at all. They were pointed and long, designed for tearing flesh from bone and ripping it to shreds. He was pulling me, dragging me across the dirt, deeper into the darkness again. Who are you? I heard myself asking, and in that second, he changed completely. It wasn't like in a horror movie when you see a man turn into a werewolf over a matter of a few minutes. The metamorphosis was not slow and drawn out. Instead, it happened in a split second. I blinked, and the man who looked like me was no longer there. In his place was an indescribable monster, tall with long limbs, pale gray skin, and pitch black eyes. Its jaw unhinged as it revealed teeth longer and sharper than those belonging to a wolf or a bear. It reminded me of that strange, ethereal, white-masked creature from Spirited Away, full of hate and hunger and wanting to consume everything. It didn't appear solid. This thing looked like it was made of shadows. A shot was fired suddenly, bringing me out of my hypnotized stupor. I realized that I was being dragged away from the base. The creature had my shoulder between its jaws and was biting down so hard I could feel it grating against the bone. Another shot rang out, and I heard a few people yelling. There were footsteps, and I heard something approaching from behind me. The thing tried to pick me up in its jaws, and it was so massive and so strong that it actually succeeded momentarily. I thrashed and punched it in the face, kicking it in the eyes. My shoulder was on fire, and my entire arm felt like it was dangling by a thread, as if it would pop off at any second, unhinging at the joint like a Thanksgiving turkey drumstick. And then, for a second, I thought it would. It popped out of the socket and dislocated. The flesh began to rip and tear and bleed. The creature nearly tore my arm clean off as another shot rang out. I gave it one more good, hard kick to the face, and the already wounded monster dropped me to the ground, letting out a low moan of pain. It fell, its form turning into a large black puddle of darkness like an oil spill, before skittering off into the night like an infinitely long centipede. It blended in perfectly with the shadows and was gone a second later, just as a few other Marines arrived. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, helping me to my feet. "Man, I never thought I'd live to see someone get attacked by a mountain lion. You're lucky to be alive." It took me a few seconds to comprehend what he was saying. It was so bizarre. The thing which had just attacked me looked nothing like a mountain lion. It was long and tall and humanoid, with a black wispy shroud surrounding it like a living cloak. "Man, are you blind?" the other Marine asked. "That wasn't a mountain lion." I breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't crazy. Someone else had seen the thing as well. It was a wolf. A big gray wolf, man. I've never seen one so big. You sure are lucky to be alive, though. That's for sure. Do you want us to call for an ambulance? I shook my head. No, I'll be fine. I can walk. I took a nervous look at them both, as if judging for myself again whether they were human or not. But I decided these two were the real McCoy. Not for them. I would have been that thing's dinner. The two of them walked me back towards the base, and I tried to decide whether I should tell them the truth of what I had really seen. But with each step we took, the memories started seeming more and more surreal and dreamlike, to the point where I even started to convince myself I had exaggerated what happened. Maybe it was a mountain lion, or a gray wolf far from its pack, desperate for food. But no, the memories could have been wiped away, but the teeth marks were not. They were strange, and totally unlike anything a wolf or a mountain lion might leave. When I went to the infirmary to get the bites looked at, they told me they'd never seen anything like them before. After several sets of blood cultures and antibiotics, they never did figure out what was wrong with me, or how to get rid of my symptoms. Sleepwalking being primary among them. I would get up from my hospital bed in the night, and I would take a whole team of security guards to get me back into my room. So desperate I was to escape. Back to the fields, I told the men. I needed to get back to the dirt fields to march. All they could do was watch as my symptoms got worse, and as black, vein-like formations began to spread from the bite wounds, like a dark plague, spreading throughout my body. Everything is so cold now, and I feel like I'm losing control. I don't want to feel like this, but I can't help it. Whatever bit me, it infected me. Its contagion is spreading throughout my system, and I can no longer fight it. I get these windows of time when I'm with it enough to speak and live my life, and then I get a period of darkness where I remember nothing. They discharged me recently, leaving me alone to deal with the symptoms myself. I think they're worried about having me so close to the base. They don't know what I'm capable of anymore. Most nights, I wake up far from home and don't know how I got there. Just like that night in the dirt field, like I'm sleepwalking all over again. Except, that's not what this is. This is something much worse. The dark veins are spreading up my neck towards my face, making me stand out and look strange. People think they're bizarre facial tattoos, inching their way towards my skull. They keep asking me if I'm alright, as sweat pours down my reddened face, and my eyes dart around with nervous paranoia. The blackouts are getting longer and closer together. I don't know how much longer I have left to be me, and I'm terrified of what's going to happen when those veins get to my heart and my mind. Who knows how long I have left before I'm out roaming the dirt fields, looking for a meal. I don't like to use the term skinwalker
to describe the hellspawn that wander the Appalachian Mountains. I say this because the only people that believe in skinwalkers are the ones who have actually seen them. I sure as hell didn't believe in any such thing until about 2 weeks ago. The Appalachian Mountains had always been a place that I wanted to visit. The pictures on Google were enough for me. This place is beautiful. I had heard a few stories about skinwalkers roaming around the mountains during the night, which just made it all the more interesting. So I saved up some money, rented a cabin, and flew out there to experience the mountain lifestyle for a couple of weeks. The first few days were completely normal. I had gotten settled in and felt completely fine. Hiking some surrounding trails is all that I can recall for the first 3 or 4 days. It was on that 5th day that everything began going to crap. The cabin that I had rented had 2 big floodlights facing the backyard. Every night, a coyote would walk past my cabin, causing the lights to turn on. I thought nothing of it. It was honestly kind of cute. On the 5th night of my stay, I was sitting in the living room, watching some satellite TV. In the corner of my eye, I saw the floodlights flick on. I jumped up to go see my new coyote friend through the window. Let's just say that whatever caused my floodlights to turn on that night was not a coyote. Its body looked completely normal, except for the legs. The legs were extremely long and skinny, probably 3 times longer than any normal coyote. The thing just stared at me. My fight or flight didn't kick in. All I could do was stare back into its empty eyes. The creature then let out the loudest, most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard, and then got even closer to the window. I turned around to grab my phone so I could call the police. As I was walking to the couch, the floodlights turned off. The soft glow of the old TV screen was the only thing lighting the living room. I grabbed my phone and sprinted upstairs to my room. My first instinct was to hide in the closet, so I did just that. The closet door had little slits in them, so I could kind of see what was going on outside. I picked up my phone and tried to call the police. There was one slight problem, though. My phone was dead. It was around this point that I heard knocking coming from my front door. The knocking continued for what felt like an hour. I literally had no idea what to do, so I just sat there, hoping that it would stop. It eventually did stop, but shortly after, I heard the door open. No kicking the door in or anything, it just opened. I started to cry. I could hear faint footsteps getting louder and faster as it went up the stairs. It eventually got to my room, where I thought I was dead for sure. I could hear it opening drawers and messing with my bed sheets. I peered through one of the slits in the door, but I couldn't really see anything. That was until the creature put its disgusting, rotting face right up against the door. It was breathing so loudly that it was hurting my ears. I pushed myself back into a corner and used one of my jackets to cover me. It was my last option. I don't know how long I sat there, but it felt like an eternity. I eventually peeked out from behind my jacket to see some light coming through the doors. I stood up and looked out. It was daytime. I couldn't hear the creature anymore. I assumed that it got spooked by the sunlight and left. I slowly opened my closet door. It was finally safe. Needless to say, I got out of there. I'm never going back. I don't want to see a therapist because they won't believe me. They'll think I'm insane. Maybe I am insane. I don't know. All I know is that whenever the locals of the Appalachians talk about these things, they aren't lying.
My son wanted to go to Chuck E. Cheese for his 8th birthday. He hyped it up for weeks, begging us every chance he got. I don't want a party. I just want to go to Chuck E. Cheese together. We dismissed it as first, thinking he would soon substitute the craze with Minecraft and forget about it. But he was adamant about going. We figured this was following the obsession with animatronics and the like on YouTube, one of the things he would watch during his allotted screen time. We were also worried about disappointing him. Truth be told, we weren't actually sure if there was even a Chuck E. Cheese still open. The days of birthday parties were long gone for me and my wife. When you're an adult, you don't keep track of that sort of thing. You just get a little sad when you hear about the chains being shut down in passing, like Hollywood Connections or Celebration Station. When it appeared he wasn't letting go of the idea, we decided we'd look into it. A quick Google search assured us that even though many of the restaurants had indeed closed their doors, there were a few stragglers hanging on, one of which happened to be an hour away. We caved and cemented the plans, soaking in the ecstatic radiance when we assured him, yes, we are going to Chuck E. Cheese's. And go there we did. We loaded in the car on the morning of his birthday, listening to the cheers of excitement as we set the GPS and pulled out of the driveway. The drive wasn't too bad, as it was only a couple towns over, and our son slept through most of the ride. On the way there, we couldn't help but feel a little excited ourselves. Through the slog of work and stress, you tend to forget about such innocent joys, and it brought back some of that old, youthful magic. We were even excited to see the mechanical rat. When we pulled up, it was different than we expected. Chuck E. Cheese looked different. It appeared during our time not going to the restaurant or keeping up on the commercials, the restaurant had rebranded. The mascot looked different, the building looked different, everything felt different. Luckily, our son was still as excited as ever. Even though we were bummed out, we didn't want to sour the mood for him. Since he was all smiles, we try to be all smiles. We opened the front door, ready for pizza and games and a play place. What we got was a madhouse. The restaurant was packed to the brim. Sugar-fueled kids running around like crazy, while tired and impatient parents attempted to corral them. People bumping into each other so they didn't get separated, each wincing against the noise. It was loud. No animatronics, no ball pit, no play place. Cartoon fun and pizza signs replaced with pristine walls and quotes assured fresh dough and toppings. Classic mascots that used to move and sing were replaced by decorations of the replacements on the walls. The jungle gyms and stage replaced by sardine-packed arcade games. Nobody walked around in a suit to greet you. You were just filed into the counter where you decided how much you were going to spend on gaming bracelets and food. It appeared the magic we remembered as kids had been gone for a long, long time. My wife and I exchanged looks, the let-down mutual between us. Our son didn't seem to mind, so we didn't make a big deal about it. He was a little disappointed that there weren't any animatronics, but he seemed to get over it after seeing the kids have fun playing games. Plus, there were unlimited refills on Pop, so that was a plus. We got him hooked up with a gaming bracelet and placed an order for pizza. One that gave you one of those vibrating coasters that would alert when the food was ready. Then, we proceeded to follow him around each arcade booth, whack-a-mole and skee-ball, along with new digital games we had never heard of. Kids yelled and screamed as we went from one station to the next, and I could feel our slow descent of fatigue, just like the exhausted parents we saw when we got in. After playing games for a while, I got the alert that the pizza was ready. We pulled away from the games and picked out a table, which wasn't as extravagant and exciting as it used to be, and I went to go get the pizza while they held our spot. I weaved through the crowd and headed for the bathroom, deciding I was going to take a leak before grabbing the food. I'd been getting my money's worth from the unlimited fountain, and the many vanilla cokes were making a comeback. The bathroom was sticky and eerily empty. I went to a urinal quickly and went about my business, trying to hurry so there were no issues with the pizza. Once I finished, and washing my hands, I heard something strange over the cringy Kids Bop playing over the intercom. Through the wall, I could hear a commotion, like some type of argument. I tried to make out what they were saying, but it was too muffled. But it seemed pretty heated. It even sounded like someone was throwing stuff around. I chalked it up to trouble in the kitchen. Maybe there was too many orders, maybe they were short-staffed. I made my way to the food counter and found the pizzas waiting for me. There wasn't anyone there to hand them off, but the order matched, so I took them. I weaved back through the crowd and rejoined my wife and son, where we started to eat. Aside from the noise, it was nice to sit and relax. Overall, the birthday getaway seemed like a success, and he still had a little bit of time on the wristband to play once he was done eating, so he was happy. Looking around, you could still feel some of the cheer that you could get in the old days, like it was hiding underneath the makeover. If you overlooked the modernization, it didn't seem so bad after all. That joy ended abruptly when I saw him. I was helping myself to another slice of pizza when I noticed him across the room, like he was staring at me. Big cartoon eyes, unmistakable rodent mouth. He was watching me from the back of the room, through the crack of the doors that read, "Employees only." At first I thought it was a gimmick. He was coming out for someone's party, but there was something that rubbed me wrong from the start. It wasn't the new, happy-go-lucky mascot that had plastered on the walls and windows. This was a dingy, dirty costume of the mascot from the 90s. Even from afar, the suit looked dirty and neglected, and the way he stood there watching us, it was like he was stalking. It was Charles, Entertainment Cheese. He pushed through the door slowly, waddling with each step, like he was trying not to tip over. His big cartoon head panned from side to side, taking in the room before settling back on us. His eyes fluttered lazily, and he headed over, bumping into people as he made his way through the crowd. Some kids cheered and tried to hug him, but their parents pulled them away. The suit looked slimy, like it had been dug out of the garbage. I nudged my wife, who followed my gaze before gasping. She looked at me cautiously, like I had set it up. I shook my head and shrugged. We started to pack up to make an exit, but we didn't get enough time. Chuck E. Cheese shambled over to us quickly, blocking us in the booth. He was taller up close, his lazy eyes taking their time looking at me and my wife. He gave off the stench of old garbage, and he would twitch every so often, like something was wrong underneath, like an animatronic that was shorting out. Our son started to cheer, and we inched closer to protect him. Without a word, Chuck E. Cheese held out a closed hand in offering. In the back of my mind, I wondered if it was some last-ditch effort for birthday parties, and they had dug the thing out of storage to restore some of the old magic. I thought this would terrify my son, but looking face to face with Charles was like seeing a YouTube thumbnail in real life. Before we could stop him, he held out his hand under his. Chucky silently opened his hand, and a wet object fell from his matted fur. We looked at it in disbelief as our son held it up to inspect it. It was a human tongue. Behind us, people started to scream, not at Chucky, but at something else. People were shambling out from the back of the restaurant, people dressed in aprons and visors, each torn and covered in blood. One nursed a broken arm, another's face horribly beaten. The last screamed silently through the gush of blood out of their mouth. I looked back at Chucky, who returned a sinister stare. My son dropped the tongue on the floor and started to cry, something that made his big body twitch. In his gaping mouth, I could see the screen, where the wearer would be able to breathe and see. Inside, I saw movement. Lots of it. Without warning, his mouth exploded. 4 human arms spilling out with grasping hands. A tortured groan bellowed from his flailing maw as he reached for our son. I kicked him away and shouted for my family to run, holding him off as they climbed over the booth to escape. Kids and parents alike screamed, and the arcade crowd scattered like delirious human roaches. I tried to hold him off, but he tossed me aside effortlessly, hefting me over his head and sending me crashing to the whack-a-mole table. I saw stars for a moment, trying to get back up, while repeatedly shoved by panicked patrons. Eventually someone helped me up, and through the fog, I saw it was my wife helping me up. She got me to my feet, and we made our way for the exit through the chaos. I stole a look at Chucky, who was quickly becoming a monstrosity. Additional arms had burst from his eye sockets, and human legs had sprouted from the sides of his stubby legs. He was hoisting another man into the air, some of the hands forcing their way down his throat while the rest worked at manually disemboweling. We covered our son's eyes so he couldn't see, but a part of me knows he did. Some birthday this turned out to be. When we reached the exit, we were shocked to see people were moving away from it, or rather, being pushed back in. Police were shoving past, some shouting orders, others panning the room with weapons. Everyone had their guns drawn. Outside, we could hear sirens and the shouts of people trying to order the chaos. With Chucky bellowing behind us, the officer stepped in and formed a line against him, racking shotguns and raising pistols to form a firing squad. As we headed into the funnel of bodies, I took one last look at Charles, who was ignoring every demand to stand down. The multiple arms were holding a dead body against a skee-ball machine, repeatedly breaking it at different angles in an attempt to remove it. It's a horrible sight I'll never forget. We burst in the light just as they opened fire, and we looked harrowingly back at the building as we heard round after round fire off. We could hear the groaning continue for a moment, but after enough gunshots, it ceased to be. We never really found out what happened that day. The news glazed over the actual details, only stating there were 4 casualties in an unprecedented attack. It was the undoing of that particular building, another set of doors to close in the shadow of a once legendary birthday experience. We didn't talk much about the incident at home, mostly because we didn't know what to say. Our son has since stopped watching any animatronic videos and everything related to us. He doesn't want to talk about it, but he's still having nightmares over it. I imagine he will for the rest of his life. Rumors spread like fire online, and people posted their theories on the true cause behind the madness that day. Some say a bunch of mental patients broke out and attacked the staff before collectively climbing into the old suit. Others say it was an old abomination from the 90s, locked up in the restaurant basement, where they fed it in exchange for financial success. There's even a rumor it was the original owner reincarnated, and dozens more, even crazier than that. The only thing I know for sure is I'm never going to Chuck E. Cheese again. Let me start off by saying that my wife doesn't believe in paranormal entities or anything of that nature. We have 3 cats, and one of them likes to be a rebel, jumping onto counters and meowing at the top of his lungs, just looking for attention. He does this throughout the night, and it's a regular occurrence. Last night, after a few beers and video games, I decided it was time to head to bed with my wife. When I woke up this morning, my wife was basically attached to me with wide eyes and a nervous look on her face. I asked her what was wrong, and she proceeded to tell me what happened last night. She said that around 2:50 in the morning, she was woken up to a noise that sounded like one of our cats downstairs meowing unusually loud. After giving himself a few seconds to perk up and fully pay attention, she said that the meows sounded more like a person trying to mimic a cat, and it kept saying, "Hello." After meowing for 2 to 3 minutes, a loud bang came at our door, and then a notification went off for a motion sensor at our front door. When she told me this, I checked my phone, and sure enough, there was a notification for motion detected at 2:52 a.m. I asked her why she didn't wake me up so I could grab my gun. She said she was frozen with fear and didn't want it to hear her make a noise. We're out running errands while I'm typing this, but something made me uncomfortable about her story. Last night I set the home security alarm around 9 p.m. and we didn't turn it off till we walked the dog this morning. To make things worse, we had slept with all of the animals in our room and the door was closed. So whatever was in our house or outside the front door was not one of our animals. Obviously, the first thing that came to my mind was a skinwalker, but maybe I'm just being paranoid. I checked all the rooms in the house after I got up. I'm not sure what I could have done anyways. It's very odd that my wife was scared so badly by something she didn't necessarily believe in. We bought this house brand new, so no one has lived here before. When I'm home alone, I do feel like I'm being watched, or someone's always walking directly behind me. My wife also said that the house has given her chills since we moved in. Something is just off about it. We just got home, and I went to hang up one of my shirts in the master bedroom closet, when I noticed that the board that covers the attic access has been shifted a little. When I asked my wife about it, she said she's never been up there, and the builders would have placed it back in its original place before we made the purchase. I'm genuinely getting anxious just thinking about what could be going on. Has anyone had an experience like this? Or similar, at least? We're going to my mother-in-law's to get some sage. My wife said burning it should keep whatever's around our house away.